Boston College defeats Virginia Tech 54-36. Donald Ham Jr. had 16. Malijal Poteet had 10 for the Hokies, but Virginia Tech shot just 29% from the field. Upsets in the top 25. Michigan State beat Purdue 75-66. Mississippi State over Texas A&M 70-54. TCU stuns Texas Tech 69-66. BYU rocks Kansas 91-57. Richie Saunders had 22. Head coach Kevin Young on the win over the Jayhawks.
Yeah, obviously great win. We've been waiting for a win against a really storied program and a team that's good. So we've had a couple that we could build on, but tonight was impressive by our guys, to carry out the game plan on both ends of the floor.
Tonight's men's college basketball, some of the matchups include GW against St. Joe's at 7 on Monumental. Georgetown hosts Providence 6:45 on Team 980. NBA is back at it tonight with the Hornets and the Lakers. The Wizards host Milwaukee Friday night, and the Capitals travel to face the Pittsburgh Penguins Saturday at 3 p.m. The Commanders have signed Jesse Madden as an offensive quality control coach. He's the grandson of legendary coach and broadcaster John Madden. The NFL announcing that the Los Angeles Chargers will be one of the teams playing in Brazil as the season begins next year. In the Nationals camp, Mark Zuckerman of Masson reporting that right-hander Lucas Sims is at the Nationals camp today. The 30-year-old reliever is signing a major league deal. The deal hasn't been officially announced yet. First game for the Nats is February 22nd. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening?
A lot is happening. It's cold outside, man. It's legit cold.
Baby, it's cold outside.
You know how I know it's legitimate cold?
How?
Something has happened today that I legitimately don't think I've ever seen before. Seriously.
What?
Landfill's wearing pants.
Oh, he had them on yesterday.
Oh, wow. That's how you know it's cold. He's a shorts guy.
Yeah.
He's
but
committed.
he has on damn flip-flops.
Sure.
He has on flip-flops with his toes out with some long damn warmer pants on. I don't understand it.
Maybe he's a flip.
I wouldn't put no flip-flops on today.
I was sitting in there talking to the cluster buster, and Landfill walked by in pants, and it was like I saw a ghost. I was like, oh my God. I'd never seen Landfill in pants. Lot going on. I'll start with my absence yesterday. I took my daughters to Great Wolf Lodge up at the top of Maryland, like just past that big bridge, the Tidings Bridge over the Susquehanna. You've been over it 1,000 times. Kind of between Baltimore and Philly, basically.
Okay.
Just before you get to Delaware. We had a lot of fun. The kids had a lot of fun. It is fairly intense up there. And some of that's on me. I went on a holiday, so it was packed.
That thing is inside, has to be.
Indoor water park.
Okay.
It's
that's why I was like, what the hell are you with no shirt on? Because I'm like, it's not that cold. That warm outside.
The actual facility is pretty damn remarkable. Like what they have built, what is available to children. My kids had a blast. Shelby, my oldest, could have just run off. Like they have one thing they're very smart about at the Great Wolf Lodge is they got bars. They got 18-ounce frozen cocktails. They got beer. They got whatever you want.
They know that parents need to relax a little bit when they're around these kids.
Yes, dude. So we got there, and I honestly, my 9-year-old, I could have just let her go. But the 6-year-old just still needs more help. And like, she found this water slide she really liked, but you had to, have you ever seen the ones you had to have these like big mats that you lay on? The mat's kind of heavy and it's up 5 flights of stairs. Like that's just,
she's not doing that.
It's not happening with a 6-year-old, but
she would probably drag it and complain and tell me like,
oh yeah,
he made me grab the big one.
Right.
Mr. B. Mitch.
I think another year, certainly another 2 years. I don't know that I'm recommending it for parents out there because it's not cheap and it's a lot. Like you got to check your sanity at the door a little bit, but the kids loved it. The food was actually pretty good, which was a pleasant surprise. It was fun. We enjoyed it. But the reason I had to go this weekend, do you know this?
No.
So Shelby's birthday is in middle of August, right next to your birthday.
Mm-hmm.
In the last 2 years, we've been out of town for the Commanders' joint practices.
All right.
And I set a really stupid precedent 2 years ago when they were just practicing in Baltimore. And I was like, all right, Lauren, why don't you come up? We'll go out to dinner that night. No big deal. Well, now Shelby just thinks that's the norm. And this past year, we had to go to Florida, and I just had to pay for all 3 of them to come to Florida in August.
Yeah.
The little one wants to know why she doesn't get a birthday trip. Well, sweetheart, your birthday's in January. And like that, we only do that because daddy has to travel for work. She's like, well, I don't care. I want Great Wolf Lodge. And her birthday is in early January. But because the Commanders just kept playing, this is the first time.
You missed it.
Yeah. So that is why we celebrated a January 8th
Well, you're going to be
birthday
celebrating a lot of birthdays right around this time because she's not going to let you forget it ever.
No, she sure isn't. I wanted a quick vibe check on traffic because I today seemed heavier, but relatively it moved okay.
I don't think it was heavier. I just think you were sitting right next to me and never saw me.
I thought that was your car, dude.
but you
have it so blacked out.
But
I can't
you
even
never
see inside of that.
You were like this the whole way. I said, this fool does not look.
South Capitol?
You don't look left. No.
On
it was right. We were right coming off before you could go to Main Street or get back up on 395. Yeah. You never look left or right. JP drive. Look, it's how he drive, Landfill. He like this, like an old dude sitting in the car. He don't care who's left, who's right. I'm sitting right next to him, like, "What up, dog?" He like,
I didn't. That makes. I thought
I let you over.
I appreciate that. Well, dude, that little when they have to do work under that little bridge right there is a disaster.
They didn't have to do work there. They just get on the side early because he was trying to back up on the sidewalk. Why weren't you up there before?
I wonder if they're trying to knock that out in one day, and I think it must start at 9:30, because that might be worth beating that spot before the traffic starts.
Man, them people crazy. Man.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Everybody keeps telling me it's about to get so much worse. It hasn't. I do know that there was a lot of talk about us getting like a foot of snow today and tomorrow.
No, they're supposed to come tomorrow, not today.
Yeah,
they had already backed off today.
It's also not much, I don't think.
Yeah. But, believe me, not much changes the whole traffic pattern around this damn place.
That's for sure. But I texted with Camera over the weekend because I was doing kid stuff and all the parents were like, it was kind of funny that a bunch of parents were asking what Doug says. So he said, as of Saturday, he's like, I think it's going to dip further south than us. So I think we're going to avoid this one. I don't know. I was listening to PFT's podcast this morning, and this was the best theory I've heard about why this portion of the sports calendar seems so miserable. Because the NBA takes the break. College basketball's heating up, but like people kind of care more when you get to actual March.
Yep.
All of the news in football and baseball is all just contract related. So there's no game involved with that, right?
Yeah.
And plus the difference is because everybody will say, oh, there's the Major League Baseball All-Star break, there's nothing happening. There's not a single other sporting event happening. And while that's true, it's also summertime and you can just go outside and do stuff.
True.
In the middle of February, there's nothing to do.
Nothing.
Freezing ass cold.
Yeah, especially today.
And I think that's like why it stands out so much. Yeah. I did watch TGL last night. Have you watched any of that?
I watched some of it before. I forgot about it last night. I actually went to an event over in Arlington.
Was it your beer?
It was like a I had never seen that. You know, you go to like a wine tasting They'll have different meals to match pair with
Yeah,
the
the
wine.
pairings.
They do that with beer. So I went to a thing, and my buddy had called me. It was like 5 different beers, and they had 5 different pairings. And I'm gonna tell you, dog, it makes a difference.
Sure.
It makes a difference. So the last one they had was like a dark lager, and it was kind of made with chocolate and caramel in it. Then they had this caramel mousse, caramel with coconut mousse.
Like a dessert?
Like a chocolate cake with caramel, coconut mousse. Dude,
Banging.
unbelievable.
It sounds pretty damn good. Speaking of cakes, shout out to our guy Alex for getting us cakes.
Yep.
Thank you, buddy. And putting our name on the car. But so B, last night, TGL, for those that are unaware, is like this indoor golf simulator league that
Well, Tigre.
Yeah, the big names are Tiger and Rory are attached to it. But there's a bunch of people. Last night was Ricky Fowler, Tom Kim.
Did Fowler them win or lose?
Cam Young. Fowler and them kicked ass.
What? Landfill, you chose the wrong side.
Landfill, you bet on Tiger last night? Did you watch any of it? Well, there was by far the highlight of the night. B, if we're playing, so for people that don't know golf that well, I'm going to kind of explain something to you. When you're playing real golf, you can judge a lot of how far away you are from the hole, especially if it's a par 5, right?
Yeah.
So say a par 5's, I don't know, 450 yards. And you hit your drive, and then you're 165 out.
All right.
And I'm in the cart, and I have the measurement, and you're out there, and you say, how far am I? And a lot of times I would just say 65 because you know you're 100 out. It's more about the second measurement.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods is probably the greatest golfer of all time. If not, he's number 2 all time, right? This is Tiger Woods. This dude is the best I've ever seen by a mile, right? Tiger Woods last night on the simulator, I believe it was the second shot of a par 5. Maybe it was a long par 4. But he's walking out and he says, hey, what's my distance? And they say 99. And he's like, what's the distance? 99. Everybody assumes he knows they mean 199.
199.
He goes out there with a 56-degree wedge and hits it exactly 100 yards. And everybody, you could hear like his teammates on the side that are like, wait a second. Is that a wedge? As he's in his backstroke. Like nobody thought about it until he was hitting it. He hit a perfect 99-yard shot, but he laid up on like a par 4. And the whole place went nuts. They were all laughing. He called it the most embarrassing thing he's ever done in his life.
That has to be right there.
It was hysterical, dude. And for a player of Tiger's caliber to do that, it was really, really.
I found a place we can kind of go play something like that in right there in Centerville.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's very similar to that. It doesn't have that sand. You have a different surface.
Oh, it has like the grass and everything to hit on.
Yeah, so it's cool, man.
It was last night. I enjoyed watching that. As things do, I actually just booked my flight last night to Indiana for next week. I'll be live from the Combine Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I believe is the plan. Next week is when like Rumors Central will really kick up.
Oh, bro, it's gonna be crazy
for the NFL, and because of all the things going on, it's gonna be intense. I would say, whatever's going on with the Bengals is going to have ramifications around the league.
I don't think they will be able to franchise T. Higgins at 120% of the what's called, and then also be trying to do Jamar Chase. If they couldn't stop nobody this year, they damn sure won't stop nobody next year because they won't have nobody on defense.
Well, dude, I agree with that, B. But the other part of that is the conversation that the Bengals are probably going to put the franchise tag on T. Higgins is such that, oh, man, Higgins is going to be pissed because he's making, another tag where he gets 120% of the franchise tag.
He's not going to worry.
Dude, what you need to worry about, so that's going to put Higgins at roughly a little less than 30 mil, something like that. Okay, so
I
this
think
year,
it's 26, 5, something
26.
like that.
Right. Okay. You know what Jamar Chase is making this year?
Less than that. Or is it, what was this will be his 5th year, right?
So it's his 5th-year option.
5th year option would put him around 21, 22.
21-8. Yo, so Jamar Chase is now entering a world where over the course of his NFL career, where he has been last year undoubtedly the best, but throughout his career, arguably the best receiver in football.
Mm-hmm.
He's made about $33 million, which is great money. I'm not, I will take that. But at the receiver position,
he's way down the list.
At the receiver position, he's probably made less in 5 years than 5 or 6 guys are making this year.
Wow.
Dude, DJ Moore of the Chicago Bears is making 27.
I think what they're doing, they're basically making it going to be tough for them as time goes on because not many people are going to want to deal with that. And if you look at them, we saw what Joe did. Joe threw the ball 600 times last year. And so he threw it more like 170 times more than most guys that were trying to compete against him. And he had more yards. But they couldn't stop a soul. And if he keeps it, he can be on a trajectory very much like Peyton Manning. You know, Peyton had offense all the time, didn't have a defense all the time. And that could be Joe's problem right there. Because he's gonna want his guys. You know, he said, yeah, his comment, we got to pay everybody just like the Eagles. The Eagles got a lot of young dudes that's playing at top-notch, having a top-notch performance right now. They're not paying a lot of guys at this point that are making top dollar.
The Eagles have started to pay a lot of folks. What the Eagles have done really well that basically separates them as a team. One, a lot of their, especially defensively, a lot of their studs are on rookie deals, which helps tremendously.
That's what I'm saying.
Yo, but B, they're paying Hurts, they're paying AJ Brown, they're paying Devontae Smith, they're paying Saquon, like they're paying CJ Gardner-Johnson.
They're paying those guys, but they have guys that are first year, second year, third year that are playing like they are in their prime on the defensive side.
Totally.
Cincinnati don't have those people on the defensive side.
Totally. And, but what I think is most important with what the Eagles have done, they just don't miss. They don't have guys sitting on dead money that is crushing them.
Yeah.
They're like the guys they sign and target in drafts and trades have been really good. And then they lock them up before they get to free agency. So they're never chasing this franchise tag game. The Eagles are just really well run. Like even a dude like Bryce Huff that they signed that really didn't perform for them.
What, 30-something million? And he really didn't do nothing.
No. And like, that's
3-year deal, $51 million is what he signed.
Yeah, but it's some of that's fake.
I don't care. I mean, still, they signed him and he didn't even play for the most part.
Right.
We signed everybody. Oh, man.
Yeah, man. The Eagles are just, I mean, if you think about you probably let Darius Slay walk at this point. And so your 2 starting corners, both of whom look to be exceptional, are going to count $5 million against the cap next year, $5.5 million in Mitchell and DeJean.
Yeah.
Like, that's how you build it, man. That's hard to do. It's very hard to do, but when you can, it's pretty fascinating to watch. We are getting to that point. NFL free agency is coming fast, and there's a lot to figure out. This situation in Cincinnati just seems so volatile. And I don't know. I think more and more conversations I've had that the Myles Garrett trade might not happen just due to kind of contractual stuff. And we'll hear a lot more about that next week. I mean, every GM in the NFL is going to talk on the record next week, or most of them anyway. There's a guy that used to run things here that wouldn't, but most guys do. I wonder if more and more Hendrickson becomes available. I just don't know how Cincinnati puts all the parts together and what it's going to cost. And are they going to be committed to pay? Because there's a track record there of not doing that. And at some point, do you wonder if Chase actually sits out a year or sits out the 6-7 games until he has to come back?
The way that the stuff is now, no, I don't think. But I think the moment he gets a chance to get the hell out of there, he's gone.
Unfortunately for him, that could be another 2 years because he's fifth-year tag this year. Tag him. He's fifth-year option this year. You tag him next year, and
you tag him next year. It's
double
gonna
tag
still
him
be.
again.
It's gonna probably be 30 million, and then you try to tag him the second one. That's 120% of it. He'll still make his money.
Right, but if done correctly, like what the Vikings did with Jefferson, he would already have his money, and it'd be significantly more.
But you got to realize the Bengals have always been a piece of crap.
Yeah, seriously. It gets harder and harder for me to see this Hendrickson money sitting there. No guarantees, 16 mil cap savings. That's one I think becomes very interesting. That's a guy with 35 sacks in the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I actually texted with a friend of ours, B, because I noticed Leahy posted this. Some other friends of mine that are in the real estate business posted this. We live in an era of misinformation, of somewhat outright lies, somewhat exaggerations, hyperbole, whatever it is. That is happening with the DC real estate market. And I don't know if you noticed that, but there's been all these like fake Twitter posts about the collapse of the DC real estate market.
Mm-hmm.
Drive around. Tell me what has collapsed. Because
a lot of prices up and a lot of homes being sold.
Yeah, dude. This is a competitive ass market, and if you are going to compete, you need to be with the best. You need to be with John Leahy.
Just like Amy. Amy wanted to be closer to her family, but in order to make that happen, she first needs to sell her Vienna property. This would potentially be a challenging and sensitive move, as she was looking for the right fit to navigate all the complexities involved. Amy needed a real estate team who could handle everything with the utmost care, professionalism, and attention to detail. Lucky for her, she found John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Thanks to their knowledge and their feel for the market, they knew it was red hot for this listing. A flurry of offers soon followed, with the result being a sale of $65,000 over the asking price with no contingencies. Looking for your own stress-free transaction? How about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. That's John without an H. It only takes a few seconds to request an instant cash offer. And John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
So for me, with a dude like Leahy, I think the key is just to have a conversation with him. Figure out where you are in your housing journey and how he can help. Because there's a lot of things that I think people just get scared off by. Say you need a little bit of work on your house. Say if you could renovate your kitchen, all of a sudden your house is worth a lot of money. Talk to John. He can help you tee up your market he can help you get your house ready to go to the market, maybe up to 50 grand for repairs and upgrades on the front end. Then you just settle up with John on the back end at closing. He's got 10,000 buyers ready to rock. This is who you want to work with. And the key is he'll make it less stressful. A lot of times moving is such a hassle, so much anxiety. Not with John, man. He takes care of the hard stuff. All you get to do is cash checks. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
A rough night for Hokies basketball, falling to Boston College 54-36, snapping the Eagles' 4-game skid. Elijah Poteet had 10. He was the only Hokie in double figures. The Hokies shot just 29% from the field. Upsets in the top 25, Michigan State over Purdue, Mississippi State beat Texas A&M, TCU over Texas Tech, but the biggest, BYU rolls Kansas 91-57, hitting 14 three-pointers. Head coach Kevin Young assists on all 15 BYU baskets in the first half.
I didn't have anything to do with it. That's our guys just playing the way we want to play, in terms of, like, I wasn't doing anything special in the game. It's a product of, our coaching staff and what we do in practice, and the players buy into, like, the way we want to play. And that's an amazing stat. Someone told me that at halftime. It's incredible.
The Commanders have signed Jesse Madden as offensive quality control coach. He's the grandson of legendary coach and broadcaster John Madden. Washington Post reports Mark Lerner is not exploring selling the team. The Nats' first spring training game is Saturday. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Oh, lady. Like this.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. He's feeling this one. B, what do you think the Chiefs do after that ass kicking in the Super Bowl?
Get an offensive line. That's all they got to get.
It's they have a potential franchise tag they probably use. Trey Smith. I'm reading now. I think this is Eric at home in NFL.com. After watching Patrick Mahomes take 6 sacks and 16 pressures in the Super Bowl, we know shoring up the offensive line has to be a priority for the Chiefs. And keeping Trey Smith, Pro Football Focus highest rated guard among players bound for the open market, would seem to be the first step. Guards, though, rarely get tagged because the tag just applies to offensive linemen where tackles are making a ton more money. It's been pretty interesting. So the tag for offensive linemen this season is around 25 mil.
All right.
I would think that would make Smith the highest paid guard in the NFL. I will check that.
I'll tell you like this. We talk about it a lot. Quarterbacks can adjust the pressure from the outside. Pressure up the middle destroys them.
Yeah.
And if that guy is your best offensive lineman, and Pat couldn't go nowhere because he couldn't step up in the pocket, right? You want to keep him around then if he's your best. But they're going to have to get an offensive line. Well, I walked in here this morning. You walked out, I walked past you. Louis Riddick was talking about the Chiefs getting the offensive line. I would have to believe the Chiefs are going to try to be getting the offensive line.
Landon Dickerson of the Eagles makes 21. Chris Lindstrom with the Falcons making 20. Cosby making 18 and a half. That's going to be really fascinating to watch what KC does there, because what the football people will want to do and what the necessarily ownership will want to do. You know what ownership doesn't like doing across the league, but particularly a small market team with, like, one thing going on across the NFL right now, this is a real thing, is teams that are family owned and have been so for generations.
Mm-hmm.
So, the Giants, Chiefs, Bears, Steelers, these names you've heard about, McCaskey and Rooney and Hunt. Like, you've heard these names forever. They are worth a ton of money. They are worth a ton of money.
Yeah.
Because those organizations are worth a ton of money. But the actual cash, it's not like David Tepper or Josh Harris or Stan Kroenke or the Walmart money that bought the Broncos. Like, the new money coming into the league that can pay these outrageous prices for organizations, it's a different world. And I think that's why you saw the NFL allowing private equity to invest.
Yeah.
That's just a cash infusion. It's
happening, but like teams like the Hunts, they got way more money than they saying they got.
Of course,
and no, I'm just saying they have been in 5 Super Bowls over the last 7 years. And that brings in a lot extra money as well. And they will not have an issue paying their players because right now they don't really dip into their pockets to pay their salaries. That's TV revenue.
They have paid Mahomes. They paid Chris Jones.
Mm-hmm.
They chose not to pay Tyreek. I wonder if some of that was Tyreek driven.
Yeah, because Tyreek is a little off.
What owners, and I'm not singling out the Hunts, but this would be an opportunity here. What owners don't like to do is set a new precedent when it comes to driving the ceiling of a position group up. And if you tag a guard, then all of a sudden the next guard that comes up wants that money.
You know what they don't want also? They don't want their quarterback getting the hell beat out of them.
It's
and
true.
I guarantee you, if the football guys over there decide that they want to set this precedent, Hunt's going to go right along with it because the last thing he want to see is Pat Mahomes being beat like he was in that Super Bowl. Because if he keeps getting beat like that, then the fact that he claimed he don't have the money like everybody else, he won't be having it because they won't be seeing Super Bowls no more. But that's his cash cow right there. Number 15 is his cash cow.
Sure.
And as long as you give him time, everything you do should be able to make sure he has time.
$26 million for a guard.
Man.
Interesting.
But you know what? This is the thing about it.
But you can also use the tag in an effort to get a long-term deal done, and then the tag goes away.
Yeah.
The tag can be a mechanism to avoid losing someone in free agency, and then you're able to work out a deal that makes more sense over the long term.
But like the whole thing of it is football, it doesn't just go as people, everybody think it's supposed to. It takes twists and turns. And what if the guards become more valuable? What if a guard is the best offensive lineman on the field? I understand we say, like, the left tackle is the best. Tony Baselli played left tackle. His quarterback was a left-handed quarterback. He wasn't protecting his blind side, but Tony Baselli got paid like it.
Yeah.
And he was in front of him. So the guy that protects your blind side is supposed to be the best offensive lineman. He didn't protect Brunell's blind side. He was right in front of him, and he was getting that big-time money because he was a left tackle. So let's be real. All this stuff that the NFL says is not written in stone, and it's not no damn exact science.
I agree. Speaking of inexact science, what would you, Brian Mitchell, do with Sam Darnold if you were running the Minnesota Vikings? The Minnesota Vikings.
After I saw him just run around like he was seeing ghosts, he's not getting the money from me. He can go get it from somebody else. But I'll be damned if I'm going to give it to him because I saw him in the division round where the dude would not throw the football. He had time. He would run around, tell somebody hit him. He was trying to get sacked. And that guy right there could not be the person I'm going to tell my fans he's our future.
In that divisional round, he went 25 of 40 with a touchdown and a pick and was sacked 9 times for 82 yards.
And should have been, and I would say of the 9, 6 were on him.
Well, I think this is going to sound astounding. The performance against the Lions week 18 in that game was for the 1 seed in the NFC.
Remember, he played 2 games back-to-back. Horrific.
I think the performance against the Lions was worse.
But
18 of 41 for $166, and he only took 2 sacks in that game, but he was completely ineffective. He threw for 160 yards in that game.
160 yards in the game, but those defensive backs was working him that day, working his receivers.
Now in the regular season, though,
Jefferson didn't help him out in that game either. He was playing like he was somebody. He was worried. But the next game, you take 9 sacks. I think taking all those sacks that he kept taking when he was taking sacks after 5 and 6 seconds, man. Throw the damn football.
Yo, interesting, B. This just came out in the last minute here. A report from The Athletic says, we're just talking about Trey Smith with the Chiefs. A report from The Athletic says the Chiefs are not expected to use either tag, franchise or transition, on Trey Smith. And the report says tagging guards and centers is complicated by all offensive linemen being grouped together when it comes to the value of the tags. Tackles drive the price up, and it usually results in teams trying to re-sign their interior linemen.
Well, don't sign him then. Let him go.
Smith has started all 80 regular season and playoff games since joining the Chiefs.
Let him go. If you don't want to pay, just let him go. And then your quarterback going to get the hell beat out of him again.
Dog, I'm not saying. I'm just saying that has ownership written all over it. That is a guard that has started 80 games for you in every playoff game that grades out incredibly high.
Huh?
The only people that don't want to cut that check are in the top floor. There's no way Andy doesn't want to cut that check.
Hey, man. A lot of stuff happens at this time of the year. But when the season come around, we'll see where he's at.
Sure, and maybe you still got 3 weeks to get deals done before free agency even opens. But that's an interesting one, man. Keep your eyes on them owners.
B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Rude. With Wi-Fi capability, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? Adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt a difference instantly.
Here's the best part. Rude's systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Rude's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions, like how cold it is today. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. And B, you got to tell the folks about the savings. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
That's Rude, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
It ain't right. Older by the minute. Over the limit. All right, fired up. We're going to give away some Wiz tickets. You want me to do that right now? Let's do it. Caller number 10 right now. You win a pair of tickets to see the Wizards Wednesday, February 26th against Portland. For tickets and more event information, check out thefandc.com/contest. 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to go see the Wiz February 26th against the Blazers. Remember the jail Blazers? When like just everybody they had was getting arrested? I feel like that was late 90s, early 2000s. I think that was back when like people still got arrested for weed and everybody was just smoking weed. Yeah, Jailblazers, late 90s, early 2000s. That team was wild, man. It was like Rasheed Wallace.
Was Scottie Pippen on that team?
He was on the Blazers at some point. I don't know if he was on that team. I think of Rasheed and maybe like Zach Randolph. I don't know. Jailblazers is also just an incredibly good name. You remember when Portland was the Jailblazers? When just everybody was getting arrested for smoking weed? I thought. Maybe there were more serious problems. Do you remember those teams?
Mm-hmm.
I think the really good Blazers teams that got cheated out of the Western Conference Finals.
What is Clyde Drexler on the Trailblazers?
So Drexler was on the Trailblazers when they lost to MJ in the finals. Remember like the 3-game where he threw up his hands? But then Drexler got traded to Houston when Houston won those 2 titles when MJ was playing baseball.
Mm-hmm.
But then when the Shaq, Kobe Lakers were really good, the Blazers were really good. And that's when they got completely hosed. I remember a Game 7 Western Conference Finals. Who was the dude? The actual cheating ref. Donaghy?
Yeah.
I think he worked that game and threw it for the Lakers.
Yeah.
And nobody is really, everybody just moves on with their lives.
Well,
right.
They can't go back and change it. They don't know which play he did it on.
Yeah. So the Jailblazers was Damon Stoudemire, Rasheed Wallace, and Zach Randolph. And Rasheed said, "We're not really going to worry about what the hell the fans think about us. They really don't matter to us. They can boo us every day, but they're still going to ask for our autographs when they see us on the street. That's why they're fans and we're NBA players." That was an interesting time for Portland.
Yes, indeed.
I'm sure David Stern was thrilled with
People didn't like that comment, but you know what? It's true.
But they just started to stink. They were really good prior to that, and then they just kind of fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
The Blazers might have most underrated unis in the NBA, though.
Mm-hmm.
Blazers unis are dope. Talking about the Blazers, because we just gave away some Wiz tickets to go see them play the Blazers. I didn't get Landfill's opinion on if he would put a franchise tag on Sam Darnold. I was just curious. Landini.
I think he almost shot himself.
Did what? Franchise tag at the quarterback position probably only costs you.
When you ask the question, he put a gun to his head. He just shot himself.
Franchise tag for a quarterback's probably about $42 million, Landfill. You doing that for Sammy D?
It's only 42 for a franchise tag for a quarterback?
I think that Sam Darnold should be he's a franchise quarterback in the XFL, whatever they call it now. The UFL?
UFL.
Yeah.
Hold on.
DC Defenders, baby.
The franchise tag is $42 million?
This is hard to figure out because
that sounds like transition.
If it's top 5 of the NFL, right? It's average of the top 5. Dak's making 60, Burrow's making 55, Jordan Love's making 55, Trevor Lawrence making 55.
That can't be 40.
Tua's at 53. So that number should be
50 something.
56-ish.
Yeah.
I'll have to double check that.
They must have a stink clause in his.
Dude, from over the cap, the franchise tag for quarterbacks for 2025. Now, these are all projected. Is $41 million. The transition's $35.
So is the 65 and stuff like that also included with signing bonuses?
This is important. This is an important little note here. Ready? Franchise and transition tenders are calculated by adding the respective tag numbers divided by the sum of the salary caps from the previous 5 seasons. So it's not just this year. It's over the last 5 years.
Last 5 years. Oh, they slipped that in there, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
I wasn't like that when this stuff began.
Yeah, that obviously, if you could backdate it 5 years, what do you think the top quarterback was making in 2020?
2020, about 30, 31.
I don't know, but yeah, I mean, that's.
Well, you asked a question. I thought you had the answer.
I mean, I'm just throwing it out. Like, I'm looking it up. I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, we know when you ask questions, you already know the answer. That's why you don't have answers. You always ask us.
I think Mahomes made 45, Russ made 35, Ben Roethlisberger 34, Rodgers at 33, and Jared Goff at 33.
But you had to do the previous 5 years.
From the Rams.
You had to do the previous 5 years.
I'm telling you, 2020.
So
that's why the numbers can be so low.
So it goes all the way back there. Wow.
I mean, isn't that the last 5 years? 20,
that's
20,
crazy.
21, 22, 23?
But shouldn't it be the average of the last 5 years, not just 5 years ago?
No, I think it's the average of all those numbers. But if you go back to that in 5 years ago, the average is, you got Pat pulling it up, but the average is still going to be 36.
36, 37. I think they have grown a lot more than 6 million.
I agree with you, but Over the Cap knows what they're saying. I don't think they're wrong. I think maybe they are able to do something where, like, signing bonuses don't count or something.
Yeah, that's mostly a manipulation of it.
I think if there's one thing we know the NFL does is manipulate contracts to their benefit.
Mm-hmm.
But just so we're clear, Landfill, you're going to give Darnold the 42, right?
42,000.
Yo, from a true football perspective, not even doing bits about Sam Darnold, that's an easy no from me. Unless you think you can trade him or something.
Man, I saw the guy play in those last 2 games, and you are going to remember the final things you saw. And in those 2 games, he is not worth $30 million.
My thought, specific to Darnold, you drafted J.J. McCarthy last year, who I really like, and I think he'll be a stud. Who knows with the injury? That can obviously impact stuff. And I understand this ain't pretty, but you have Daniel Jones there. You signed him.
What's that saying?
This time last year, what was having Sam Darnold saying? If you need somebody that can give you 4 or 5 games, the way Kevin O'Connell coaches the position, the amount of skill position talent they have all over the field, until your stud rookie is ready, I would rather be paying Danny dimes than Sam Darnold dollars.
I know. Sam Darnold is gone from Minnesota.
A lot of folks don't think it's that cut and dry.
Well, I'm thinking he's gone from Minnesota.
I think he's got it.
People can think what they want to think. Did you see O'Connell on the sideline when Darnold was sitting there holding that damn football? The dude basically, his face said all kind of curse words, and he wanted to strangle him. If they bring him back, I guarantee it's not because of O'Connell.
I would not do it. I would hope that JJ is going to be ready for the beginning of camp, and if he's not, Danny Dimes, let's see if you can control yourself. Because there have been snippets.
Don't they have another quarterback there too?
I don't know.
They got Daniel Jones. They had McCarthy. They had Darnold, and there was one more quarterback. Because it was like they had a slew of them on that roster. So when Daniel Jones came, that made him the 4th quarterback.
On the roster right now, Brett Rippon?
Whoever. I was another quarterback there.
I don't know. On the active roster at the end of the season, Nick Mullins. Is that who you're thinking of?
All right.
Oh, here's what I know. The body of work from Daniel Jones in his time with the Giants, it wasn't great, but there were highs. And he showed more, frankly, on the field in the NFL than Darnold had. And whether it was O'Connell or Darnold or Jefferson, whoever deserves the credit, they're able to get that last year out of Darnold. I am comfortable rolling with Daniel Jones, Nick Mullins until JJ's ready. I'm not paying this dude $40 million.
No, I agree with that totally. I just still don't believe that Daniel Jones is a good quarterback.
I don't either. But a year ago, you didn't think Darnold was.
But it don't work like that in pro football. Just because one guy did it, don't mean the other guy's going to do it.
But the point to me is I'm getting to McCarthy. And if
I can get to McCarthy, I'm going to get to him, but I'm not giving $42 million. I'm going to figure out a way. Hell, I might go with Mullins.
Terrific. I know I'm not paying Darnold. and whether it takes me 4 games, 6 games, my plan is to get to McCarthy, and I'm just not going to spend a lot at that position.
Mhm.
Jones and Mullins are costing you nothing. What is crazier, specific to Darnold, someone's going to pay him $40 million.
Yeah, somebody will.
You know what's great? We're not opening the phone lines. What do you think about Sam Darnold for the Commanders?
No,
Like,
you're not.
the days of trying to talk
And if
ourselves
somebody
into
calls
some
to talk about
dumbass
that, hang up
quarterback.
on them.
See, nobody's calling to talk about it.
Okay.
Like
Saying.
the days of trying to talk ourselves into the latest bum quarterback is very refreshing. It's very, very refreshing. When we come back, Neil Greenberg joins the show.
The NFL announcing that the Los Angeles Chargers will be one of the teams playing in Brazil as the season begins next year. In the Nationals camp, Mark Zuckerman of Masson reporting that right-hander Lucas Sims is at the Nationals camp today. The 30-year-old reliever is signing a major league deal. The deal hasn't been officially announced yet. First game for the Nats is February 22nd. Not one to remember for Virginia Tech, losing to Boston College 54-36. Donald Hand Jr. had 16, snapping the Eagles' 4-game skid. Virginia Tech scored 11 points in the first half, their worst since 1935 against North Carolina. Upsets in the top 25, Michigan State beat Purdue. Mississippi State over Texas A&M. TCU drops Texas Tech. BYU rocks Kansas 91-57 behind 22 from Richie Saunders. Head coach Kevin Young. The team is playing together.
Really proud of our team for being mature and being able to handle the deeper rotation and having joy for their teammate, when they're not the one that's actually out there doing it. I think, a combination of all that has really got the guys in a good place.
Men's college basketball schedule tonight. American is at Army. George Washington welcomes St. Joe's to the Smith Center in a key A-10 battle at 7 p.m. Georgetown hosting Providence 6:45 on Team 980. The Commanders have signed Jesse Madden as offensive quality control coach. The 21-year-old won a national championship with the Wolverines at Michigan, and he's the grandson of legendary coach and broadcaster John Madden. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Ozzy, baby. Only one dude badass enough to have Ozzy as his walk-up music, and that is our friend, Mr. Neil Greenberg. You can find all Neil's work in the Washington Post. He's a sports writer and a stats geek, not a nerd, for the Washington Post. You can follow him on X and Instagram at @ngreenberg. Yo, what's up, buddy? How are you?
I'm doing super. How are you?
I'm going to start where I never really thought I would. Zach Leonsis tweeted out that professional chess is coming to the world, and you are intrigued by it. Is there a market out there for chess? This is news to me.
I think there's a market out there for Magnus Carlsen, who is kind of like the bad boy of chess right now. He's really good. He's really young. And if there's anybody that can kind of package this in a way that's interesting to a new audience, I do think Monumental is one to do it because they're not afraid to take risks in programming. They're starting to experiment with different things like alternative broadcasts. So I think it's interesting. And chess is not going to be like riveting back and forth type stuff, but there is a market for chess. I think also
might be more exciting than the NBA All-Star game.
It might be, which isn't difficult, but at least they got two of the biggest personalities in chess, and that's the start, right? Because chess has been around for forever, but the personality part of it, and to put some pizzazz behind it, I think is interesting. Yeah.
Okay, but everything today is
this guy
mobile.
has 1.1 million followers on Twitter.
Okay,
Magnus Carlsen.
I've heard the name, but I'm still saying, if it's a young man sport, everything is turned to the young people and how they do things. How many young people go sit down and watch it?
It depends if it's on.
Well,
on
yeah.
Twitch.
Look, I'm not saying that this is gonna be like the next pickleball, but I am saying that I'm always intrigued by breathing new life into something like chess, which is largely boring.
Yeah. Do they play it as a video game or with the actual chessboard and pieces?
No, it's going to be the chess pieces, but
Okay.
you can. Team Liquid is obviously a very successful esports competition group. Maybe they. I just think that it opens up possibilities.
It's
I think at the very least, chess is about to see something new, something exciting, possibly starting with one of the most electrifying players in the sport. I think it's very interesting. It's definitely appealing to me.
Electrifying. I promise you this, Greenberg. I never would have asked you about chess if football season was still going on. I don't know. I think it's cool to take risks. I'm actually curious, B. You and I have never, as far as I can remember, ever discussed chess. But the way you think, did you ever play growing up?
Nope.
I am awful at chess.
Okay, I probably am. But
I want to be good at chess. I have tried to be good at chess. I am awful at chess. I bet you my 6-year-old could beat me at chess right now.
my 6-year-old
I just
beat me
don't
at
have
Uno
like the
last night.
concentration to think, 12 moves ahead. I forget. I want to know what's for lunch. Like my mind just goes in too many different places to focus too much on chess. I want to be good at it. I am not good.
Greenberg, if your mind
Well,
can't
I
stay
can't be the
occupied,
spokesperson for it because you know what? My mind don't even go to it.
let's go to something our minds do go to. The NFL. We're in this weird time, Neil, where there's no games, but we know free agency's coming. As you watch kind of what appears to be unfolding with the Cincinnati Bengals, and you model it all out, and I know everybody was high on Cincy, and the defense was just so bad, but that thing seems like it's on a foundation that could completely fall apart.
Yeah, I mean it's look, the window in the NFL can close very quickly. And you have a lot of things that you need to manage with the NFL, the salary cap. You have a lot of players that are integral parts of both the offense and defense. And then, it's a violent sport. So, someone's performance can take a severe dip for a myriad of reasons. But yeah, I mean, Bengals are kind of showing, what's happening with T. Higgins and, how many bites of the apple do you give, Joe Burrow in its current form. And, there's just a lot of decisions to be made. And I don't know if it's a cautionary tale as much, but, it definitely shows that you need to go all in when you have the chance to go all in. And we kind of talked about this during the Commanders season, which was, they accelerated their turnaround time. So I really love what they did last year in terms of, trying to make sure that they made the most of it and getting to the NFC Conference Championship game. This offseason will be important because I do think that, they have a limited window to get things done. A lot of money, very good quarterback, obviously some needs. We'll see what happens.
Well, we look at how good Joe Burrow is, and he's saying that they should spend money like the Eagles. But the Eagles are in a situation everybody don't end up in. Their defense is ran by a bunch of young dudes on rookie contracts that are damn good. So you can throw all that money at the offensive players. Right now, the Eagles, Cleveland, the Bengals don't have that same defense, and they got a guy who's a good pass rusher who wants his money. If they throw all the money to two receivers and the quarterback, they are going to be a team that's not constructed properly.
That's right, and this is why the draft is so important. This is why the front office is so important. I mean, you have to know what players. You have to know not only what players are going to be worth the money, but then you have to integrate them into your organization, right? And that's on many levels: culture, coaching, schematic, etc. I mean, it's not just so much paying money and get a guy in here and makes a difference. There's very few NFL players that can do that outside of the quarterback, and even the quarterback's not like an end-all, be-all in that regard of a team. So yeah, you have to be very strategic, and we kind of talked about this also. Like if you make one wrong decision, has such a cascading effect, both on the field, in the draft, in the salary cap, etc. Like it's really hard to unwind. And, the Eagles, like you said, have done it really well. They were able to tear the team down and build it back up. They're built very strong, and it allows them to get a guy like Barkley to put behind an offensive line that's really good at creating space, and then he just has a banner year. But if someone else got Barkley, I don't know if he would have been as successful because the offensive line isn't that good, it isn't as cohesive. So there's just a lot of moving parts. But yeah, I mean, Philadelphia is the gold standard right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. B and I were talking about it. Like, the Eagles just don't miss. They don't have that bad contract sitting on their books. The biggest one they have is Bryce Huff, who had a bad year after they signed him in free agency, but it's not that much. And listen, if you don't miss, you can pay a lot of people because they're never underperforming their deal, and they generally sign guys before it's legit free agency. They're rarely going top of market free agent market to pay up. It's, we're going to pay up our guys a year before. We're going to get the contract done early. They're a great example of drafting well and conducting your own business in-house well, whereas the Bengals proved to be this example of drafting well and then just ruining things once it's all in-house.
Yeah, I kind of feel like the Bengals thought that Joe Burrow would be able to carry a lot more perhaps than they thought. And I'm not saying that Joe Burrow is not a good quarterback. He's a fantastic quarterback. But I think also we're kind of seeing the limits of what a very good quarterback can do for a club, because if you don't have those complementary pieces, everything can and will fall apart. Or at the very least, you'll be underwhelming. And, I think that's why it's important that it's all, we brought up chess before. It's all a chess game, right? Like, you have to, keep moving stuff around, and you have to think ahead, and you have to make the right decisions. And, one bad decision really could torpedo your whole thing.
It's wild, man. Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude is the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Of course, you can follow all of Greenberg's work at ngreenberg on X. Dude, question for you. Would you pay Sam Darnold $40 million to be your quarterback?
Oh, boy.
The correct answer is no.
It's not so much as like who, it's more like when. Like, who else is available that you're going to be able to put under center to elevate the quarterback position? I mean, he was 14th in ESPN's quarterback rating, which was like 60.4, which means like you'd expect him to be able to win you 10 games, which, is a lot. But then you have to contend with those clunkers that we saw in the postseason, which could kind of, undo everything that you've gotten to that point. I think it depends on the team, but yes, because again, elevating the quarterback position even from below average to average is very good in the NFL. I do think Sam Darnold has shown he can be an above average quarterback, but when does the clunker come? Like, that's the thing. So it's tough, but again, it's not a matter of who, it's a matter of when. If you're one of the only quarterbacks that are available, the market's going to inflate your price.
Now, looking at Washington right now, how they're sitting with their salary cap and all, and we know that they have Jaden. We know how this team is constructed. What in your mind would be the best way to start moving forward? Is it adding offensive pieces, skill position, or trying to build a defense?
I think you have to be able to neutralize Philly. I think the worst thing that happened to Washington this season is that the Super Bowl champion is in their division.
Yeah.
Because they now have two hurdles that they have to jump through, right? They have to be the best in their division and then in the NFC. So I think you have to be able to neutralize Philadelphia, and I really do think that that's like an edge rusher to get to the quarterback, fortify the defensive line. Also, you need a corner and you need offensive line help. I mean, really, like, those are, I don't know if like the offensive skill positions are what's really needed right now. I just think you have to figure out a way to stop Philly's pass rush, and also to be able to create on your own. And the edge rusher is obviously important in that, but so is the corner, because if you can get 1 extra second to get to the cornerback, that really does make a huge difference in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, the skill positions, Kingsbury's shown that he's able to kind of scheme things open. Jaden's been able to do what he does. I think you kind of see what you have there and work on everything else.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg on the Rude Guest Hotline. I want to switch it up. Generally, when I'm asking you about hockey, it is about the Caps specifically. But this Four Nations thing, I knocked it because I just wanted to watch Caps hockey when the Super Bowl ended. And it has completely sucked me in. It is awesome to watch. A lot of it was just the way the U.S.-Canada game started the other night with all the fights.
I love it.
We get that U.S.-Canada game tomorrow night. What are you expecting? What are you I don't even know what the lines are, like who's favored, any of it.
USA, I think, is a slight favorite. I am expecting a high-scoring game because I think these teams want to embarrass the other one. Like, I don't think they just want to win. I think, obviously, it's very personal. They want to they want to drub them out of the building. So I'm expecting some fireworks, goal scoring, maybe not so much as the fighting. There's some injury concerns. I mean, Canada is just so good in these tournaments. I want to say, like, Crosby's won 20-something straight games in these type of tournaments. They have obviously just a stellar group on both sides. But I do like U.S. They are able to get in the high danger areas. They are able to get into the slot, and they're physical, and that does take a toll. So I am backing USA in this one.
All right, go Americans.
I think you should have just thought about it when they had the Four Nations. I don't care what nations it were. They were, when you finally get the competition, that pride comes out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think this, it doesn't get much bigger than USA, Canada, and this type of thing. So yeah, and I think it's great that people are getting drawn in, much like they did when Oshie had the 70, shootout goals in a row during, the Olympic. Like, that was what everyone was talking about. I think that these type of moments are what get people at least interested in hockey, and then maybe they see the product and they get a little more interested.
The opposite of that was NBA All-Star Weekend. Is there anything that can be done?
I don't know. I mean, I think all these mid-season exposition type stuff is getting boring, right? Like, we've seen the Pro Bowl, kind of become blah. I mean, the NHL tried to do the draft thing, and it was just, a bunch of drunk guys waiting to be picked last for a car. And, NBA obviously is, everyone's talking about how boring it is. I don't know. I mean, no one really cares. I mean, baseball tried to make it meaningful with home field advantage in the World Series. I mean, I think that was silly. You just have to look. You have to try different things. Skills competition, I don't really think anyone really cares about. I think there needs to be more like fan involvement. What I loved, my favorite All-Star experience was when the Vote for Rory campaign was during the NHL, and they were just trying to get some grinder in the All-Star game, and they were creating political attack ads on different players and just make it fun. That's the type of thing that I like. Let's get people in that maybe would never get in, fan vote style, fan favorite type stuff, and just try to get a little more interest that way by making it weird. I don't necessarily need to watch a basketball game where no one plays defense and the score is 200 to 200.
Or we can just start. We know what to expect, but we watch the game every year and we expect something else. If you know what you're getting and you look at that, you won't be pissed off.
Right.
But we look at the game.
Yeah.
We look at football, say, oh, well, they're not playing. We're going to just let them play some games. Basketball, they at least tried something different this year, where they had get the fastest of 40. I thought that was more competitive.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just, I mean, the dunk competition used to be the huge highlight, and now
Well, I mean, I see they were scared to dunk against the young man. Young man doing all that stuff. Hell,
But like I remember,
He
like
looked like
Fred
he's
Webb,
fine.
right?
He's
Like
not
that
even
used to
in
be.
the NBA though.
well, they signed him to a 10-day contract.
Yo,
Yeah. When you're
Beeman-
making more money in dunk contests than you are in the NBA, like that's weird.
Hey, when you got a skill, utilize it.
Yo, I'm with you. I'm with you. But like he could fall on a lot of people and no one would know who he was, right? Like I think part of the All-Star game too is to
Pride of
is
Georgetown for like a year.
is to like extend your reach a little bit. I don't know. I've never been a fan of All-Star games, MLB, NBA, NHL. Like that's just not my thing. But just make it all a skills competition. Make it like what was that TV show? It was like Battle of the Network Stars or something. Like make it something like that where you have the athletes and like famous people go at it.
Greenberg, Landfill wants me to go to break, so I won't be able to ask you about fartleks, which is something you tweeted about. We'll save that for next week. Sounds good. Thanks, buddy. Love you guys. Talk to you soon. That is Neil Greenberg from the Washington Post. Give him a follow at @ngreenberg. I'm going to let B-Mitch read the next question Landfill has on the show sheet.
I don't read it. Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's 150 extra bucks to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, and even who's cutting down the nets. JP is going to be pulling for Maryland, and let's see if Maryland can get into the tournament and make some noise. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. The LA Chargers will open the season with a game in Brazil. The Commanders could beat that opponent, or the Commanders could play Miami in Spain. They face the Dolphins and Chargers next season. Right-handed pitcher Lucas Sims has signed a major league deal with the Washington Nationals 1 year, and that means that Mason Thompson has been moved to the 60-day IL. 353 strikeouts and 306 career innings for Sims, but he does have a high walk rate as well. NBA is back tonight with the Hornets against the Lakers. The Wizards get back against Milwaukee Friday night. Capitals at Pittsburgh Saturday at 3. TheWindowman.com is the educational window company. They educate, you decide. The only way you'll sign a contract with TheWindowman.com during your initial consultation is if you demand it. No pressure, games, or gimmicks. Visit TheWindowman.com or their all-new Fairfax showroom. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It as a rock. That's what this love is. We got solid as a rock.
Be Mitch singing. Who requested this?
Ha 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 ha. Whoa.
Just let him go, dude. Yo, White Brian, your video for today on YouTube is B. Mitch sings solid as a rock. That's a no-brainer, dude.
Yeah, man.
I want to talk about this Chargers thing. So the Chargers are officially playing the NFL opener in Brazil.
Okay.
That much we know. I've had one dude. How can I describe this dude? One dude who is on the field for games in various locations has told me it's Washington week 1 in Brazil. Like, I've heard that from a dude.
A dude that plays?
I can't get specific.
You
not a player.
Guys on the field.
Not a player.
A referee.
No.
Coach.
There's a lot of people on the field. So I don't know that it's accurate, but I've had one dude for some time telling me it's going to be Washington Chargers in Brazil week 1.
Well, you believe that the Commanders are going to be playing the Eagles in week 1 because of the...
No, that was NFL nerd.
Well,
there's a lot of theories out there. A lot of people think they're going to play Miami and Madrid.
Sense. That makes more sense than going to play them in the opening week, playing the Chargers. The Madrid thing, I've heard.
I've heard that too. Here's what I thought would be a fun exercise. I have no idea how much it costs to get to Brazil, but I'm on Google Flights right now. All right, so the game is Friday the 5th, right? So I'm looking at Wednesday to Sunday. Maybe we come home Saturday. I don't know what this travel entails. Let's try to come home Saturday. All right. Wednesday to Saturday.
Where are you flying into?
The game's in Sao Paulo. I just put Sao Paulo. I don't know the airport situation down there.
Brazil.
Apparently, it appears there are no nonstops. Oh, there is. Shout out to United.
Hey, that's where I'm at.
Damn. You see the cost of this joint?
$8.38.
I see 10:30 p.m. You land at 9:30 the next morning out of Dulles.
I see 11:30 out of Dulles, land at 10:20.
You land at GRU.
978.
The name of the Sao Paulo airport is GRU. Sao Paulo Guarulhos Governor Andre Franco Montoro International Airport.
We're going some other ones lower now on different airlines.
But if you want nonstop, this is the only one I see. In Landfill, do you know how much a nonstop flight from DC to Sao Paulo is for this game?
$830.
I got it at $2,300.
Well, you
Good Lord.
What side are you on?
What days are you guys traveling?
What day you say it is?
I'm going September 3rd, coming back September 6th.
Okay, I'm gonna change the dates.
Maybe I messed something up. I'm on Google Flights.
September 3rd. Come back September when? 8th?
6th.
6th.
Coming back to Saturday. After the game's Friday night, come back the next day.
So let's these dates. Okay.
Shout out to Gru.
Well, they're telling you straight up that. Come on.
Maybe I need a different website.
Yeah. Maybe your website is called Rob a Fool.
I just wonder for Commanders fans what the barrier to entry.
Yeah, I got 666, the Devil's flight.
Nonstop?
No.
Yeah, that's. I mean, you're talking about a 10-hour flight. I think nonstop is fairly important.
I think you'd be stopping in Bogota.
I have done that. When I went to Peru, we stopped in Bogota. Or maybe Medellin. The Avianca flight, is that what you're looking at? I can't.
Well,
I think flying back on that Saturday is a lot more expensive.
I don't know why yours is just throwing up those dates for you like that, but I'm gonna look at it nonstop like this. Everything else looks the same. They all look like it's 11 hours to fly.
It does. Well, some of them. If you
go nonstop, it jumps up to 2,200.
I found a nonstop coming back Sunday for $1,800.
$2,284 nonstop.
Commanders fans will travel. There's an undoubted commitment to travel.
I don't think they care about stopping somewhere.
Okay, but even with a stop, it looks like it's like $1,500.
No, a stop is $600 something on one thing, $900 on others, $800 on some.
How many Commanders fans you think are traveling to Brazil for this game?
A lot.
What is that number though? 2,000? 5,000? Like in Philly, there were a lot.
I can see
Tampa, there were a ton.
I can see 2,000. Rally captain will lead the way.
Like there are people I know. Rally captain and tailgate Ted will be there. There are others. Drew Cohen, I think, would be there.
He's gonna drive. He's starting today.
How long, Jeff? Can you find out how long of a drive it is? To Brazil?
No, you can't drive there.
You just catch it.
You can't drive.
You go over the Panama Canal.
You can't drive there.
Why not?
How about you go do it?
How long? I mean, I don't know how good the roads are once you hit kind of Central America. I'm kind of joking. I know that nobody actually would. I just wonder if you physically can.
You probably can. Probably gonna take you so long you're gonna wish you never did. If you make it there.
That can't be accurate.
What?
A flight is 13, 14 hours, depending on what happens. I don't. This is so stupid. I think at some point you're going to hit a real barrier to entry for people to go to that game.
I don't know what this flight is. This airline is right here. Aviance, and it's
I think that's the Colombian joint. Avianca.
$670-something.
All right, you're stopping in Bogota. How long is your trip?
13 hours, 10 minutes.
So that's not that bad because it was 11 going nonstop, right?
I would take that flight before I pay $2,200 to fly some damn well.
Yeah. You think that game, if week one for the Commanders is in Dallas, or not a home game, but like a standard travel road game, and I'm going to exclude Philly and New York because those are drivable. Somewhere you're probably going to have to fly. Dallas, they play Kansas City, Minnesota, like a place like that.
Minnesota, that's away.
I'm saying you got to fly. I'm saying it's non-drivable. But what do you think the amount of fans at Dallas or Kansas City or Minnesota, somewhere where you need to fly, versus Brazil is going to be? Like how big of a decrease?
If that thing pops up and you say we're going to Brazil, that will be like that. It
becomes an event.
It becomes the the bucket list type of event for people. A lot of people haven't been to Brazil, and they want to go on a road trip to see their team play. They going to Brazil.
It becomes like a really cool opportunity to go to Brazil. You know what I mean? You know what? F it. I'm gonna. Especially if you are younger and don't have kids, like don't have a family, and it's like, you know what? This might cost me. What do you figure this trip is going to cost? 3 G's, 5 G's?
They're more than that.
Like I don't think it's going to be cheap once you get there either.
Yeah.
You got to get a hotel and whatever game tickets are. Like, but if I was 28 and single and a huge Skins fan, like I was when I was 28 and single, I might come up with 5 G's to go to Brazil for a couple nights.
I don't know, Jay.
Really?
You gotta be a little smarter.
It'd be fun.
You might want to just wait and go to Miami somewhere.
Well, here's what I do know. If they get Brazil, they're not going to get Madrid. You're not getting 2 international games.
No. I'm saying
year.
you want to just go to Miami because,
B, you can spend 5 G's in Miami too, dude.
Yeah.
John Keim joins the program at noon.
B. Mitch here. You know I'm a passionate cyclist, and now I'm thrilled to join the motorcycle community. After meeting with Law Tigers, I am so psyched to ride. Safety will always be my only priority, and I feel better riding knowing that Law Tigers has my back. They've been helping injured riders for over 20 years. But check this out. They partnered with Harley-Davidson of D.C. to give away a custom 50th anniversary Caps Fans Harley. Go to capsfansbike.com, the Law Tigers, the motorcycle lawyers. LawTigers.com. Kalfas and Nachman. Olivia Donahue.
high intensity. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to Rally Captain. He's listening. He says, don't worry, he's going to have packages. Brazil, Spain.
Rally Captain, I better not see you with no
Mars.
mankini on.
Jeff, Greg says I might be in trouble in Brazil. That I might stand out. You think I'd be concerned down there?
Yo, JP, they'll probably look at you and be like, "Oh my gosh, I never seen ears that big."
Speaking of my appearance, I'm kind of surprised, but I appreciate you guys being kind to me this morning.
Who kind to you?
You.
Where?
My Rudolph is back, dog. You don't see it?
Bro, I'm not looking that close to your damn face. What's wrong with you?
So I've had this outrage. I don't even think it's a zit anymore. I think it's like an alien life form.
You look like an alien life form, you said?
Nah, man. Remember I had this in Tampa?
Oh, yeah.
It's back.
Now that you pointed it out, I can see it.
So it's weirdly like.
Why does it sound like I'm in like a hallway?
When the gummy hits, B, I don't know. I think I'm going to the doctor, Brian. I've had enough of this. I'm going to the dermatologist. I don't know what is going on. There's like something.
You might be a damn reindeer.
You imagine turn 43 and then all of a sudden you turn into a neon reindeer? It's driving me nuts. It won't go away. It like comes from the inside of my nose. So shout out to my wife's dermatologist. They made me an appointment.
It may be some type of allergic thing.
What do you think it is, Landfill? You think I'm going to survive?
He hope you know.
Landfill just openly rooting for my demise with my nose. Here's a complicating factor, though. And I haven't really mentioned this to the nice folks on Nebraska Avenue, but I'm going to the dermatologist today.
Yeah.
Now, this is kind of doable for TV.
All you got to do is throw some damn makeup on it, dog.
I don't like to wear makeup, but I can, right?
But you should wear makeup often.
Well, perhaps. But I can. But what if I have to host All Ears tonight, right? We're live we're live at 8:30. What if what if the dermatologist has to like poke around and do some stuff?
JP, it might do you some good.
Yo, but not immediately.
Yeah, it might.
I feel like it could be kind of a
Jay,
rough
come
look.
on, dog. People are not gonna be looking at your nose that closely. I didn't even notice it until you said it. Why do I sound like I'm in home?
I don't know, B. I don't know. Does your gut tell you? We'll go around the room on this for the Commanders. Brazil, Madrid, or no international trip?
Madrid.
One vote Madrid. Landini.
I vote Brazil.
One vote Brazil. We now have one Madrid, one Brazil.
If they go to the place that you name, you have to go.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Are you going to Brazil, Mr. Mullins?
No, absolutely not.
Jeffrey, Madrid, Brazil, or no international game?
Well, if that's the case, what B said, both. It's like, I'm going with Brazil.
2 votes Brazil, 1 vote Madrid. White Brian.
I'll go with Madrid.
Ooh, 2 and 2. I don't know, man. I've heard a lot of Madrid. What you just said in the commercial break there, Brian, makes a lot of sense. I don't know what the answer will be, man. And sometimes I know there was a game in Germany a couple years ago that a lot of folks were pretty convinced Washington was going to end up going to Germany. Sure enough, they went nowhere. Obviously, they're a much brighter attraction now coming off the NFC title game. I'll go Brazil. Last year was an NFC East team in Brazil. Maybe they like an East Coast team because that you've got the Chargers coming in. Think about the time difference on that. The Brazil is an hour ahead of us, I believe. So like it's about to be noon here. It's about to be 1 o'clock in the afternoon there, which means LA is 4 hours behind. And that game is a Friday night game. I think it's a 7 or 7:30. So that's a 3:30 kick local to LA.
Weird.
I think they're going to want an East Coast team. And
I guess.
I would think so. Do the Giants have any internet? I feel like the poor fans in London are always watching Giants and Jaguars, and it's just like god awful football. Do they have one this year, White Brian? Do you know?
I don't think so, but
They shouldn't.
knowing them, they might be playing in London.
Yeah, they definitely shouldn't, but they definitely might be. London NFL games. Yo, listen to the teams going to London this year. The Jets, the Jags,
Wow.
and the Browns.
The Jets, Jags, and Browns. Wow, that's not good.
Yo, like, if the point is to grow the game internationally,
Don't send the worst team.
yeah, those guys saw. Is that the top? That's the top 2 in the draft, isn't it? Okay, so Cleveland's 2nd, Jacksonville's 5th, Jets are 7th. Yeah, if you need a silver lining, at least they didn't send Tennessee over there. Although I guess it could still be, we don't know what the matchups are. The one thing that I thought was really interesting in the NFL press release about the Chargers going to Brazil is they said the reveal of who they're playing won't happen until schedule release in early May. They're going to drag that out. Usually they announce these international games kind of in advance of the full schedule release.
Oh, okay.
Not to say we might not learn it before then.
Well,
but
no, sooner or later.
Sooner or later.
Soon enough.
Soon enough, John Keim joins the program.
What?
Headlines this hour have the LA Chargers opening their season with a game in Brazil. The opponent could be the Commanders. Also, the Commanders could be the opponent for the road game in Spain against Miami. Major League Baseball for the Washington Nationals. They've signed veteran right-hander Lucas Sims, most recently with the Red Sox, also pitched for the Reds. It is a one-year Major League Baseball deal. To clear that spot on the 40-man roster, the Nationals placed Mason Thompson on the 60-day IL. Sims has 353 strikeouts in 306 innings, but also a high walk rate. College basketball last night, Boston College defeated Virginia Tech 54-36. Donald Hand Jr. had 16. Tech scored just 11 points in the first half. Upsets, Michigan State beat Purdue, Mississippi State over Texas A&M, and TCU stunned Texas Tech. The biggest upset, BYU over Kansas, 91-57. They had assists on all 15 baskets in the first half. Head coach Kevin Young.
Honestly, I didn't have anything to do with it. That's our guys just playing the way we want to play. In terms of, I wasn't doing anything special in the game. It's a product of, our coaching staff and what we do in practice and the players, buy into, the way we want to play. And that's an amazing stat. Someone told me that at halftime. It's incredible.
Tonight, GW welcomes St. Joe's on Monumental at 7. Georgetown hosting Providence, 6:45 on Team 980. American is at Army. Navy is at Colgate. Capitals travel to Pittsburgh Saturday at 3 p.m. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. And time for us to talk to our friend, Mr. John Keim, ESPN, the John Keim Report. What's up, Johnny? How are you, buddy?
What up, guys? How are you, man?
Sure, man. What's happening with you?
We're good, man. We're kicking around the idea of an international game for the
What do
Commanders.
you think it's going to be?
Well, I want it to be in Madrid. I'm gearing up. I'm bracing for Brazil, but I want it to be in Madrid.
Do you not want Brazil specifically, or
Brazil
you
be
just
the
want
first week?
Madrid would be middle of the season.
Okay.
Brazil's
Madrid
opening weekend.
I mean, Brazil would be opening week. I don't want it to be.
Yeah, I prefer Madrid. I like Spain, so that's part of it. I don't know about Brazil. I know Standig was talking about getting new Speedo, hitting the beaches down there. I don't
Well,
know.
I damn sure not going to Brazil then. If that's the case, I don't want to be nowhere near that country.
The only thing, the tough part with Brazil is last year, all you heard about was traffic problems and this and that, that. I don't know that it sounded great, but I've never been to South. I'm not going to turn it down. I've never been to South America, so I think that would be kind of cool. But if I had the choice, I would prefer Madrid.
Yeah,
and the other thing, JP, with that too, the one thing you get Brazil. Then you may have a later bye week. In other words, not that week, right?
Yeah, totally.
If you get Madrid and it's in week 6, your bye week is week 7, which is fine, but you like it a few weeks later. But I think this team greatly benefited from a later bye week this year. So you'd have an earlier bye week, and then you'd have, with 17 game seasons, in the playoffs like this, I'd rather have middle to late bye weeks at this point.
Sure. That's a good point. I don't know that either will happen, right? There were a couple of years ago, you and I remember talking, really thought there was a Germany trip coming, and then it ended up not happening. I do think, though, Washington is a much juicier ticket now with Jaden Daniels, and I think Jaden Daniels is the kind of guy that can actually move the the needle nationally and hell, maybe internationally.
Well, that's why that's why I think I would guess that it would happen, right? Just because of him. And they're so much more marketable because of him. And he's a guy that could be not just the face of a franchise, but if he keeps on this trajectory, does he become a face of the league or the face of the league in a few years? So why not introduce him internationally now? And they haven't been anywhere since 2016. It just makes sense. And there are 2 games on the schedule with the Dolphins and the Chargers that it would make sense to take that one overseas. So it does make sense that they would play there this year. At some point, you got to put them back there. And it seems like it's setting up for them this year, but who knows?
I'm with you, and I'm hoping that they go to Madrid also.
Yeah, the only question, the one thing with Brazil, you're probably there all week. With Madrid, you could go when they went to London last time. Remember, they went over
Thursday night.
They took the red eye Thursday night, so you're not really there all that long.
Gosh, you remember where that?
I think they'll go before Thursday if they go there this time.
My guess is
they have better people in charge.
Well, thank you, and that's the other thing because you point to the Arizona trip last year. They would not have done that with the previous ownership. So I think this group
Hell
would
no,
understand,
it'd been stayed at Motel 6.
It's just a matter of spending money, and they try not to do that.
Yeah.
Do you remember where the practice was in London? It was at that rugby club.
Yeah.
And there were just empty kegs all over the place.
Yes, I do.
You trying
remember.
to see if there's anything left in it?
No, man, it was.
Well, in fairness, Mitch was there before we got there, so maybe
You got a point.
Talking.
No, it was fun being over there, but you really only listen. You're there to work.
Yeah, it's not
so
that.
Yeah, and so it's not like you're exploring all day and all night, whatever. You get it. You are there to work, and so you have to. That's part of the deal. But at least when we were there, you had the Saturday where you could go do something. And that was
I
cool.
went there for NFL Europe, and I spent 2 weeks straight. I explored. I was working, but I was exploring. So you go to Spain, know some areas you can go to.
Oh yeah, listen, yeah. And if you're there, but again, if you're there all week, then you have more of a chance to go out to dinner, to do stuff, and actually, get a feel for the place versus, a rush trip. But yeah, whatever. I think either would be kind of cool because it'd be different. And I think it's where this franchise is at that I think the league would want to take advantage. I mean, shoot, JP, I'm expecting, several primetime games this year.
All of them, man.
So,
they're going to max it out. Talking with our friend John Keim. You can read his work at ESPN.com. You can give him a follow at John_Keim, Keim. Check out on YouTube, the John Keim Report. Dude, so next week we'll be in Indy. Adam Peters going to talk. Dan Quinn's going to talk. All the rumor mill will start to go bananas. I don't know how real a pursuit of Myles Garrett is. It doesn't seem like a pursuit of T. Higgins is real at all.
Right.
Deebo Samuel's very much a real, at least possibility. Kind of getting ready for the combine. What is your mind about possible big swings from Washington?
Well, I think the big swing would be Myles Garrett. And, I think if you're going to take a big swing, you're going to take it in a guy who's a defensive game changer. And that's what he is. And so the other thing with him, if you went that route, and then of course, everything depends on the cost, right? So let's say they decide okay, the cost is worth it. Well, if you get a guy like that, he's 29 years old. You're going to give him an extension. So let's say you have him for at least 3 or 4 years, right? When his contract, if you want to start getting out of his contract, that's when Jaden Daniels' contract is up. So in other words, it fits nicely into that time frame of when you can take advantage of a Jaden Daniels contract, because that's the whole ability behind having a guy in his spot that you can take advantage of that. And this is one way to do it. The question then is, because obviously Adam Peters, very big proponent of building through the draft. How does this impact that ability? Well, if you take away this, let's say they made the trade before the draft. Now it might be after, because there are a lot of financial ramifications with Garrett's contract. But let's say for this purpose, it's before the draft. We've given up the 29th pick. And if you get Myles Garrett, you're kind of expecting to pick low next year as well.
Yeah.
And so you're talking about 2 low first-round picks for if that's what it costs. And maybe I'm sure there's some machinations where you get something back, whatever. So you're getting a defensive game changer for 3 or 4 years or so and what are you giving up? So I think like that's the one. If you're going to take a swing, that would make sense. So with Debo, you could get him for a lower round pick at most, and then I think it may be to a point because you look at like this receiver. There are going to be some interesting receivers that come free. I mean, what if Christian Kirk comes free? He's got a high cap number for the Jaguars, and he played for Cliff Kingsbury. So do you have to go send a draft pick to 49ers for Debo, or can you just say like, we like him if they like him, but there are other guys that are going to be available. And so you don't have to go do that for a receiver. And T. Higgins I just think that would be a lot at that position. Yeah. I think they showed, Jaden Daniels gives you so much flexibility because of the contract, but also because of the talent, that they had a really good offense with, a rotating door at number 2 receiver, as Dan Quinn said would happen. I mean, look at what they did with, and so you don't, there will be interesting guys available. I think that wouldn't be as costly, whether, and some in the draft, but some others in free agency that, make more sense. But I'd want to spend on the O-line and then if you can get that defensive game changer like Garrett, then you're in good shape.
If you look at what they did last year, and it may make you take a pause when it comes down to trying to get the top receivers out there.
For sure. Sure.
But I think defensively, they have to put some interest into that tremendously.
Yes. I mean, they have to improve there. And, it's funny because, I was looking at this stat, like defenses against the run, like they were bottom 3 or 4. Of the bottom 11 teams against the run last year, 1 made the playoffs. I think it was. I think that's the stat. It's pretty, so like it's hard to consistently do that when you're not better against the run. So you want to get better there. But I think if, or at least more game-changing plays, whether, in terms of forms of turnovers. Mm-hmm. And they weren't great in that area this year either. So get guys who can do that. And, so I think, I'd want to get another corner if I'm them. But I think this is a good draft for corners that would have the size and the length that I think that Dan Quinn has typically favored. So then you compare that person with Lattimore and Samerstill. So like you can, and if you bring Igbinoghene back, now you've got depth. So, I think there's ways to do that, but I'm with you. Like I'd attack the lines on both sides. I'd want to give Jaden more time, but also improve that run game. And I think that's an area that you'd want to get better at, just to balance things out and not have to rely on Daniels to be a big force in the run game. Let him use it when you need it, but not be the main focus.
Yeah, he was their leading rusher, 6 of the last 8 games or something?
Yeah, it's a hard way to go. And he can do it, but it's asking a lot of him. And I think you just make your offense better when you have others who can hurt you consistently in that area.
Yeah, you keep him out of harm's way too.
Yeah, exactly.
You mentioned a few times beefing up the O-line, like the lines, and I think they've got big decisions with Allen, and then offensively, Wiley. There's decisions that are coming. How much, if any, do you expect kind of some veterans to get released or some contracts to get reworked? I don't know what they're going to do in these next 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think with John, he's in the last year of his contract, and right. I think it's like he's over 22 against the cap this year. I think that's hard at this point. So you either, to me, you do something with his contract, whether you extend for a couple of years and lower the cap hit and give him some guarantee money in exchange for that, or do you outright cut him? That's $17 million savings. So I would think it's one or the other, but I don't know for sure. And then Wiley is the other one at right tackle that he's got a lower cap number. So if you can find someone better, great, but if not, and then if you released him, it's $7 million savings. So now you have a little bit more to play with, but I think you have to be careful and make sure that you are finding a good alternative, because then it's going to, because with all these guys you cut, you have to replace. And even if people want to cut John Allen, well, you've got to replace him. And so can you do that at a good cap number with someone who could be here for the next several years? Like, that's something you have to look at. And I think one of the things when you're building this roster out, like, I do think you want to keep an eye on, a 3-year window. Not that that's the only window you have here, but that's the, you want to kind of, to me, take those snapshots of that time. How's this player going to be in year 3 of that deal? And are they going to help you consistently contend for the next 3 years and build the roster that way? So that's what I would try to do if possible. But, I would expect something to be done with that, because you can free up cap space, and it's funny because they do have cap space, but they also have so few players signed for next year that it's somewhat misleading. Like, they're still going to be okay, but I think the second fewest players signed for next year, I believe, is still the stat. So like, they have whatever it is, 68, 70 some million. Arizona's right behind them with a few more million less, but like about 15 more players already signed. So they're in a better spot. So you have to keep that in mind when going out and looking at these moves. But I also think they showed last year their approach was bring in some of these veterans for leadership, Ertz, Wagner, et cetera, but then sign some core guys, Louvu, Biotish, Dorrance Armstrong, those kind of guys.
Do you expect a similar approach, or more of an approach where we're going to get some guys that we need that could be impact players, but didn't they go for exactly like they did last year, or it's more like last year?
I think that's a good question. And, I think one thing we've learned with Adam Peters is you don't always know. But I think like last year, you kind of figured they were going to be, you kept hearing, very active, and they were. But I think what we've seen with whether it's Josh Harris's other teams, they will take swings. When Peters was in San Francisco, they took some big swings. So I could see a mixture of that. Maybe if there's an impact player that they feel would help them that fits the kind of player, person, whatever culture they want, then I could see that, because they do have that ability to go for somebody like that. Mm-hmm. And that's then again, like, who is that person? I think, again, right now, Myles Garrett is the obvious choice, and there's other guys that maybe you look into. Is a Trey Hendrickson available? Guys like that, who again would be here for a few years and impact players for a few years.
That was one name I was going to bring up to you real quick, was specifically Hendrickson. If this Garrett thing seems like the contract, it seems like there's a lot of layers there that are going to make that complicated.
There's a lot there that it's very, yes, correct. But the Browns don't even want to do anything. So right now,
that's what they say till they get the right offer.
Sure, I agree with that.
I also here's the other thing with the Garrett situation is you have a staff that has to win now. It's kind of hard to accomplish that by trading your best player now.
Right.
So the one thing I wonder with them is, and this is where it's going to be like, how dug in are both sides? Like the Browns on their desire not to trade him, and Garrett and his desire to be traded. Like, would he come back and say, okay, see where it goes this year? If it's not going up the deadline, then you trade him. Like, is that a possibility? I don't know. But I know that both sides kind of are dug in on their position, and somebody always blinks. Like, we've heard this before with sides, and somebody always blinks. And when does that happen?
Mm-hmm. Agreed. I think that Cincinnati situation seems like such a mess that Hendrickson could really become available. And I think, one, your compensation on that is significantly less than Garrett both what you have to pay in the draft and what you have to pay the player. Garrett's the better player, but Hendrickson's pretty damn good. 35 sacks in 2 years, pretty damn good.
Does his number go up if Garrett is off the market?
Probably. I mean, those guys are hard to find, man.
Yeah.
They're hard to find that. And, if you're Cincinnati, because like they have contract decisions with obviously with T. Higgins, what are they going to do there? And then Hendrickson, and I think Jamar Chase's deal is up soon too. So
he's in the fifth-year option.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So like they have to figure all that out. And where, is it better to keep Jamar and Trey and with, so you have someone on both sides, or, can you keep all those guys? I think for that organization, that might be difficult. So you have to at least inquire.
Got it. I think one good thing with Peters is he is at least going to make calls on everything.
Sure.
At least making calls on everything. And maybe it doesn't make sense. Maybe it doesn't make sense right now. there's a lot of fluidity in a lot of these decisions, and I think it's going to be fun, man. I don't know that there's a spending spree coming, but I do think
Right.
there is a move, like a bigger move than maybe we expect coming.
Right, and I think active is also because, like I said, like last year, Frankie Louisville was not a top tier free agent. He was a really good signing, but he was not. You know what I mean? Like, so you may not get just because again you have to look at the cap space in as far as how it really is versus like okay, it's just big number you got. But I think I could see them being out, and plus they have to re-sign a lot of guys, so that's part of the activity. But yeah, I think, you're going to have to add somebody, but I'm with you. Like I could see a big move. If not, then just continue building the roster with guys who can be good players for you for the next several years. Right.
Mhm.
Like that's such a smart way to go. And I do think then it's like, how do you look at the roster? Is this a win right now roster? Well, I think there's still more work to do. And I'm going to guess that they would agree with that. And every team's going to agree with that to a degree, but like if you're the Eagles, how close are they to the Eagles roster? And that's how I'd want to measure. And then how do you get there? And you just get more good players, and then you can, if you want to hold on to your draft capital and do it that way as well, and keep building out the roster to make it so you can have that sustainable winner. And I think that's one thing with Peters. I think he's pretty clear on his vision of how he wants to build, and I'm going to guess he sticks to that.
And if you look at Philly, one of the reasons they're able to pay, a handful of guys really good money on extensions, not free agency, but extensions, is draft really well and have just like such a solid
They got
core.
a ton of young bulls.
It is for sure. And like that, to me, that's the model of how you do it, because like they have, you look at both their lines, and they made an aggressive trade for AJ Brown, but most of that stuff is going to be homegrown, and that's it's now. There's such a model organization with that how and I think Jaden Daniels closes the gap for you with a lot of teams, but you still want it to be where you obviously want to get better now, but you want to make it so that way as more he continues to improve, because he will, then you can make a run, for a few years and sustain it because you have certain pieces in place for a few years. So I think there's, and let's, what if, and I don't think they go out and do this, but what if they went out and got a guy like Khalil Mack, who that would probably be more of a 1-year type deal.
Be similar to Wagner last year, or Ertz.
Similar to Wagner.
Yeah.
Now, like my preference would be not to add more 30+ guys. However, if you do that, could you go? Let's say you got him, but you draft James Pierce, let's say, or some edge rusher that then gives you the ability to develop somebody while getting somebody who can help you right now. Like, you know what I mean? Like there are ways you can do it that makes sense, but my preference would be, more guys in or near their prime. But, I think then it all depends on how and that's where I think you just have to kind of trust what these guys do, because they showed last year that they had a pretty good approach.
John, thank you for your time as always,
Jay.
buddy. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Be cool,
Thanks.
brother.
That's our guy, John Keim. Check out the John Keim report and all his work on ESPN.com. Keim joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. Plenty to debate there about how the Commanders maximize Jaden's rookie deal. What's not up for debate? We are out of the NBA Wilderness Games, are back on, including tonight. Lakers taking on the Hornets. The final stretch of the NBA regular season is heating up. Get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. There's one game tonight, Hornets Lakers, then a ton of games tomorrow night. NBA is back after that all-star break that kind of sucked. The real games are good, and they're going to get real interesting down the stretch as these teams are really jockeying for playoff position. Tonight, you want to lay the points with the Lakers. LeBron's freshly rested. We all know he didn't play in the all-star game.
Luka's back.
Maybe you want
Luka's ready to go.
Maybe you want the LeBron over 22.5 points. Maybe you want Luka. They got Luka all the way back, 25.5 tonight, B. Of course, you'll have Ball out in L.A., hometown for those guys. Should be a hell of a game. The former Wizard, Rui Hachimura, over under 15.5 points. Whatever it is you're looking for, ESPN Bet has got you covered. New ESPN Bet Sportsbook customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets, and you unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Virginia odds and lines subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
I'm Toby Alteser with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Chiefs are not expected to use the franchise or transition tag on offensive guard Trey Smith, according to Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. And today it was made official. The Chargers are going to be the designated home team for the NFL game in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The Commanders play a road game against the Chargers this season, so the Commanders could still potentially play in Brazil or in Spain. In baseball, the Nationals made the signing of relief pitcher Lucas Sims official today on a one-year deal. Mason Thompson goes to the 60-day injured list. Lucas Sims last season pitched to a 4.38 ERA and 58 appearances for the Reds and the Red Sox. College hoops, Virginia Tech fell last night to Boston College 54-36. A pair of upsets as well. Number 9 Texas Tech fell to TCU 69-66. And the worst ever loss as a ranked team to an unranked team for the Kansas Jayhawks last night. They lost by 34 to BYU, 91-57. It's their second straight loss. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Alteser on the Fan.
All right, folks. We gave away some Wiz tickets earlier. Now we got some Caps tickets to give away. Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. You win a pair of tickets to go to see the Caps take on the Tampa Bay Lightning Saturday, March 1st. For tickets and complete Washington Capitals schedule, visit thefandc.com/contest. That's a big game, dude. Caps games, especially down the stretch here, are going to be a hot ticket, man. You got Ovi fighting for the record. The Lightning are a playoff team, obviously. Beeman's trying to call in for the tickets. I don't even think Jeff noticed.
No, he looked like, what the hell? Answer the phone.
Caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You will win Caps tickets. Interesting from Keim there. I am kind of the same mindset where I don't see them. Like, it's hard to even know who would be the biggest free agent because you don't know who's going to get tagged. But by the time we get, like, I don't think this would happen. But what if Miami decides they've had enough of Tyreek Hill? Like something dramatic could happen between now and March 12th, right? March 10th. Yeah. I'm not expecting it necessarily, but the NFL is a wild place, man. Yeah. And that said, I still don't necessarily see them being top of market spenders at any one position. Do you, B?
I think based off the defense last year, they may be top of market spenders on somebody on the D-line. I truly believe that they want to be able to have a guy that they know they can put him out there and he can win without being schemed up. He can beat double teams. He's going to always beat the single. And I think they need somebody like that on the defensive side of the football.
Do you think they have to refigure out John Allen?
It's depending on what they do. I don't think they're gonna be able to hold on to both he and Duran if they go and they get a pass rusher, an edge rusher, and they're gonna have to figure out which one they want to go along with.
Well, and maybe you think Johnny Newton could give you more. It's Payne has the highest guaranteed number on the books for this year. What I don't think happens is we get to week 1, whether that's in Brazil or not, wherever week 1 may be played. I don't think we get there with Terry and John having no guaranteed money on their deals and their cap numbers combining for almost $50 million.
Yeah, I don't see that.
I don't know that he is asking. He just got married and is probably dealing with other way cooler, more important stuff in his life.
Nice day, February 15th.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we share a day. Everybody say Terry looks like me, and now we share the same damn anniversary day. We think alike.
That's true. Terry just got married, but I wonder if you don't try to work some guarantees into Terry's deal.
The year he had last year, when he finally had a legitimate quarterback, you want to see that for 3 or 4 more years.
He just turned 30.
And I think the thing about him, you got to be a little careful with. He came into the league older.
Right.
Yeah. So that he's turned 30 and played 8-9 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. He probably was.
He was like 23, 24 when he came in the league. Yeah.
Yeah, he was 24 as a rookie.
Yeah.
So he'll be, I think his birthday's near mine. Yeah. So he'll actually turn 30 week 2, roughly. But I think you want to get a deal done with Terry and kick that down the curb a little bit. He's got no guarantees left. Next year, he's a free agent. Like, I think you give him a 3-year extension, guarantee some money, lock it in around 28, something like that. Like, to Keim's point earlier, they have so many people that they need to take care of now,
Yeah.
that it's easy to get caught up in the space, in the cap space, but there's a lot of moves that need to be made.
Once they sit down and start looking at the importance of each player, the decision makes itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't force it. The decision will make itself, believe me.
It's going to be fun, man. It's one of those things you kind of can't wait for the ball to get rolling in a way. And next week it will. Here's the news. I found this headline at least interesting out of Miami. This is Tyreek. I'm taking full accountability for what I said. I'm going to come back next year. I want to stay with the Dolphins. What y'all heard at the end of the season was frustration. I've been winning my whole life. Y'all don't understand. I bust my ass every day. I deserve to feel that like I deserve to have some kind of opinion. Y'all just want me to say, oh, well, get him next year. No, bleep that. We've got to come back. We've got to put some pressure on bleepers. Y'all got to fix this bleep. Come on. Add some bleeping dogs in this bleep. I compete. I love to compete. Mike McDaniel, Dolphins head coach, said that he and Tyreek met to clear the air.
Uh-huh.
We met for, I want to say, an hour. I think I was very direct with him. He was very honest, and it was great terms that we were discussing. Discussed multiple things, including, without wavering, that it's not acceptable to leave the game and it won't be tolerated in the future. He embraced accountability, and I wouldn't say there was anything necessarily to fix as much as we had to clear the air in a rough and tumultuous situation.
You should never leave the damn field. You don't just walk out the game and walk off the field. That to me right there is insubordination. You gotta you that's not just frustration. That's stupidity. Okay? And I know Antonio Brown did it, but guess what?
That's not the best role model.
Ain't nobody else done it since, and he did it. He ain't played down since. So I think, like man, you look. When you leave the field, you're telling your teammates a lot. You could be pissed off at the coach, at the front office, whatever, but you're there for your teammates. 14 years of my playing, yes, I was pissed at some coaches, some front offices, but I never, ever left my dudes because that's the dudes I go to battle with every day. Once you do that, you make your players second guess you, and those other people going to use that against you. They say what the hell they want to say. That's going to be used against you for the rest of your life.
It's not a good look.
Nope.
Here's the truth of the matter. Unless you just want to nuke everything, Tyreek is guaranteed $28 million this year. Next year, he's guaranteed $0, has a cap number of 52, and they will save $36 million against the cap. I bet you $1, Landfill, Tyreek ain't on the Dolphins next year. But that doesn't change what could happen this year. It gets awfully tough for them to move Tyreek, but I wouldn't rule it out, man.
Mm-hmm.
That situation doesn't seem
But
awesome.
see, another team comes in and want him. They're going to tell you, look, man, we know you getting rid of him because he's a problem. Lower that price. You know what I'm saying? And then the next team better understand if things aren't going his way, he's going to do something else.
Yeah, my concern with Tyreek at this point is like, where does it end? Like, as his play, eventually the speed ain't always going to be there.
Hmm?
And then eventually his numbers will decrease.
The thing about him, though, Jay, he can lose something and still be faster than everybody else checking it.
Undoubtedly, B. but like eventually it's going to change a bit. And is that arrow ever going to point inward? I'd be hesitant.
Nah.
But he's a hell of a player. You want somebody running 9, he'll run a 9, man.
He will.
If you walked outside this morning, it was very clear that the cold weather is here. It is freezing outside. Is your home's heating system ready to go the distance? Assure your family's comfort all season long. Call my guys, the 5-star heating experts at Crop Metcalf. You guys know Crop was at the house right around Christmas time. We had trouble with our furnace. They got everything fixed. Awesome. Then I had Crop at the house from some electrical issues. They took care of that. I texted my guy Eric with Crop last night. I was like, dude, might need you to come back out. He said, the heat? I said, no, the heat is perfect. But my 75-year-old house continues to have electrical issues.
Mm-hmm.
So not only can Crop take care of your electric, but your Crop Metcalf 5-star technician can properly fix and maintain your HVAC system and has the knowledge and experience to catch potential problems before you're left out in the cold. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. Crop Metcalf, home of the 5-star technician and proud partner of the Washington Nationals.
I'm bad to the bone.
Bad.
Bad.
B-Mitch singing today. He got his singing voice on
Hey,
today.
man, it's good music. I know what they're saying. The stuff today, I don't know what the hell they're saying.
Yo, so
it sounds like Mushmouth from what's the guy from Fat Albert?
I think it was.
What's his name? Mushmouth? Jeff?
That was his name, Mushmouth.
Mushmouth. That's what most of the rappers today sound like. And the singers.
I just heard a song. So now they play various radio stations throughout this building where there's a bunch of radio stations. They never play ours, I've noticed, by the way.
I heard this one thing.
I don't care because people are having lunch. It's easier to listen to music than us talk about football, right? But they just had this song. I assume it was PGC playing. I legit couldn't tell if it was a song, like a new rap song where the guy's mumbling, or like a hip-hop portrayal of a ambulance chaser law commercial. It was like, I'm gonna get that money, and that's all they were saying over and over.
It might be what's the new law dude that they talk about all the time?
Law Tigers?
Not Law Tigers.
Olivia Donahue?
Law Tigers take care of the motorcycle riders.
That's smart.
But this other thing is a guy who's always talking about some you were
if you have
the
a phone,
judge
you have
even
a
told
lawyer.
him that when the guy say you say let him go. It's a weird commercial, dog.
Real quick, a little bit of news here. Patrick Stevens is going to join us at 1:00. I just noticed this. Greg Auman, I hope I'm saying that right, NFL writer for Fox, says the Bucks and Chris Godwin have reworked their deal a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Godwin's current contract was due to void, triggering $18 million in dead money against the Bucks' 25 cap. But the two sides agreed to move that void date to the final date of the league year, March 12th. That buys them some time to work out, to try to get a new deal done.
I just come to him and offer him a damn deal. You wouldn't have to wait too much.
Well,
leagues are so full of crap.
If the void day triggered today and you haven't gotten close, but you know you will, I think it's okay to build a little time.
Yeah, I think you can then got a deal done too. You know about what it'll take. They always know what it'll take, but they don't want to do it because they try to push it away. Then later on, every fan get mad at the player. But the player don't sign a contract that the team know that they gave him a low ball.
I think Tampa does things pretty well. They've kept most of their elite talent. I think they'll be able to keep Godwin. They've obviously kept Mike Evans all this time. I think for the go get a stud receiver crowd, the stud receiver room is
getting smaller.
Yeah. I mean, whether they're going to tag him to trade him or tag him to try to get a long term.
His fourth, fifth year.
Probably, he didn't have a fifth-year option. Probably his fifth season, because he's already played on a tag.
You have to notice, like Higgins, Chase, Jefferson. What's my man up in New York right now?
Neighbors.
The other kid.
Higgins not an LSU guy.
Thomas, I'm just saying.
Brian
all those
Thomas.
players were drafted, and they became instantly good. That could happen with another one. You don't have to go get the ones. You can go get somebody new. Receivers right now, you can find them.
Well, and Higgins was a second rounder. Brian Thomas that you mentioned.
Yeah.
He was a late first rounder.
Late first.
I want to say he was like 24th overall or 23rd
That's
overall.
what I'm saying. You can find them. It's so many of them out there right now. It's not like if you don't go sign the one for the top dollar, you can't find one.
Yeah, I agree with that, B. And I think specifically if Higgins is on the free agent market and you decide F it, we want him, okay. But you have to trade for him, that you give up the opportunity to just draft somebody that could maybe give you a lot of that production at a much lower cost.
Mm-hmm.
I think the receiver position is if you look at what Philly did, they drafted Devontae Smith, but they traded for A.J. Brown. Like, there's a lot of paths to get there. There's a lot of guys that are really good. There's a lot of guys. Dude, the other part of this, Washington has two guys that are now going into their second season that I think, frankly, you can expect a lot more of in Luke McCaffrey and Ben Sinnott. Like, say you lose some production OZ, Diami, like wherever these guys end up, I think McCaffrey gets a year to learn the speed, pace, separation needed in the NFL. This is year 2, dude. You're a Friday night pick. Let's go.
Year 2, yeah, you got to go. And
I think said it too.
I expect Luke to be better. Not guaranteed though. That's the thing about this league, man. We've seen dudes do some amazing things in college, get to the league, and it never and it doesn't come along with them. Doesn't translate.
Totally.
So I feel you need 4 of them, maybe 5, and they have a lot of free agents, so they're gonna lose some guys.
Totally.
You got to figure out a way to build it back up with the same work ethic you had in the previous years.
Here's what we're going to do. We got to talk some college hoops as the calendar heats up. There's some good hoops going on in the DMV. Mason, AU, Terps. Maybe, dude, there's a kid at Howard that's a first-round pick. I read this awesome story. Wow. I want to, maybe it was a candidate. I don't know who wrote it. But really cool story in the Post about a player at Howard. DMV hoops time, man. The DMV is back this year for college hoops. Patrick Stevens is going to help us break it all down when we return. Be Mitch and Finley.
I'm Toby Alteser with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by IT Cadre, trusted insight from trusted insiders, itcadre.com. In the NFL, the Chiefs are not expected to use the franchise tag or the transition tag on their offensive guard Trey Smith, that according to Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk. And today was made official by the NFL that the Chargers are going to be the designated home team for the NFL game in Sao Paulo, Brazil this season. The Commanders do play a road game against the Chargers this season, so the Commanders could still potentially play in Brazil or in Spain. In baseball, the Nationals made the signing of relief pitcher Lucas Sims official today on a one-year deal. They moved Mason Thompson to the 60-day injured list. Last season, Sims pitched to a 4.38 ERA and 58 appearances for the Reds and the Red Sox. In the NBA, they return from the All-Star break tonight. The Lakers taking on the Hornets tonight. That's a rescheduled game from January 9th, which was rescheduled due to the wildfires. The Wizards return on Friday night, taking on the Bucks at Capital One Arena. College hoops last night, Virginia Tech fell to Boston College 54-36. A pair of upsets in the top 25. Number 9 Texas Tech goes down to TCU 69-66. And the worst ever loss as a ranked team to an unranked team in Kansas history. Number 23 Kansas lost to BYU yesterday 91-57. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Alteser on the Fan.
Happy Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. And let's go now to our Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. They're going to join our friend Patrick Stevens. You can follow him on X at D1S Course. D1S Course. Is that Course or D1S Course?
Hello, how you guys doing today?
Doing good. So, how your name on X?
It's Discourse. So replace the I with a 1.
There we go. Discourse. Got you. I like how you put that there, though, dog. That's nice. All right, we got like college basketball in the area. Some things have changed up. You know, Maryland is back, starting to play some good basketball. George Mason. We got VCU down there in Richmond and all. What can we expect as we get closer to March and the madness beginning to kick off?
Well, certainly in the area, I think it's safe to say that you'll see Maryland in the NCAA tournament with the way that they've played to this point, winning 9 of their last 11. A team that really hasn't done anything bad all season, has certainly played better of late. And a team that I think you would probably, if the tournament started today, would be somewhere plus or minus a seed line of the 6 seed. So they're in really good shape at this point. George Mason and VCU, the top 2 teams in the Atlantic 10, they're going to play Saturday down in Richmond at the Siegel Center. But unfortunately, in that league, there's just not that many great teams this year at the top of the league. I think the bottom of the league is actually better than it's been, but there just wasn't a whole lot of non-conference appeal there. Not a huge profile built by anybody. There's a good chance that's a one-bid league. I think VCU has an outside chance of being able to land an at-large. But I think Mason's kind of in a spot where they're going to have to win the conference tournament. Now, good for them. They do get to play that tournament in D.C. So that's something that works in their favor, I think, a little bit.
Pat, so we went through some years where it's been a little scarce around here, but it seems like American is even playing great. How many people you think we can see from, and we call it the local area. Hell, Richmond is not that local, but it's still a part of Virginia. How many of those local teams we think we can see in the NCAAs?
I mean, you certainly have a real chance at seeing up to 3 or 4, right? I mean, you got Maryland, you've got maybe there's a scenario where you could somehow massage both Mason and VCU into it. I think that's a stretch. But certainly I think those are the two top teams in the Atlantic 10 to this point. You've got American. If you want to stretch up to Baltimore, Towson's in first place in the CAA. And maybe there's a surprise team. I think it would also be remiss not to mention the two-time MEAC champions, Howard at 6-3. They've had a lot of injuries. They're shorthanded, but they're still nonetheless tied for second place in their conference. And so I think it would be unwise to completely count them out, especially with freshman Blake Harper having the season that he's having for them. But it's also, I think, going to be a bit of a challenge for them, with not having as much depth as they would like to be able to win 3 games in 3 days if it comes to it next month.
Patrick, it's interesting you bring up the young man Harper from Howard. I don't know if you wrote it. Forgive me for not knowing the byline on that thing.
I think it was Candace Buckner who wrote it.
So I read Buck's piece last week about Harper. Can you tell everybody a little bit of the backstory? B, this is fascinating. Basically, this young man played at Gonzaga, I think, and was just carrying a little extra weight, but had the right coach that believed in him, right?
There was a little bit of that. I think he also grew a couple inches too. I think that didn't make it into that particular story, but as I recall, he had a little bit of growth spurt as well. And when you get that combination, that's kind of an interesting thing. And I was actually over at Howard on Monday. They played a nice 3 p.m. game. It was hard for me to turn that down. And there was a point I said to Kenny Blakeney after the game, Harper was at about 20 points with 5 minutes to go. And I said, I thought for sure he was getting to 45. And Kenny said to me, yeah, I kind of did too. He settled for a 34-point night, but was in total control of everything in that game. And so he's been over 30 points, I think, 5 times now. There's been a couple 34s and a 35 in there. And he you can see, his dad's obviously a coach. And so you can see how he is just sort of intellectually sizing up people, and you can see him outthinking somebody on the way to out-athleting somebody as well. And it's a really fun thing to watch those two things in tandem. And so he's the best player in that league this season. He's obviously going to be the freshman of the year. And so he's the guy basically that has allowed Howard to kind of hold up after they lost Bryce Harris to a foot injury in November. They've had a number of guys that got hurt. And they've basically been shorthanded since the first couple weeks of the season. But the fact that they've kind of hung in there in the league anyway, they took a couple losses to Division II teams last month. That was one of those things where you go, "Ooh, that's not good." And then they turn around and they beat their conference opponents. So in really good shape under the circumstances, and he has a lot to do with that.
It's interesting. Obviously, so I don't know how serious his draft prospects are, but it seems like they're real. I'm curious about Harper. Is he a one and done? And then I'd like to talk specifically about Derek Queen, who is. I came and watched him play the other day. I saw you sitting there. I wanted to say hello, but you looked locked in, so I wasn't messing with you, Patrick. But Queen in person is really impressive.
Well, first of all, I must have definitely been more locked in than the Iowa defense the other day. For sure. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah.
But on Harper, I'm not much of an expert when it comes to draft stock and whatnot. So I don't want to talk too much on that front. But I would certainly think that anybody that's out there doing what he's done, especially in the current era where players can move around and all that has not gone unnoticed. If not necessarily at the pro level, then certainly from others at the college level. So,
he's going to get the bag next year.
He's 6'5"
I think
now.
that he's going to have a very good offseason one way or the other.
I mean, SMU, they might have more money than the Charlotte Hornets.
There's a very real case. I mean, they basically bought their way into the ACC, right? So no reason to think that they can't go spreading some money around for basketball as well as football. But as for Queen, he's a really interesting player to watch, in part because if we took Derek Queen and moved him back 30 or 40 years, he would have been like the guy that was the number 1 or number 3 pick in the NBA draft, like that classic big guy. I don't know how well that's all going to translate to the pro level. His footwork is really good. We've seen him pass really well. He's kind of an up and down player, and some of that is a function of him being 19 or 20 years old. But I think some of it too is a matter of there's probably some maturing that has to go on there as well. But when he wants to and is fully engaged, he can take over a game, and we've seen that a number of times over the course of this season. So Queen's certainly a key part to this Maryland team, and we'll be curious to see exactly what he's doing at this time next year.
You said that they could be possibly a 6 seed at this point. How much noise you think they can make?
It's interesting with them because you look at that starting five, and you would say that the starting five itself is not just like the 21st through 24th best starting five in the country. It's probably better than that. But they've had basically, to put it kindly, moderate production off of the bench. They simply have not gotten a whole lot of scoring there. And it makes them vulnerable, not necessarily to guys getting tired, because it feels like you could watch a whole episode of a sitcom in the length of a TV timeout during the NCAA tournament. But the problem is, do you get a sprained ankle somewhere along the way? Because they just don't really have a whole lot of offensive punch behind those guys. And do you end up getting yourself into a game that's really tightly officiated? Because it's not hard to imagine them suddenly having a game where you get to the under 8 of the first half and both Queen and Reese have 2 fouls, and you're sitting there wondering, okay, what are you going to do to get through these 8 minutes? And the answer is you're probably going to have to risk playing those guys at the risk of picking up their third foul. So I think that for Maryland, the depth issue is a real concern, but those top 5 guys really, really work well in tandem together, and they can afford for one of them, maybe not Jacoby Gillespie, but one of the other 4 to have an off night and be able to stick with anybody. My guess is that they win a first-round game as a 5 seed or a 6 seed, maybe even a 4 seed, and from there it's a matter of matchups, a matter of bracket luck. Does the game work out the way they want it to? I don't think there's any evidence to suggest that they're going to get run off the floor because it hasn't happened yet. Mm-hmm. But I also don't think there's a guarantee there of a deep run, but the potential is certainly there.
Specific with this Maryland team, I just saw they came up with a nickname for them called the Crab Five, which is kind of funny. But
Maryland
for the Terps, they can get buckets from any of their starters, right?
Correct.
How many teams have that type of variety? And I'm not talking, dude, like when I watched Auburn, Alabama last week, that's for, what do they call it in baseball? The 4A? Like that is better than college hoops because the talent, mm-hmm. the amount of size and speed on the court for those 2 teams is just a different level. But like Maryland's starting 5 against anybody maybe outside of the top 5 seems like they can hang.
Yeah, and when you look at, it's so diametrically opposite to last year, right?
Right.
Where you were looking under every rock imaginable to see if you could find like 2 or 3 points to scratch out. And so you look at what they've done over the course of the season, and there haven't been many duds offensively for this team. I mean, you kind of go back and look. Yeah, I think the worst game they played all season was that Washington game, right at the start of the new year, where they scored 69 points. And besides that, they really have not had a game where they've just been kind of smothered and stymied and all that. I mean, even Ohio State was a 70-point game, and that was a game where they played well and then just kind of fell apart down the stretch. So I agree with you that is a really good starting 5, and they work really well together. The question, though, too, is like they've made massive increases on offense at the cost of being a slightly worse defense, which was a trade that I think Kevin Willard was more than happy to make coming out of last season. But I'll be curious to see if defensively they can hold up against some of those teams. I mean, Marquette was a team that got 78 on them in a roughly 68 possession game. Purdue had 83 on them in a roughly 70 possession game. Oregon 83 in a roughly 66 possession game. So it's not as if they've been defensively invulnerable, but you do have to like a team that can score. Like at the end of the day, you're going to be facing good teams by the time you get certainly to the second weekend of the tournament and probably by the second round. And you got to score to win. And so Maryland at least checks that box at this point.
God, I would love a second weekend of the tournament for the Terps. That would be a lot of fun. I think Mason's pretty good. I think AU's pretty good. Both those coaches have major program ties. I mean, Tony Skim played at Mason, but had been an assistant at Maryland for the last couple of years. Dwayne Simpkins at AU obviously played at Maryland. If those coaches do really well there, are those guys headed elsewhere, you think?
Well, you think about Tony, first of all, the advantage he probably has, fair or not, is that he's younger. And so Tony's about 40 or so at this point, 41.
Okay.
And as a guy that has worked, you look at where he's worked, right? He worked at Seton Hall under Willard. He worked at Ohio State under Chris Holtmann. He went and did a year at Maryland under Willard. And so there's some high major experience there. And the fact that he has mined the portal as well as he has and been able to coax a top 15 defense out of them per KenPom is a really, really good sign. So I think Tony has done a fine job over there, particularly on that defensive end, and found a way to kind of make all of these personalities mesh together really well. You look at Dwayne, who, it's interesting enough, mentioned he played at Maryland. He spent a good long time on the staff at George Mason under both Dave Paulson and Kim English. So he is a familiar figure over in Fairfax. And he, I think he benefited a bit from the fact that so many of those guys at American that were on a, that were on a talented team that maybe didn't do as much as it wanted the second half of Mike Brennan's final season. Most of those guys stuck around. And so he still has a really old veteran team, and he's done a lot with it. They've been a really consistent bunch, and both of those coaches have scratched out, and their teams have scratched out a lot of tight victories here since the start of January. So certainly both of those guys have acquitted themselves really, really well in their first head coaching stints. And, you look at Tony and George Mason, they obviously have a chance to really kind of pull away in the A-10 this week if they can beat VCU. American's only a couple of victories away from locking up a share of the Patriot League title. And remember, that is a home court league for the postseason. So the number one seed would have home court advantage throughout the Patriot League tournament.
That'd be cool. Let's go to the other side of this. We're talking about all the teams that are really succeeding. It seems like the bottom is kind of falling out for the two biggest programs in Virginia anyway, the Hokies and the Wahoos. I don't know. Tony Bennett quits, a week before the season. I don't know what the hell you could expect in Charlottesville. How are they feeling in Blacksburg? Like, what are there big changes coming for those programs? Are they just starting? I just don't know what to think of that.
Well, it certainly is not a fun time to talk about Virginia Tech as they come off their lowest scoring output in exactly 58 years. From last night. They scored 36 up at Boston College. The last time they'd scored less was February 18th, 1967, when they had 33 at East Carolina.
I wasn't even born then.
Dude, 36 in a game?
36 in a game. Yeah, 11 in the first half.
That's like my daughter.
That's that four corner era.
That's like Shelby's
unfortunately,
games.
that shot clock was working last night. So the Virginia Tech offense wasn't, but the shot clock was functional up in Chestnut Hill. So I think this is a spot where it's worth mentioning that different schools have different priorities in an era where you can, how you allocate your resources, right? Like you can sit there and say, we want to be good in this, we want to be good in that. And I do wonder, how good Virginia Tech as an institution, this is not a Mike Young thing. The guy was a really good coach at Wofford for a long time, and he didn't forget how to coach overnight. And frankly, having watched them early in the season against Penn State, I think it's impressive that they've coaxed 6 ACC wins out of this roster. I think that is really, really good work. And I know you don't want to hear that if you're a Hokies fan and you just watched the game last night, but I think they've probably overachieved a little bit this season. And the question to me is what does Virginia Tech want to do, and how much does it want to invest in basketball? And I think that's a question that only gets answered in time.
I know a lot of people don't want to move forward, but they better, because if you got to compete, keep your job or lose your job, there's going to be a lot of people losing their job because the school won't get behind it.
It's really as simple as that sometimes, and I think we're going to see some of that in a number of places in the coming years.
What about Charlottesville?
Yeah, I mean, I think, one of the things that sort of gets overlooked in the wake of the Tony Bennett departure was that the one guy who entered the portal was the Florida State transfer Jalen Worley right after Bennett retired, and that basically left Virginia without its point guard, or projected point guard anyway. So they basically are a team that's kind of hobbling along, and I thought there's certainly some games you would have looked at and thought, yeah, you would have guessed they would have been a little bit better. And there are other things you look at and it's like, yeah, that's about right,
Mm-hmm.
And so they're probably not that much off of what I would have guessed they would be. I kind of thought they were going to hobble to a nondescript 10-10 finish in the conference because, quite frankly, there's a lot of teams in the ACC that are every bit as nondescript as what Virginia is this season. But I think the one thing you can feel better about if you're Virginia is that you're kind of looking at a reset here. People kind of were wondering, why would you wait until a few weeks before the season starts to retire this, that, and the other? And so, yeah, this season is sort of a transitional year, but I think it's safe to say that if you're sitting there at 13-13 in late February, that your athletic director is probably going to go out and find a hire someplace outside the program at the moment anyway. So certainly a year that you didn't want to have if you were Virginia, but considering that you're right around 500 and you're coming off a tournament berth and your Hall of Fame head coach retires, it's probably not all that shocking that you had to go through something along these lines that probably wasn't going to end up with an NCAA tournament berth.
Mm-hmm. Last one from me, Patrick. Hoyas. Is this the year they're supposed to have? They're 15-10, but they're under 500 in the Big East. I can't imagine they're a tournament team. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, they're not.
But
they're not.
No major changes coming there, right?
They basically went out, and I understand why they did this, and credit to Ed Cooley for having not tried to harp on them being an NCAA tournament team, because he knows, like, they went out and they did not have the most robust non-conference schedule. In fact, KenPom ranks it as the weakest non-conference schedule in the country. I think the net has them somewhere closer to like 360 rather than 364. But the point being, like, a year ago, they were a complete mess. This year, they have a defensive identity. They have 4 players that they can count on most nights to play reasonably well. But they've also had a ton of injuries that have kind of chipped away at that. They missed Malik Mack for some time. Jaden Epps has dealt with the foot and hamstring thing. Thomas Sorber missed a game last month, and they lost again the other night. And so they've just kind of straggled their way through the last month and a half or so. So they're better, and that's undeniable progress. But they're probably not going to be a team that makes too deep a run just simply because they don't really have all that much depth.
All right, Patrick, it's getting fun, man. We appreciate you making time. Pat. Everybody give him a follow at Discourse, D1SCOURSE. How many games you been to this year? Give me a number.
Oh, should I open my file up and actually give you the honest answer there?
Yeah. You can guesstimate.
It's roughly 85.
Hey, that's nuts. All right, man. Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate you, bud.
Awesome. Take care, guys.
All right, man.
Patrick Stevens. If you love college hoops, especially DMV college hoops, you gotta follow Patrick. Guy's passionate about what he does. Man, I'm getting excited for March, B.
All right.
First, free agency. How do the Commanders catch the Eagles?
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet on everything from the conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who's cutting down the net. You just heard Patrick talking to us. So a lot of teams around this area may be in the tournament, which will keep our excitement level up. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. So visit FanDuel.com/Brian and get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Alteser with your sports update on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals made the signing of relief pitcher Lucas Sims official today. It's a one-year major league deal. Mason Thompson was moved to the 60-day injured list to make room on the 40-man for him. Sims pitched to a 4.38 ERA in 58 appearances last season for the Reds and the Red Sox. In football, the Chiefs are not expected to use the franchise or transition tag on offensive guard Trey Smith, according to Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk, and the Chargers are going to be the designated home team for their NFL game in Brazil this season. The Commanders play a road game against the Chargers this season, so they could potentially play in Brazil or in Spain this season. College hoops last night, Virginia Tech fell to Boston College 54-36. In the NBA, the Lakers take on the Hornets tonight, returning from the All-Star break. That was rescheduled from January 9th due to the wildfires. The Wizards are back in action on Friday, taking on the Bucks at Capital One Arena. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Alteser with your sports update on the Fan.
Landville going deep in the bag today. Who requested this? Rooster? White Brian?
Man, Brian don't know what this is.
White Brian, you requested this? You got to. Yo, I think we know White Brian. When White Brian's had a good night, he walks in here with a haircut. That's like the Rooster's tail with the burgundy shirt.
Yeah, this was not me.
I don't know, dog. Landville says it was. He's not prone to lying.
I don't know about all that. He over there singing. Landfill must be sending that secret message to somebody.
White Brian.
What's her name, Landfill?
Whoa. Yo, what if Landfill's tail is wearing pants? He's worn pants the last 2 days.
Last 2 days. Yeah.
Jeff, I think, going the opposite direction. White Brian's Auburn Tigers play tonight. That team is loaded, dude. Damn. Auburn Bama was a different level of basketball. Breaking news out of the NFL. Salary cap going up.
Oh, and they think they will tell you they don't have no money.
It's going to land around $280 million. It's like a working calculation that doesn't hit until the first day of the new league year, basically. It'll probably get reported prior to that. That's an increase of $22 million for the cap. And interestingly,
a whole few players.
Listen to this, B. The league also said, they sent out a memo, right? The large salary cap jump is due to the fact that the 2024 player costs and salary cap amount was reduced by $10 million per club due to a $9 million smoothing adjustment and an incremental $1 million being added to the performance-based pay. I think that was COVID related. Everything got knocked down a little bit during COVID and they stretched it out. Last year's cap would have been around 265. But instead, they had the 10 mil less. So it's going from 255 to about 280. That means the cap in the last 2 years, B, since the COVID adjustments, has jumped more than $50 million.
So the Commanders have more money than we thought.
Yeah.
So instead of 78, which it was around.
So those figures are hard to get concrete. I mean, the choices we have of over the cap or spot track, like there's no, like this isn't the government. Like they don't have to provide this on a.
Yeah, I don't feel like the government has to do it either. But
it might be true. Or the people that were doing it no longer are. But based on over the cap, and this is not with the updated salary cap numbers, they had about 68 mil in effective salary cap space.
Okay, so now you add 20 plus to that.
Now that has it as at a base salary cap of 272. So now that's going to be 280 roughly. So that adds
70 something,
75 mil. The cap space jumps up to 82 mil. It's a lot of money, man.
Yeah,
it's a lot of money, and I still don't.
So it's a lot of money for us. They play with that,
right? I still don't think it's going to land in like a straight up spending spree.
I don't listen. One thing I will tell you, and this is nothing I saw, taught. I watch. You know me, I'm a person where, and I'm sitting around, I'm watching and paying attention. I don't think Adam Peters is just spend just to be spending.
No.
Every time he spend, he is telling you he's spending for a reason. Now, if it ever pops up where they feel something and they got the right people coming up, they'll go for it then. But everything they do is gonna have some meaning behind it, which a lot of times we didn't see that around this place. So, just saying.
And a quieter kind of subplot to this offseason. It keeps seeming like there's certainly no pause. It seems like no fire, and this is a bad pun for the area of the world, but no fire, but certainly smoke with the Rams. Like the Stafford
I hear
thing,
the Stafford stuff about the trade, but let's just be real.
He's guaranteed $4 million this season.
Okay.
Something tells me Matt Stafford doesn't want to play for $4 million guaranteed, but his
Why
cap
not?
number's $50 million.
Okay, let's just say this: players get bashed for wanting to get more. Coaches can throw you away and front office people when they feel like it. Let's be real. Sean's like, maybe I think he got the best out of him. Let's get somebody else now. That's how it goes. And the quicker you learn that, the less stress you have in this league.
I don't know a lot. I know that by week 1 of the regular season, Stafford will not have a $50 million cap hit, and he will not only be guaranteed $4 million.
Yeah, he might be on another team too.
Yeah, I'm not ruling that out. I'm just saying those two numbers won't hold. Something's going to change there.
Yeah.
I think the Rams are going to have to eat a really bad Cooper Kupp contract. It kind of evens out if you do a post June 1 cut.
Yeah, but it's played itself to a point where people know you're going to have to release him, and they're like, "Well, we're not giving you nothing for that."
Right.
Now, if someone decides to go and do it and bail them out, as we've seen a lot of dumb people do, but most teams are going to say, "You know what? We'll wait. We'll see."
B, what do you make of? I think we all knew Jacksonville had to get rid of Balky, right? Before they could ever compete.
Because all the people that have some level of status and belief, trustworthy, they wouldn't work with him. So you gonna keep keeping him around and not getting the people you want? He had to go.
Well, what do you think of the new GM in Jacksonville?
I have enough information I don't have for me to make that decision.
Well, neither do they. They don't have one. They still haven't hired a GM, and they're a week out from the combine.
But you know what?
Less than that. I think technically the combine starts Sunday.
See, man, he may got to take his mind off of bumpers and put his mind on football now. Listen, man, you can't make decisions just because. You need to have a reason as to why you did things. He got rid of Balky because he knew he couldn't have gotten a head coach with it. But he didn't have anybody in mind. You got to have somebody in mind, bro.
Yeah.
Just because people make money don't mean they're smart and everything, be honest with
you. Right. They've interviewed, I think it seems like Ian Cunningham is kind of the leader in the clubhouse for that job. He's been in the front offices of the Bears and the Eagles. I just don't get it done.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose he was going to have an interview today to perhaps finalize that thing.
Ian?
With the Cons, my man, Shad. Tony
Hey, man,
Khan.
he should have been in New Orleans on that big-ass boat he has.
The boat was outrageous.
Yes, indeed.
I wouldn't mind getting on that boat one of these days.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what we're going to do. We got to make some bets. Find out if the boys gave
Hint.
What was the hint?
We throwing the hint out to a friend of ours that knows people that know that man.
Oh, that's a tall hint. That's a tall order. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Grant and Danny coming up next. Cradle with the silver spoon. Little boy blue and the man on the moon. Don't know when. If you and your dad need to make up, I've got the way to do it. You could win an ultimate tournament trip to Las Vegas just by listening to 106.7 The Fan.
Yep.
Win a trip for you and 3 friends. You can bring your dad during the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. Flights, hotel, and 20 grand in spending money. Just download the free Odyssey app, listen to The Fan for at least an hour, and then listen tomorrow for at least an hour for another entry. It's Odyssey's Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest. For more information, go to odyssey.com/slam dunk. 20K in Vegas, baby. That'll go a long way.
That'll go a long way. Unless you just do one roll.
It might be awesome, though. Be exhilarating. Yo, so if you want more information about the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest, you go to odyssey.com/slam dunk. Now, I need more information about Montoya. Montoya? I don't care which of the 3 of you explain this fella to me, but he's all over the timeline. And are you familiar with this dude?
Mm-mm.
This dude apparently has become very famous for being like a Spanish cuck. Like he's just watching his girlfriend cheat on him all the time, and the videos are funny. Please, someone help me understand.
That's basically it. Yeah.
Well, take it from the top.
He's on, if you remember way back in the early days of reality TV, there was a TV show called Temptation Island.
Okay.
And the point of the show was you and like your girlfriend would go on the show, and then just people would try to, convince you to like cheat on each other. And so
she did it all the time?
So that was the show that Montoya was on. And I mean, his girlfriend cheated on him.
Is he still dating this woman?
Well, the show's still happening. So they just released, like, this has been going on for the past several weeks. And there was just like a new Montoya video last night.
How many times has this dude been cheated? Like, I assume the show lasts a month or something?
Something like that, yeah.
Probably
I mean, it's been several. But one of the things they do is obviously, because it's a TV show, they film it. And then, like, the producers cut together a highlight reel. And you have to sit down and watch it. And, like, you have to sit down and watch what, like, your girlfriend has been up to.
They show
some
action.
Yeah,
here.
it's like, it's aggressive,
He's just watching another dude
do
do some serious plumbing with his girlfriend.
He does get some get back. If there's a video of him,
watch this video, dude. Holy blank. Watch. This is the dude, and this is the video he has to watch, and that's his girlfriend at the bottom of that dog pile.
Yeah, so I think that's the one from last night. The one from a couple weeks ago was the one that went like mega
Let's
viral.
Be real though. The dudes got to learn. Most of the women that go on them shows right there, they out there to get recognition.
Oh wait,
He
Montoya
going outside.
Huh?
He going outside.
Yeah, but they don't give a damn about you. I mean, just know that off the bat.
Hey, Montoya fights back. The Empire strikes back. I cannot believe. Granted, there's a sheet on top of these people.
Yeah, sure.
But that's a pretty graphic video.
Yeah, there's no ambiguity as to what's happening.
There is not much ambiguity, Landfill. I mean, perhaps they're wrestling.
Yeah, they wrestled all right.
Twister. Oh man, Montoya. That's tough.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they are bringing the U.S. version of Temptation Island back, though. So if you are interested in this, it's coming back.
I am not interested. This is all I need.
What if you were a contestant on the show?
I am not.
Nah. I'm pretty sure there's not a cash prize or anything. Like, there's no winning it. It's just you either go on the show and you get cheated on, or
if
you don't.
This is just clout chasing,
if you
right?
have no money at the end, whoever, the female or the male, they are there just to get clout. Because they want to try to parlay that into something else.
I'm pretty sure that what happens is you either get very publicly cheated on or you don't. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's all that happens.
I would guess.
But
all
guess
of
what?
them.
So everybody on the show is fundamentally a psycho.
Yeah, just for going.
Yeah, totally.
All right.
But that's what the world has become.
Am I allowed to bet over under number of times Montoya gets cheated on again and take the over?
I don't think so. I mean, I think it's just that's a lock. They would have already paid on it.
All right, let's make some bets. White Brian.
I am out to the early lead. Everyone lost except me.
I didn't lose.
Yes, you did. You weren't here.
I didn't.
And that's the rule. So Did you call in one? Nope. So and if you call it in, we're gonna take it in. But what
So
was mine last night?
What would be the point of calling it in?
Demich, you had Purdue and Wisconsin.
Purdue lost.
Yeah, Purdue lost.
They lost
I
to
should have
Sparty,
went
right?
the other way.
Yep.
How bad they lost?
I think it was like 9 points, and you had plus 3.5.
They horrible.
What'd you have last night, White Brian?
I had the Kent State Golden Flashes.
You love some mid-majors.
Make them little schools, bro.
Your Tigers are playing tonight. What are you doing about that?
I am staying away from that. 15 scares me.
Big
Who?
number.
Arkansas.
Them Razorbacks.
You shouldn't be
B.
that scared, man. They should kill Arkansas.
I got a
Give me Arkansas.
I got a guess for White Brian's play. I think White Brian's going to take Holy Cross at home. How's that?
That's incorrect. I'm taking New Mexico on the road, plus 4.5.
Los Lobos.
Told you.
Yeah, clearly. What do you got, Jeff?
I'm taking Real Madrid over Man City. Last time I picked Man City, Real Madrid and them got in their behinds, man. So I'm going with Madrid today.
Now I'm gonna take Kentucky minus 5.5, and then I'm gonna take the over in the Arkansas-Auburn game.
All right.
I'm taking Arkansas and the Lakers.
The Lakers. A lot of winners out here. Iowa at home. I just watched Iowa. You cannot bet on that team. White Brian, why is Bama getting points at Mizzou?
Mizzou's been surging. I think they've won 5 in a row now.
The
For the
money.
night.
Yo,
Got a feeling.
I got to take Mizzou. Whenever you get a higher, Bama's what? Still number 2?
They're down to 4 now.
What is Mizzou?
15.
Yeah, man. I like the look of that. I like the smell of that.
What's the point spread?
They are 1.5 point favorites against a much higher ranked team at home.
Mm.
That's like betting on
This is JP
Montoya's
way of
girlfriend to
always
cheat on
make sure you can build them big houses and get them big cars, man. He wins all the time.
Listen, dog. The only bet that's a sure thing is Montoya's girlfriend cheating on him. Outside of that, it's all a dice roll, man. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to John Keim. And thank you to Patrick Stevens. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Yo, that U.S.-Canada game tomorrow night is going to be lit.
Yep.
Fun day. Thanks to the boys in the aquarium. Thank you to B. Mitch. If you made it this far, Montoya owes you something.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Men's college basketball in the area tonight. Georgetown taking on Providence at 6:45 on Team 980. George Washington Revolutionaries versus the St. Joseph's Hawks at 7 on Monumental. American travels to Army and Navy is at Colgate. Top 25 features Arkansas against number 1 Auburn and number 4 Alabama at number 15 Missouri. In the NFL, the LA Chargers found out they will open the season with a game in Brazil. The Commanders could be that opponent, or the Commanders could be the opponent for the Miami Dolphins in Spain. Jacksonville Jaguars have finished their interview with Josh Williams for their vacancy at the general manager position. In Major League Baseball, the Washington Nationals have signed veteran right-hander Lucas Sims to work out of the bullpen. He's a strikeout artist, 353 through 306 innings, but also has a high walk rate last season. Washington Post reports Mark Lerner is not exploring selling the team. Manager Davey Martinez says James Wood is working on a left quad tendonitis issue. NBA is back tonight with the Charlotte Hornets against the LA Lakers. Wizards return Friday night against the Milwaukee Bucks. Capitals return Saturday at 3 against the Pittsburgh Penguins on the road. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. We're taking you up to 6:30 this evening on the Fan. At 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we've got tickets to go see Joe Coy do comedy at Capital One Arena. And at 5 o'clock, when we are joined by Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post to discuss his recent interview exclusively with Mark Lerner, we've got Wizards tickets to give away because it is a Wizards Wednesday. So if you want those ticks, listen at 5 when Barry joins us, and we'll give them away at the start of the segment.
GP, you know those games where you happen to be tuning in and Steph Curry is just unconscious, where he's knocking down every single shot, and you're just going, that's a bad shot, but it's not because Steph Curry's taking it? When a guy's just that in a zone, pick up hoops last night. Now, it wasn't like the Steph Curry thing, but I shot well. That was a nice little setup for it. I had a really nice night. Now, I can't guard anybody, and I turned it over a bunch. I blew a bunch of layups because I got no lift and no separation. I can't really move around, but I can stand and shoot sometimes, GP. Good shooting night last night.
Happy for you.
I'll get you the stat line.
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'd have, there are a couple.
I'm hoping to sleep tonight, so if you don't get it to me, I don't know how I could possibly
I'm not sure either.
get to bed.
You'll be able to move on the rest of your day. There's a couple video game updates. I saw like a Dragon Ball Z update that I'll send you. So I have a whole slew of updates I'm going to send your way. I'll get you the info.
I get home yesterday, and while you were hooping and knocking down jumpers, it sounds like, my kids ran up to the front door, meet me as I get there,
Wow.
which is a great feeling. Doesn't always happen. And they're telling me that they just got a board game in the mail that I guess my daughter plays at school that she was really excited about, called Outfoxed. If you're not familiar,
no file,
and you got a young kid, this could be your next purchase. Outfoxed is pretty good. You got to roll some dice. You got to determine if you're looking for suspects or clues. And then you're trying to basically catch the fox before he gets home.
Oh.
And we put Henry in jail twice last night. That's what I'm trying to tell
Henry
you.
the Fox?
Henry the Fox committed not one, but 2 crimes.
Wow.
And both times we caught him, and he went to prison. Outfoxed was a big hit at the Paulson household.
That's awesome.
Last evening. So that was our big activity while you were lighting it up from deep.
Did everybody play by the rules?
No, definitely not.
Yeah, that's an issue.
Young people don't like doing that.
They hate it.
They get very upset if, like, you get 3 rolls. If you don't get what you need, then Henry gets to move up closer to home. They don't like that very much.
No, they make up their own as they go.
There's also like you're supposed to move on the board and you don't get to the clue every single time. Sometimes you're short of a clue and you got to roll again. No, we're just going to slide as many spots as we need to get to the clue.
Just to get to that clue.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a junior Monopoly Junior at the beach where we go every year. And my oldest is basically like, I can't do this anymore. I can't play with the younger kids because they just like, if it doesn't go their way, it's a tantrum. And if it does go their way, they rub it in your face. It's like awful. And I go, I know. I'll get you whatever you want. Please sit down and play. So we can play. I've never won somehow. He's never won. It's the little kids that win. but it's like this. This is not the way the rules are. It's the way we play. The rules are so clearly written. They're right here.
The NFL, about an hour ago, informed teams that the 2025 salary cap per club is going to be in the range of about $280 million. It seems like just yesterday, I remember the reaction we all had when they got to 180.
Mm-hmm.
$280 million bucks. It's going to be somewhere between 277 and 282. But that is hugely up from the 255.4 million salary cap 1 year ago. The cap will have increased by more than $53 million over the last 2 years.
Pretty wild.
This has always been my point when we talk about what you can't financially afford, what you can't do. Oh, but you can't pay that quarterback. Sure you can. I don't know if I can pay this wide receiver. You sure about that? Even teams that are cash-strapped all the time, the Cowboys, the Saints, they'll figure it out. And a big part of the figuring it out, Danny, this cap explodes every single year because the league just prints money, and it's a juggernaut that knows no slowing down.
There will be some time where the rate of increase does slow down. I don't know when that is.
Yeah, it's one of those things, to your point. You're right. You cannot, if you're a team, count on getting another $20 million every year.
Right.
Because the time that you bake that into your budget, now you're screwed.
And if it goes up 5, no, oh man, now it's a bad deal.
But $53 million over 2 years.
It's wild. I mean, I remember $200 million thinking, wow, that's incredible. And that's, ancient history. As it rapidly approaches 3 at this rate, it'll be $300 million within a year or two.
The Commanders were supposed to have had around 80 mil. That number is going to get bigger now, obviously. But what's most important is you just compare them to the other 31 teams they compete against.
Right.
Only 2 teams have more money to spend in free agency than Washington. So whatever they gain in allowance, so to speak, everyone else gains, but they're still going to have the third most money to spend. They could still, by the way, create even more space pretty easily if they wanted to cut John Allen or move on from him. They wanted to cut Andrew Wiley, just to name a couple of their veterans. They don't need to do that because they've got nothing but money. And we found out last year, I think they're not going to be the front office that's always spending up to the cap. Whatever you have, they believe in rolling it over probably. But man, are they in a good spot financially.
100%. And you've got a lot of needs to fill, so it's good. You could be in let's say they had the number of free agents and short-term guys that they do, and they were in, I don't know, making up a team. In the Falcons case, who were over the cap, probably end up being right at the cap at this stage. You still got to fill those needs. You got to sign some players to contracts, whether they're, the big budget guys, the middle class, or your bargain basement bin, which they majored in last year. You need to fill in a bunch of signings. So it's actually fortuitous that they've got that amount of cap space to be able to do that. Because it's not all about big game hunting. You'd love a couple of those players, some blue chippers, some frontline guys to help their talent level, which I think they need. But that's, sometimes it's the unsexy ones that are the important signings, right? Your Zach Ertz's, your Austin Eckler's, the guys that aren't like leading NFL Network because, oh my God, where did the top number 4 free agent in all of football sign? That's not what always wins.
They do have, I would think, the highest number of UFAs maybe overall in the league because of all of the one-year contracts they signed last year. I mean, it is a ton of players. Many of them are going to be easy to bring back if they want to, but it's a ton of guys that are hitting the market if they choose not to bring them back, which is something I kept bringing up at the end of last year. They're going to be more talented. There's no doubt about it. At almost every position, probably, they should theoretically have more talent in 2025 than they had in 2024. But the reason that they won as many games as they did this past year and got to the NFC Championship game is not necessarily that they had the most talent. It helps that you have Jaden Daniels, and there's some really good football players like Terry McLaurin on the team. But it was, as much as anything else, Danny, about the product of the environment. It was about the culture. It was about the locker room and the brotherhood, if I could say that. Throwing it back to the brotherhood bell.
There it is.
Can you recapture that if you have 25 or 30 new players on the team?
Easier said than done, yeah.
Like, I view a locker room as almost like a chemistry experiment, right? Where you're like pouring these potions into a pot and you're mixing it up. And when you get the perfect locker room, that was last year, the brotherhood. Are you able to do that again when you're now starting over with new potions? That's a hard thing to do, but that's why Dan Quinn is beloved and seems to, be able to mix those potions better than most.
Yeah, you would say some of those key, to say with the chemistry analogy, some of those key ingredients you would expect to come back, be it an Ertz, be it a Wagner, be it, I don't know, you could go down the list of guys that you feel like were instrumental in leading that culture, and then you can change some of the other variables, right? The 48th guy on the roster doesn't have to be the same. It can be another guy that has buy-in, that is going to listen to Bobby Wagner when he talks, right? But it's easier said than done, to your point. I mean, there is a balance between, guys that have this will and this personality and would fit into the culture and talent. Sometimes you got to go, we need a little bit more talent. I'm willing to bend on a guy that may not be exactly the right character dude. I mean, think back to the great Redskins teams of yore. Guys like John Riggins were like staying out late and breaking curfew and doing whatever they wanted. You need some of those guys when the talent is that good, but you can't major in it. It can't be that's all you have. Then it's a bunch of me first dudes that don't work. There's that, as you said, it's a very delicate balance to find, that sort of ever teetering scale of guys with buy-in, guys who want to be part of it, guys are the quote unquote right guys that maybe went as far as they could this past year. They needed more talent, but you don't want to sacrifice too much of that chemistry.
Well,
stuff.
even some of the down the depth chart guys, like you mentioned the 48th guy, like a Sheldon Day when he's brought in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they sang his praises as one of their real core important players. And I think sometimes those guys are largely responsible for the chemistry experiment. Like they are a big part of the potion, even if you didn't pour a whole lot into the pot. So it's going to be really complicated and difficult to create what they did last year. But I think you hope that just by having Jaden Daniels, and as you said, if you could bring back some of the real veteran leaders like Ertz, like Wagner, that you're going to be in a pretty good spot regardless. And maybe the talent makes up for a little bit of the lack of how great the locker room was last year if they can't get it to the same level. The other NFL news today that we should hit on was that it did become official that the NFL is going back to Brazil in the opening weekend. So on Friday night, just like they did last year for Eagles-Packers, what will be the second day of the NFL season, you'll have the opener on Thursday night in Philly with whoever the Eagles play. And then the following night, Friday, in Brazil, you're going to have the Chargers hosting presumably an AFC game, if I had to guess, but it could be any of their opponents that are visiting them. And Washington is one of those teams, which we can get into. But this was a success last year for the league. Anything they do globally is a smash-ola. People love football. People want games. When you send a decent product, and they did last year with Jordan Love in Green Bay.
Yeah, two really good teams.
Jalen Hurts in Philly, two playoff teams, and a team that won the Super Bowl. The response was a packed house and a lot of people in the country falling deeper in love with football. So I'm not surprised that they're going to run this back for the second time in as many years.
Yeah, I mean, and hopefully they've got some better procedures in place. Because remember, not to put a dark cloud over it, but there were a lot of complaints, security concerns, and different things that ultimately got to the point where the players were ordered to stay in their rooms, kind of leading up to the game, and it then resulted in beefed up security, and then they went, no, everything's fine here, hoping that we don't have to go through that rigmarole this time around in Brazil.
I might go through that rigmarole if I was a player. I probably would just stay in my room. Respectfully, unless the league is coming with us everywhere with security guards or whatever. It's a business trip. I'm there to play football at the end of the weekend. If I don't get to go walk around and see things like when you go to London, you get to go see Big Ben or something, that's okay. You're a target, sadly. I mean, think about what's happening here in the United States, where these guys' homes, when they're not playing, I think we've had 7 or 8 different players in the major
house,
sports
whatever,
get broken into. If everybody there knows that the Chargers are walking around, I don't need to be a target, man. So I'll be at my resort, and you can tell me when the bus goes to the stadium. That's just me.
Yeah, smell what you're cooking there. But it's not even that. It's like, can I go to the lobby to get like a handful of peanuts or something like that? You're not allowed to do that. You know what I mean? It's like it sounds like they've got
probably figure out a way to make the resort pretty nice.
I'm saying it sounds like they got their ducks in a row here at this time, but it took a lot of complaining and a lot of like, hey, are we noticing this? This is a problem. And now they beat up security, hoping it's that way from Jump Street.
We were speaking about this yesterday, though. There's 2 possibilities for the Commanders to go international, one of which would be to play the Dolphins, who they play on the road in Madrid, and the other is to play the Chargers, who they've got a road game against, supposedly in LA, but it could very well be in this Brazil game on the opener on Friday night. I still think there's a better chance statistically anyway, because it's a division game and, the number of games each team has at home, that they end up playing Philly in the Thursday night opener as a recap of a rematch rather of the NFC Championship game. I would rather that too. I think that would be awesome and a great showcase. But I also understand, like, if you are Josh Harris, Mitch Rales, Mark Hine, Magic Johnson, this ownership group, I'll bet you'd love to go international, because you can put a little bit of a flag in the ground, whether it's in Madrid or in Brazil. If you're one of the early teams to play a game there, and you're as marketable as Washington is, like from a league standpoint, why wouldn't you want to showcase Jaden Daniels internationally?
Yeah.
And instead of having a American football star, you could have a global legend on the football field.
Totally.
If you sent him there, I'm just going to say 2 or 3 years in a row, they play in Madrid or Spain. They're whatever that group is for the Jags in London. You've got an entire market you've just introduced to this young ascending star.
Yeah, so I was talking to someone about this last night. And for fans that are already in, let's say the Grants and Dannys of the universe, that doesn't really do much for me, honestly. Them playing internationally, like it's an awkward game time. I don't want them to play on a Friday night or a Saturday morning or Sunday morning or something like that.
Well, these games I think have been prime time at night. It would feel, I think, like a Monday Night Football.
Yeah, so the Friday one, I think it was. I don't want that because that's unusual. To me, like I want them on normal TV, normal prime time, normal whatever. But for them, like the second silo is from the organization, the point you just raised. If I'm part of the ownership group, if I'm part of the people who are going, where can we make some more money? That's the way to make more money. I've got one of the ultimate crown jewels of the sport. That's the hottest thing since sliced bread. Let's go on a tour. Let's go play in Madrid or London or wherever, so that when he goes for 230 yards and a couple touchdowns and makes a couple unbelievable highlight plays, that people are running to the not concessions. What's the thing I'm looking for? The apparel store and ripping those Jaden Daniels things off the wall. All in on that.
I say this all the time at the NFL. There is still money to be had in the United States, obviously, because we're just obsessed with this sport. But they have found a bunch of money under couch cushions already.
Mm-hmm.
We have done a lot of digging. My daughter's big on this, where she always wants change, and she has this fundraiser at school. And so, like, if I pick up a cushion or if I look somewhere, we've probably already found the change that was there. I think there's so much money everywhere you look still internationally for the NFL.
That's their growth, and they realized it.
You don't have to overturn rocks. I mean, it's just still like there's still quarters laying on the floor in the kitchen. You haven't gone around and picked it all up yet, and they just know there's so much money there. This is not going to subside. This will happen more and more and more. Every year they're going to introduce a new game. I forget this year, where is it? Madrid might be the first time game.
One, yeah.
But we've had Munich. We've had Madrid, right? Brazil 2 years in a row. London, the number of games is growing, not getting smaller. At this point, I'm just a person who's like covering my ears and stomping my feet saying, I don't need all the international games. I don't really care. I like standalone NFL games. I don't mind the early 9:30 a.m. starts that you hate. I don't mind primetime games in another country. It doesn't really affect me. Actually, the more games that are being aired when nothing else is on, the better, because it's just more football that I get to watch during the week. The only caveat I'll apply, though, is that I don't want my team affected if I'm a season ticket holder all that often. Like that and that'd be number one. Number two, I don't want a team based full-time outside of the United States. Like, that's my bridge too far. That's where now you're annoying me and you're making the product worse, and I like the league less when it's the London Jaguars. I'm out on that.
Yep.
But if you just want to have a traveling road show where you get more and more money because you can't help yourself and you want to appease your greed, cool, you do that. Fine. I'll just keep watching the games. Just let me know when they're on, and I'll be there on my couch with my chips and dip.
So, I mean, I care so much about this team and their wins and losses and health and all that other kind of stuff. So, like, again, it doesn't do anything for me if the game is in Brazil. Like, that doesn't move the needle for me at all. Like, I'm not helped by that. Does that make sense? Like,
but are you hurt by it?
Not really.
Yeah, it's a nothing burger.
It's a minor inconvenience if it's on at a weird time.
Well, you know what we haven't mentioned, though, over 2 days of talking about this off and on is last year, Washington traveled less than any team in the NFL.
Uh-huh.
And I legitimately believe this. People could roll their eyes if they want to. I think one of the sneaky contributors to their impressive season last year was their travel schedule. They were in the air on their bird for fewer miles than any other team, and it wasn't even particularly close. If you look at their travel schedule, remember there was like a 7-week stretch where they didn't have to get on a plane around their bye week, where they were going to Philly and a bunch of stuff where they were like able to take some trains and whatever. Now they did fly, but I'm saying you wouldn't have had to if you wanted to just do it a little old school with the travel. I bring that up to say, if you're playing in an international game and West Coast games, that changes very quickly. And with what we know now about sports and sports science with sleep and rest, I think it could actually be a major difference maker in their season, compared to a year ago when they had as good a schedule in terms of miles traveled as anyone's ever had.
Yeah, and then you add in the opponents that you're going to go play. When you fly across the country to Kansas City, the Chiefs are there waiting. When you fly across to play the Chargers, that's a playoff team that's year 2 under Harbaugh that's getting better. That's if the game is in LA and not Sao Paulo. So I think it's well seen. I think it was the Cleveland at Baltimore, home against Carolina, home against the Bears, at New York, home against Pittsburgh, at Philly.
Yeah.
And then a couple more home games. Like, you're not moving that. You're not going that far. You don't leave your time zone.
I could get a horse and meet you at all your games.
Seriously. I'll get there at the same time.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We do have tickets today to Joe Coy at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz. It's a Wizards Wednesday, so we'll give away those Wizards tickets at 5 o'clock ahead of Barry Svrluga. Next, though, the Dodgers are getting a lot of heat as baseball's villain because they keep signing all of the top players available this offseason. Are they actually the bad guy, though? Should people be upset at the Dodgers? You're listening to G&D. Hey, it's Grant. March is almost here. College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch of the season. The conference tournaments are looming right around the corner. Right now, new customers on FanDuel, which could be you, get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP. FanDuel.com/GP. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, this is the best time to do it. The app, very easy to use. You're not going to be confused. And when you win, this is the best part, you get paid instantly. You got to go to FanDuel.com/GP to get in on the college hoops action before March is hot and heavy. Must be 21 present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Alteser with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the salary cap number was announced today for the NFL season. $277.5 million to $281.5 million. That's an increase of $22 to $26 million from last season. The Eagles named their new offensive coordinator. It's going to be Kevin Patullo, who was their passing game coordinator last season. The Chiefs are not expected to use the franchise tag or transition tag on offensive guard Trey Smith. Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk with that report. And the Chargers are the designated home team for the NFL game this year in Brazil. That was made official today by the NFL. In baseball, the Nationals made official the signing of relief pitcher Lucas Sims on a one-year deal. They moved Mason Thompson to the 60-day injured list last season for two teams, the Reds and the Red Sox. Lucas Sims posted a 4.38 ERA in 58 appearances. Also in baseball, Major League Baseball's testing the automatic balls and strikes system in spring training. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Alteser with your sports update on the Fan.
Danny, you and I were talking yesterday about the possibility of Thursday night's USA-Canada final for the Four Nations face-off eclipsing 10 million viewers in America.
Mm-hmm.
They had around 5 million viewers in the United States for their game this past weekend. This is going to be on a weeknight. You'd figure TV ratings go up a little bit in prime time. Well, I just saw this. 10.1 million viewers if you count Canada. So in North America, watched Canada and the United States. 10.1 million in their matchup going back to the weekend.
Yeah, USA 5, Canada 5. You know what I mean? That's how I do that math, right?
Wow.
Yep.
We said this yesterday, but somebody at the NHL headquarters should be getting a nice, fat, juicy paycheck.
Spin kicks and a mini parade around the office. You know what I mean? Like, put your feet up and relax because you've done good.
A year ago at this time, maybe they'd already come up with this concept. I don't know. But there was a point in the not too distant past where they were just going to try out another 3-on-3 All-Star tournament. And that's more entertaining than what the NBA does, so I'm not killing them.
Right.
But this, man, I think they've played their final All-Star game. What about you? At least for a little while.
Yeah, major in this. I mean, Scott Van Pelt said this last night on SportsCenter. Happened to be watching. He had a hockey guest on, and he said exactly the way I've been feeling. He tried. I'm
Was it
paraphrasing.
Bucci Gross? Who do you have on?
No,
Steve Levy?
No, I'm blanking on her name. Emily Kaplan.
Okay.
To talk about the tournament.
Yeah.
And he was saying, I admit I didn't understand what this was beforehand. I kind of didn't get it. I didn't know what the guys care. I wasn't really sure. Forget all that. I'm in. They're in. It's the greatest. Like it went from, okay, I'll check it out to when's the next one? Like build this. This is it right here.
Think about this.
Yeah.
They have guys, both teams now. When I say they, I meant United States, but Canada does too, that are coming back from injuries to play in the final.
Mm-hmm.
Think about the difference here of a couple hours before the All-Star game. I don't mean to joan on LeBron, but LeBron's like, yeah, I'm actually just not going to play this year, guys. I've done this for 20 years. I'm good. But other sports too, where guys just opt out and say, I'm not interested. In this sport, there's an injury report right now where the Kachuk brothers are both super banged up. We don't know if Brady's going to be able to go or not. But the rumor today is that they're all playing, basically.
Mm-hmm.
That the guys that are probable are going to go, that you've got these guys that are going to come back from injury, that have been getting treatment or, that were in the hospital a handful of days ago for whatever reason, and they're going to give it a go. Like, that's how badly the players want to win this thing. And now with the U.S. and Canada going head-to-head, it's just even bigger and better. Like, you couldn't have drawn up a better series finale.
Yeah. Now, listen, the whole thing was set up so the U.S. and Canada could play a bunch of times, and that's fine by me.
Kind of. I mean, Sweden could have won the thing. Finland could have won.
I suppose.
They were the two best teams in a 4-team field. So, yeah, ideally, we were going to get this. But it wasn't like the ice was tilted against Sweden or Finland. They got good hockey players.
Yeah, they're perfectly good. This was a U.S.-Canada thing all along, and I'm fine with it, by the way. That's not a criticism. It was we need to have, instead of just having the U.S. and Canada play on a Wednesday and call it the All-Star break, we need to set up a little thing that ends up going this way. And I'm sure, puck could have bounced a bad way and Finland could have beaten somebody or whatever. But the point is, it was set up to this dream scenario.
I don't think it would be that different, though, if it was the U.S. and Russia playing in this game either. I mean, there's a little bit of tension now between Canada booing the anthem and some of the things going on kind of in the news. But in terms of, like, in the future, handful of years from now, in a different world, in that multiverse, when Russia's allowed to play in this thing, that's going to be pretty cool, too.
Yes, it will be.
I will say that As a Caps fan, I'm just glad I don't have to deal with Willie being on Canada or Ovi being on Russia, because that gets really complicated really fast.
I am thrilled there are no Capitals in this thing. Thrilled for multiple reasons.
I was livid when the rosters came out. I am now happy about it. I do wish John Carlson was playing for the Americans. Captain America, scored a game-winning goal in juniors for USA. Completely got robbed not being on the roster, I thought. But rest is a pretty good thing when you're the best team in the East.
Indeed. And you're a veteran group. And it's not as if he's a 24-year-old defenseman who's one of the best in the world.
Yeah.
There's a 3 in front of his age, so just fine with him getting some R&R.
So I wanted to talk about a comment that the commissioner of Major League Baseball, Rob Manfred, made. If we could head on over the diamond for a moment and to Phoenix, where spring training is being held in the Cactus League. The New York Yankees were once the evil empire. We now have a new evil empire in the sport, and that is, of course, the Los Angeles Dodgers. They got more heat and more flack and more blowback than anybody else this offseason, as people were yelling about their $390 million payroll, Danny. I'm going to say that again.
Man.
$390 million their payroll. That is at least $100 million more than any other team in baseball, with the exception of the New York Mets, who have the richest owner by far, who spends money hand over foot as well. This is a sport that generated $12.1 billion last season, Major League Baseball. Think about that for a moment. What they brought in was $12.1 billion. The Dodgers, because they go out and spend more than everybody else, have become the bad guy. And Rob Manfred, the commissioner, was asked one of the ongoing questions now in sports and on talk radio and people at the water cooler is basically, do we need a salary cap? Are the Dodgers bad for baseball? Are they ruining everything? Because every free agent, whether it's, I could run through the list of guys they signed this offseason, but even the guys that they didn't, like Juan Soto, they're expected to end up there, and when they don't, it's a surprise. It's basically a 2-horse race, really, now. It's the Dodgers and the Mets. This is what Manfred said, who's the commissioner of the big leagues. Says it's clear we have fans in some markets that are concerned about the ability of the team in their market to compete with the financial resources of the Dodgers. No kidding.
Yep.
He went on to say, if we've been consistent on one point, it is to try to listen to our fans on topics like this. The dollars are obviously bigger, Manfred said. I think that the interesting fun fact that the Dodgers, whatever they spent, are probably more profitable on a percentage basis than the old Yankees were, meaning it could be more sustainable to spend this way. So it is more of a problem. Look, it is the core of the issue in our economic system. It's the disparity-driven difference in terms of the ability to compete. So it's sort of the same. And he's referencing the lopsided nature of the Dodgers versus, say, the Pirates or these teams like the A's or the Nationals that don't spend any money, right? But he went on to say the Dodgers are not breaking any rules. They're playing by the rules. They're operating within the system. We could go in deeper into some of his comments. But the reason I wanted to bring this up is I find that the conversation being had around baseball right now is getting out of whack. People are coming down on the Dodgers and the Mets when, you could disagree with me if you want to, Danny, they aren't the problem. The problem is the teams that don't spend. The Dodgers are doing it correctly. They make a lot of money, and then they reinvest the money into their operation. The Mets have an owner that is going to spend until he can't spend anymore. That's good, not bad. Now, if you want a salary floor, I'm all for that. If you want a salary cap, I guess that could help in some way, possibly. The players will never go with that, and because of that, it's never going to happen. But I guess, Danny, my point is we're acting like the Dodgers are the villain. The villain is the offseason the Nats just had. The villain is the A's and the Marlins and the Pirates, the owners that don't reinvest the money that they make. That, to me, is what we should be talking about. That we have some divisions where there's 60% of the division where people aren't trying to win. Like, that's more an issue than, the damn Dodgers, I hate them, they signed another guy. You mean like trying? Think about your industry. Companies that spend versus don't spend. Who's the problem?
So I think it's twofold. One, you're right that the teams on the bottom, there shouldn't be. We shouldn't have an A's, a Nationals, a Marlins, unless there's a specific design. Like if your whole point is, hey, we need to get bad before we get good again, no problem. Go through that period. But when it's time to compete and you refuse to, like the Pirates, for example, that's inexcusable and that's wrong. But
you can tank there. Like you could be a passerby in not spendingville. You can't live there all the time. That's a rent, not a buy situation.
Right, and that's what's happening. So the Pirates are now a minor league system for the rest of Major League Baseball, and it's ridiculous, quite frankly. And I guess kind of my counter to that, though, where you and I think disagree about this, is they do need a salary cap. They do need a way to prevent a franchise from basically going, all right, welcome to the Major League season. I've now been eliminated because the Dodgers are so much better than me for 7 months. The difference between football, basketball, and some of these others is this is every night beating into your psyche that your team has no chance over months and months and months and months and months. Who wins the tournament at the end? That's who's hot, who's healthy, who gets going. The Rangers won one, and, the Dodgers got a COVID one, and, how weird is it the Nats did it once? That's less important to me. The fact is that it's every night for so many months where your team has no shot and you know it. You could spend everything up to your limit. If you're the, I'll use the Pittsburgh Pirates. If you're the Pittsburgh Pirates, you could do everything possible, max out your payroll, invest as much as you possibly can to not make any kind of profit, and you can't compete with the teams at the highest level in terms of salary and likewise, because you're not a big market team. So there needs to be a playing field that tilts both ways down to kind of in the middle, if that makes sense. Tilt the teams up at the top from being able to spend hundreds of millions of dollars per year more than teams in the middle class, and then teams down at the bottom, that needs as much of a fix too, in my opinion.
So again, I'm not anti-salary cap, but I think a salary floor is more urgent and important than a salary cap. Again, the problem is the teams that don't spend, not the teams that spend too much, in terms of what is a bigger issue or where we're perilous as a sport, if we want to call it that. But the only thing we'll disagree on, because I don't think we disagree necessarily on the cap part of it, doesn't sound like. Where we'll disagree is this idea that you can't compete. I don't agree with that. The Dodgers have won one World Series since I was born in 1988. That was the last time before this past year that they won an actual World Series where they played 162 games. They had the COVID shortened year in 2020 where it was a sprint in 60 days. And that's the list of their other championship before this past season. Now, do they get to roll the baseball out and be a 90-plus win team and win a division? Absolutely. But there's actually more of a parity in baseball when you look at how many teams have played in the World Series, how many teams have participated in league championship series, than even say in the NFL, a salary cap sport, in the Super Bowl or the conference championship games, where the Eagles just played in a third Super Bowl in 8 years, and the Chiefs have been in 7 conference title games in a row, and in the Super Bowl 5 of the last 6 years. In baseball, you get these one-off years from the Diamondbacks, the Nationals, the Phillies made their run one year. You had a Arizona-Texas World Series 2 seasons ago that nobody, even on the first day of the playoffs, thought was possible. So, yeah, if you spend a lot, I think it elevates your floor and it gets you into the postseason. But there's really no evidence that having the biggest payroll means you get to win a championship or you get to win a pennant. The Mets have won nothing since Cohen's been throwing money around. They've been pretty good. They got to the playoffs last year. They made a little run. The Yankees, 1 title, 2009, 1 since the 2000s. You think about like the highest payrolls. I think it guarantees you relevance and competitiveness. The Phillies, 4th highest payroll right now. They really have nothing to show for that in terms of banners hanging. But the Cubs are another example in the top 6 or 7 in spending, who haven't won recently. But yeah, I'm all for a cap. I also want a floor. But my point is just, it's amazing to me that we act like the Dodgers are the worst thing that happens in sports. Like, how dare them go sign another guy? This is terrible. This is awful. Everyone should be wanting their team to operate like that.
Yeah, I don't blame them for operating within the rules.
The Nationals, as an example, just to go back to the local team here, had an offseason where they had a great opportunity to go out and spend. There's no reason why they didn't add to their payroll this offseason after turning a corner from a prospects and development standpoint the last couple of years. And they just decided not to. They just said, you know what? We're not going to do that. And everyone says, well, they spent almost $40 million. They basically replaced the money that came off the books from Patrick Corbin's 6-year contract finally expiring. Almost dollar for dollar. That's what they did. That went off the books. They made a bunch of moves that added up to Patrick Corbin, plus a couple $1 million, and they're going to roll the baseballs back out. Like, that's the conversation I want to have, is how do you get teams to stop doing that?
Agree with you. But the winning part we go back to is you look at World Series as the judge of parity or not. And you're right. That tournament,
Or
that's such a small sample.
championship series. Yeah.
Championship, fine. To me, there's no parity. When the Yankees go to the playoffs every year, have 2 seasons in the last 10, despite tons of roster turnover, where they don't make the postseason. And they don't have any losing records in there. They're not subject to it. They don't have the same operating system as everybody else. So to me, the more important thing isn't who gets hot in the tournament, because teams have been hot, not hot, whatever, won the championship, not. And your point about different champions is 100% right. It's the 7 months of grind where you get out of bed in the morning and you have no chance. And you're right that some blame needs to be on the teams that aren't trying. That's 100% a thing, but you also need to lower the automatic entry. The Yankees have an automatic playoff berth every year because if it doesn't go well with the signing, they'll just sign somebody else.
Why do you have no chance? I mean, the Rays, year in and year out, were a playoff caliber team when they spent low poor team money, high end poor team money. The A's, we saw the Minnesota Twins made the playoffs 7 out of 10 years when they were spending a little bit of money. Still competitive every year. The Royals have put together a really good team by spending a little bit of money right now. We're a playoff team last year.
Why is there a need for a salary floor then? If you can just be cheap and do it?
Well, because those teams spent to what the floor would be. They're above the threshold right now. I'm talking about the teams that have payrolls right now, like the A's, the Pirates, the Marlins, the Rays, fixing. The Reds. They're just opting out of all transactions for veteran quality talent.
Agreed.
It's unacceptable. I want to get people's thoughts on this, though. 800-636-1067. How does it affect your fandom when you go into an offseason knowing that there's 3 or 4 teams that are going to sign the best players and seemingly nobody else is in those sweepstakes? And then you've got teams like Washington or others that just kind of opt out of free agency almost altogether from an impact player standpoint. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my pals, Sarah, Debbie, Reynolds, and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. I'm going to tell you something. Your home will sell. Your home is going to sell if you go with Sarah and Debbie Reynolds. They're so confident in their services that if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. So your bottom line is your home is going to sell. They're great at this. They sold my place a couple years ago. We got way over asking. Whole thing was done in a weekend because they're awesome at this. Get more money and get it done quickly. If you're considering selling your home, you got to give them a call and let them use their database of over 16,711 qualified buyers to guarantee the sale of your home fast and for top dollar. They've had countless reviews saying for so many families served, including ours, they get sellers 6.1% more money on average, netting their sellers $30,500 more in their pockets. You have got to give them a call. Do what I did. 844-654-SOLD. 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieAsTheBuyers.com.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Rob Manfred was asked about the Dodgers buying their way to the top of the NL West again this offseason. And he discussed the fact that they were playing within the rules and that he thinks they didn't do anything necessarily wrong, while he acknowledges that the gap between the Dodgers and the Mets, the teams that spend all the money and the teams that don't spend any, like the A's and the Pirates, is a problem for the sport. My point is, I think people should be more annoyed by the owners that don't spend. See the Nuttings in Pittsburgh. What's the guy's name at the A's where they just moved the ballpark? Enemy of the state #1 there.
I'm blanking.
Fisher in Oakland. You know, the Lerners here in Washington. I made this case during the break there, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
The Nats should be going into this season with an 85 or 86 win roster based on making some significant upgrades.
We agree there.
And they just kind of decided not to. Why? Why are they penciled in for 70 wins instead of 85? What was the point of that? So is it true that they're at a disadvantage in a smaller market, not DC, but those teams than the big market clubs are? Definitely. I just think it's exacerbated by the fact that the owners don't spend anyway.
Absolutely.
And that can't be forgiven or forgotten.
Right. I think there's a lot of nuance to it. And as usual, I always find myself, not always, but oftentimes find myself arguing against everybody. You know what I mean? So like I'm sort of in the middle, pushing against both sides of the trash compactor, like in New Hope. Basically saying, yes, the teams that don't try, that's irresponsible. And also we need a system that sort of brings the teams that do try closer to everyone else to have maybe similar rules.
I'd be okay with that for sure. And like if the debate is as simple as, should we try to close the gap? I would say absolutely. But my point is that is my number 2 priority. My number 1 priority is trying to figure out how to get all the teams that don't seem to want to try. Like that's a more fixable, easy situation pretty quickly. Jorge's in San Antonio listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Jorge?
Hey, what's up, guys? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, Moneyball approach is pretty much dead, has been for 10, 15 years, ever since the Yankees started spending big. Now the Dodgers, they're throwing what seems like trillions and trillions of dollars. I mean, look back at the Nationals payroll in 2019, the World Series winning team. We were the top 5 in payroll. We spent a little over $200 million. Now we're in the bottom 5, just a little over $30 million. To be honest, it's freaking ridiculous. We're not going to be able to compete against the Dodgers of the world, even the Braves, the Mets, who are spending big, just chunks of cash end of the year. So it's pissing me off, has been for the past couple of years, ever since we haven't really been able to rise to the fame of the glory since 2019. So completely agree with y'all guys, and the Lerners really need to take a step up right now.
Thanks, buddy.
Thank you, dude.
I don't remember them being in the top 5 in payroll in 2019. I'm not going to completely dismiss that because I don't remember specifically where they ranked, but they lived in the back end of the top 10 for a couple of years in a row for sure.
According to Spot Track, they were 6th. So point is, that's, Kotz may have had them somewhere different. The point is they were in that conversation. If you're 4th or 9th, you're up there.
I
That's where they
live.
live.
Yep. I mean, that's higher than I would have even guessed. But it goes without saying. I mean, they went and they signed Max Scherzer for a couple $100 million. They spent real money, legitimate money on quality talent. They were close and went and dropped 6 years and $140 million on Patrick Corbin. You could add up everything they've done over the last 5 years. You're not going to get to $140 million. Let's go to Charlie in Annapolis on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hi guys, thanks for taking my call. As a Nationals fan, this has been an extremely frustrating off season. Seeing other teams in our division spend money over the last couple of years in free agency, and then our frugal, cheap owner refuses to spend money on his own players, and I'm frustrated. I'll keep rooting for the team. I'll watch them on TV, but I will not be going to any games until the Lerner start putting money back into this team. I think it's the only way to get them to spend money is to hit them in the pocketbook, is for fans to refuse to go to games. We can watch them on TV, but if we're not going to games, they're losing money, which is going to hopefully force them to spend instead of being king of the 1-year deals on all these free agents they're signing.
Well, and it's not like they're big 1-year deals, by the way.
Right.
The juxtaposition, though, of what the Nats are doing, and then in the same division, the loaded Phillies, the Mets, who they have pockets that are never ending. And then the Braves, who are going to be big back this year, healthier. I mean, you've got 3 World Series caliber teams in your division. So if you're not going to get serious about adding a lot of talent, you're basically just going into the year feeling like a 4th place team every single season. That doesn't work to get the fan base's juices flowing. It's just not going to.
Yeah, and part of off season when hot stove is happening, there's a top 50 list, a top 20 list, a top whatever, and you're not mentioned, not linked to any of those players. It's hard to create that buzz. I mean, all people want to do when their attention starts to turn February, pitchers and catchers reporting, look at all the promise, look at all the hope. And when you weren't in on any of the big signings, if you lost out to Pete Alonso by $1, you lost out to name that superstar. Okay, you were showing me big effort, but when it was like we weren't even shopping there, dude, what are your fans supposed to think?
We'll talk more about this with Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post, who actually spoke to Mark Lerner, one of the few people in the DC media that has in several months. That was just a couple of days ago. And we'll have that conversation with him coming up at 5 o'clock when we give away Wizards tickets today on the Fan. Next, though, what are the top priorities for the Commanders this offseason? We'll get into that on G&D. Thank you, Toby. Welcome back. We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30 this evening.
We love our guys from Condori and Morad, and I accidentally just closed the page with the read on it, GP. That was a special move by me. So what I'm going to do instead is grab that piece of paper. Ha! Exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. That was unbelievable how I closed the tab with it on there somehow right before doing the read.
Tickets to Joe Coy in 1 hour and tickets to see the Wizards in 2 hours. That's at 4 and 5 respectively today, right here on The Fan, ahead of the Beltway Blitz at 4 and Barry Svrluga talking about his conversation with Mark Lerner at 5 here on Grant and Danny. I started a new show last night and I'm hooked. I've been trying to find a show that I could really get into because it's just a lighter week for sports.
Mm-hmm.
Shrinking on Apple TV. I really, really like this show. Now, I am only 4 episodes in. They're like right around 35, 40-minute episodes, feels like, I think. This is a show that is created by Jason Segel and some other dudes, starring Jason Segel, Harrison Ford, and a bunch of other really talented actors and actresses that I don't recognize. It's awesome. Basically, the quick plot is that Jason Segel and Harrison Ford, for that matter, are both psychiatrists. So hence the shrinking. They are providing help to people. I guess that's the idea, is that they're shrinking, right?
Sure.
But in this movie, or in this show rather, in like the opening scenes, you just see Jason Segel being a complete wreck, like just a completely lost cause in life who's up to no good because obviously he's dealt with tragedy. You don't know what it is yet. And then he comes into this meeting where very obviously you're now at an office where someone's about to get help. And he sits down in the chair and he's like, sorry, I'm late. Tell me about your week. And you're like, oh my God, he's the one doing the helping.
He's the basket case, yeah.
But it's him and it's Harrison Ford and his daughter's great in these first few episodes. But you know how you said you hate shows where there's no redeeming characters?
Yes.
I love all of these characters already.
Oh, wow.
Like it's been a few episodes and I'm rooting for everybody. It's the opposite of that. And the idea is it's this feel-good show, shades of like Ted Lasso, I guess. It's 2 seasons, only 22 episodes. So for your boy, that's not overly daunting.
Okay. But there's no whodunit. Are you going to be all right?
I'm not thrilled about that part.
Okay.
Hopefully there's some kind of crime we can solve at some point.
We got to solve crime.
But, Guy, I love this show.
How about it?
Shrinking.
And
I actually put it out on Twitter last night. I'm like, has anybody seen this? This feels like something that people should be talking about. And everyone told me about how late I am and how they were the first one to see it. But
they actually wrote the show and they invented it.
50+ comments. I think every single one of them was positive. And maybe the worst thing I saw was 1 or 2 people saying, I don't know if I love the second season as much. But I would say out of 50+ people that responded, 45
pretty good
like,
shooting percentage, yeah.
One of my favorite shows I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, Steph Curry from the foul line. Apparently.
I feel like I've unearthed a gem here.
Yeah. The everyone that I know that's got the Apple TVs tells me it's awesome.
It seems like Apple TV is very sneaky when it comes to some of those shows.
I think
it's really
Apple
crazy.
TV has a high batting average.
Yeah.
Isn't Apple TV, correct me if I'm wrong, their bit is they don't do any nudity. Like it's not overly, I don't want to say R-rated, but it's the feel-good shows are on that network. I'm sure there are other shows that do a lot of like this is pretty deep. There's some dark shows on there too. But I think Apple TV is kind of a cut above some of the like raunchy television on other networks. Is that fair or no?
It's a great question. I mean, raunchy, I agree with you, right? I'm trying to run through the top of my head all the different shows that I've watched. There's a few more feel good. I mean, there's definitely like adult type things that aren't appropriate for kids. Like Silo is pretty tough, or Severance deals with some pretty adult concepts. But you're right in terms of like gratuitous nudity or otherwise, you're not going to find as much on Apple TV. I think you're right.
But Shrinking, man.
Shrinking.
22 episodes, so I'm barely a quarter of the way through, or not even probably. But I like where we're headed here. I'm in a good place. So I've got my TV show that I can lock in on for probably a week or 2.
You won't do a locked on Shrinking?
Just a full on pod?
Just a full on pod, locked on Shrinking?
I might have to. If Jason Segel will come on and I get to interview him for the pilot episode.
What a career he's had, by the way.
He's the best.
Like a just twists and turns up and down. Like started off on Freaks and Geeks and became one of the dudes that was always in the movie. You know, like anything Judd Apatow was attached to, near, adjacent to. he's gone from a sort of like goofy comedy guy to like producing his own like sort of serious stuff.
Pretty confident he wrote this.
Yeah.
In addition to directing it and starring in it. That's ultra talented.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. All right. So I saw on the score yesterday, they went through every single team in the AFC and they were ranking the top 3 priorities for each team this offseason. They went through 16 AFC teams. I think the NFC is coming up next in their series, but I thought we could steal this and do it for the Commanders here. So you and I, we could go 1, 2, and 3. Let's rank these. These are the Commanders' biggest priorities this offseason as they get ready to embark on a new offseason. So you go first with number 3.
Offensive line is maybe too broad. I'll say tackle as a vehicle to upgrade the offensive line. Now, I don't know if that's a swap out Andrew Wiley for a new right tackle. I don't know if that's you help one of the guard spots by kicking Coleman inside to get a new left tackle. I mean, to me, a new tackle solves a couple of those things as you start to kind of have the dominoes fall. But to me, that offensive line needs to be better. I don't want just okay. I want really, really good. And I think they could do that with a tweak or two.
My number 3 priority for the Commanders this offseason is to add a special, speedy weapon. I don't care what position that player plays. Ideally, running back or wide receiver, more so than tight end, because I think they've got a convoluted depth chart there anyway. But I'm every bit as okay, equal opportunity with it being an RB as a wide receiver. And I think I'm in the minority on that. But I just want speed. I want home run hitting ability. I want to add a power bat to this lineup, so to speak. I need someone who can hit the ball over the fence. If that's a wide receiver opposite McLaurin, great. If that's a running back who can, when he gets through the first line of defense, make somebody miss and go for 65 yards and a touchdown for the first time since I was 6, then let's do that. But I need a speedy, elite weapon added to this offense as my number 3 priority.
I realized I messed up. I went number 1 first. So I'm going in reverse order. I screwed this up. I didn't listen very well. That's on me. Offensive line's my number 1. My number 2.
So we're going to go.
Yeah, I'm doing 1, 2, 3. You do 3, 2, 1. Again, I messed this one up. If there's anyone to blame, it's going to be me. I screwed up. I'm sorry.
We're like a play.
Yeah.
Where the dress rehearsal doesn't matter.
Yep.
All of the,
I know.
like we prep for these things.
I know.
Man.
I know.
There's like meetings and there's conversations before shows.
I know.
There's emails that get sent.
As soon as I went out with all, I'm like, that's my number 1. And then you said number 3. And listen, there's a newborn at home. I'm just telling you, I'm not sleeping that great.
All right. So
I'm a little foggy in the brain. That's my number 1 was offensive line, specifically tackle.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Number 2, wide receiver. I do care if it's a wide receiver running back. I need a wideout, not to be Carolina, not to be Cleveland, to compete with Philadelphia. I need a difference maker. I need a guy that can exploit man coverage. I need a guy that strikes fear in the heart of defenses. I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know if it's third down war daddy, a T. Higgins type. I don't know if it's speed. I need something to take the pressure valve off of Terry McLaurin. I need somebody that is a threat. Doesn't mean you have to catch 100 balls. It does mean that defenses have to account for that player. I think that will make things easier, and that has to happen. The schedule gets tougher. The travel gets tougher. Everything gets tougher in year 2 as everybody's kind of honing in on you. I think they need a weapon to compete with the best teams.
So my number 2 biggest priority is the O-line. So we both have that on our list. I'm just putting fortify the offensive line there for me. You said you don't necessarily know how they do it, or is it that spot or this spot? And to that I say yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, here's
no wrong answer for me. Yeah.
Here's what you have locked in my opinion. Right now, this moment, Tyler Biadasz at center. Because I would say Sam Cosmi at right guard, except he's coming off of a really serious knee injury and may not be
the season,
ready for week 1. So if he's not ready for week 1, then you could probably sign a starting right guard that you could eventually kick to left guard. And then Cosmi comes back 6-7 weeks into the season, and that's fine too. But at right tackle, you could absolutely add a new starter and cut Andrew Wiley. At right guard, you may not have Cosmi right away. So you could have a starter there early in the year that can play left guard or ultimately maybe slide out to tackle. At left guard, I like Nick Allegretti a lot. He'll be in the organization. I think he serves a nice purpose as a former Super Bowl winner with the Chiefs and one of the key cogs in the brotherhood. But Nick Allegretti at left guard does not need to be a starter. In fact, I'm not sure that he should start this coming year. You could probably do better there. And then left tackle, where I would put Brandon Coleman in pencil, maybe even pen. I'm not using Sharpie yet. If the right guy pops up and you want to play a left tackle that you just signed in free agency or acquired via trade, and now that means Coleman goes to the right side or plays guard, I'm okay with that too.
Yep.
I want to add at least 2 new starters to that offensive line. And if it's 3, great.
Yeah, Coleman for me, I didn't mean to cut you off. Coleman for me is part of my solution. He's not an issue. He's not someone I want to replace.
He will be one of the 5 starters.
Exactly. I could keep him at left tackle. I could move him to left guard. I could move him to right tackle potentially. I mean, they have to do that evaluation.
Yeah, and just so people know, because they're like, well, you guys are just acting like he can play any position. He played more guard than tackle in college.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of teams thought when he got drafted, he was more of a guard. Now, Washington, to their credit, thought he could play tackle, and he was admirably decent at left tackle as a 3rd-round pick, kind of getting thrown into the deep end. So there's a lot of reason to believe, fast forward a year or two, he could be a franchise left tackle. I mean, he showed enough that makes you think if he grows. There's also some question there as to, like, what is the ceiling, and maybe you move him elsewhere.
Precisely. So he is one of my starters where I think is up to them. If a right tackle shakes out, then you don't have to worry about it. If a left tackle shakes out, hey, we've already got someone. But he's not I have to put him at left tackle in sharp because I've got Trent Williams or something like that. So I think we're eye-to-eye there. My number 3 priority is a defensive end. I want a really solid to plus defensive end. A Hendrickson, a Garrett, a world leader would be incredible, but a massive upgrade there. With all due respect to the Cleveland Farrells, the Dorrance Armstrongs, nothing wrong with those guys, but I need more right. We're now past ain't nothing wrong with that, to I need a dude. So I'm on dude patrol to find me one of those guys that can really get after the quarterback, that can set the edge, that can free up things on running downs for the linebackers and, guys kind of walking down to the box, and can also wreak some havoc.
So what's funny about us doing the exercise in reverse order of one another is that we actually have our lists in reverse order.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, I think the number 1 priority for them is that defender that you just mentioned as your number 3. A defender who can be Dan Quinn's chess piece, like a pass rushing presence edge who is a game defining player. I need someone on that defense that scares an offensive coordinator. I think Frankie Louvu's excellent at the second level at linebacker. Nice to have that. They don't really have that player in their secondary. I think they got a couple of decent players. Quan Martin's coming into his own. Very good. If they bring Jeremy Chin back, I'm excited about that. They need Marshawn Lattimore to make a leap, but at times in his career, he's been outstanding at corner. Mikey Sanders still in the nickel, could eventually be a really, really good player. Had a solid to plus rookie season. But on the first level of defense, when we're talking pass rushing and who you've got to account for and lining up and pointing out where's 95, where's 97, whatever the guy's going to wear, they don't have that defender. They need someone, with all apologies to my guy Dante Fowler, who had 10.5 sacks, which is a good number this past year, who could go get you 12 to 15 sacks and also wreak havoc. Like, not just get some sacks, but be great in the running game, set the edge, TFLs, pressures. That's not Dante Fowler. Fowler scooped up sacks, which was a cool thing. That was good. It was a great signing for a few $1 million. Yep. It was a huge win. They need an A+ where Fowler's like a B- in that role. And I would pay a lot of money or picks for it.
Yeah, that's a premium spot. I mean, again, this is my distinction that I'm offering now. It's not very scientific, but there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with Dante Fowler. I'm very pro. That was awesome. What a great signing. Again, he wasn't even really a frontline guy for them. They gave him less money than Tress Way, and he had 10.5 sacks. They prioritized other guys even over him. It was one of those, he knows Dan Quinn and maybe he could fit in the system. He had an unbelievable season, and that was awesome. He's now going to need a monster pay raise. I'm not sure if I want to give that, right? Again, nothing wrong with Dante Fowler, but this is one of those premium spots where you not only have to do better, you have to do really, really, really well. And this is a big vacancy. It's funny to think that that's all they had a handful of years ago was 4 first-round picks on that defensive line. That's how quickly the league changes, man.
I also think we have a tendency here. We lionize John Allen a little bit. We lionize Daron Payne some. One or both of those guys can come back, and that's fine. They didn't get the type of production I'm talking about out of either of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those are good football players. I'm talking about a great player.
Right.
Myles Garrett's name coming up has opened my eyes to this. It's almost like you see this in movies sometimes where, like, the single person goes on a date and they get, like, reinvigorated to fall in love again or something. Or someone is a widow or whatever, and they go years and years, and their friends are trying to get them back out there, and they finally, like, meet some guy, and now all of a sudden they're just, like, 25 years old again. The rumors to Myles Garrett make me want a defensive end who can go get 15 sacks more than I've ever wanted one before, because it feels like you're closer to that than you've been in a long time.
Did you remember the report a couple years ago when Chris Sale might have been up for, bad pun, but Sale? And we're sort of like, I don't need Chris Sale. And then the idea that they might get Chris Sale, it's all I can think about. I never stopped thinking about that. Like, wouldn't it be amazing if you came in? Now that this Myles Garrett thing has been dangled in front of me, I'm 100% with you. Like, you know what we really need more than anything is that world-leading defensive end.
And you keep seeing everyone ranking them the most best destination, the most likely team to do it, the team that should do it. And you're going, yeah, they're right.
Yeah.
We should do that. All right, so we have the same 3 categories, by the way. A edge defender, number 1 for me, number 3 for Danny. Fortifying the offensive line, I think, is number 2 for me.
1 for me.
And then a speedy weapon. I've got 3rd. You've got 2nd.
Wide receiver for me is number 2.
Yeah. So, all right, let's go around the horn here before we open up the phones. 800-636-1067. Toby, we'll start with you. Your biggest priority for the Commanders this offseason.
Yeah, I would agree with you guys. I don't necessarily it needs to be an edge rusher, but some sort of pass rushing threat. You saw the impact of the Super Bowl. So someone on that D-line that's going to make a big impact, even if it's from the interior through the draft, whatever, someone that's going to make a big impact there. I want to see improvement on the offensive line, and I'm going to go with running back. I want to see an explosive threat because I think you saw that you can kind of get by with Jaden with subpar secondary options. I do want to improve there, but I think you can get by with secondary options that aren't maybe as good as some of the top guys, but I need someone that's a home run threat to open up that run game.
Is that your order, 1, 2, and 3 in that order?
Yes.
All right, Toby and I have the same exact order. Ryan, your biggest priority this offseason?
My top 3 priorities are anything on the defensive line. I think that in today's game, with all the great quarterbacks, pressure is so important, and we saw what the Eagles did in the Super Bowl, just suffocating Patrick Mahomes all 4 quarters long. So I think defensive line, anywhere on that position front, you can probably improve because at this point, you're not looking all too great. I'm also looking at wide receiver. Help Jaden Daniels as much as you can. Get someone like a T. Higgins in the building. Trade for a Cooper Kupp or do whatever you can to get anyone else in this building. And number 3, I'm going to zag a little bit. You need a kicker. Kicker is a huge issue for the Commanders at this point in time.
Going kicker on
Like,
us.
we need a kicker. I'm tired of this carousel that we've had the last few seasons. Get someone in here that can hit at a 90% clip, and I'll be happy.
Brandon McManus could be available. So he's the only one so far to leave O-line off of his list. Darius, number 1 priority for the Commanders.
Number 1 priority is also going to be defensive line for me. I need a pass rusher that's going to make life hell for opposing quarterbacks. As we saw in the Super Bowl, how the Eagles dominated Patrick Mahomes. I want to see our team be able to do that as well. So pass rusher is number 1 for me. Number 2 for me is explosive offensive weapon. I'm going to lean more so running back than wide receiver. Just because
I get Sice for the running back love in this studio right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I just think
Danny's so Rick.
I'm fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I just think we saw this year that the lack of explosiveness from the running back position.
Totally.
When you have an explosive quarterback, I just think it would have been a match made in heaven if he had somebody that matches his speed or his explosiveness out of the backfield.
Look what Saquon did for Hurts.
Absolutely.
And look at what Henry did for Jackson.
Unbelievable.
And vice versa, by the way.
Yeah.
Like just a couple 2,000-yard backs. You go O-line in there 3rd?
No. 3rd, I'm gonna go with a playmaking defensive back. Whether that's at the cornerback position or safety position, I need somebody who's going to get turnovers. It's something that this team has lacked for years and years. We don't have anybody that gets multiple interceptions or more than 2 or 3 interceptions in a season. We need somebody who's going to up that number for us.
So I wanted really badly to put corner and DB on the list. It's also receiving votes for me. But O-line, weapon, and obviously my number 1 edge defender, we're just above it.
Sure.
But we're all kind of feeding out of a similar vein.
Yeah, you look at the roster, you see the same thing. It's just weird that Darius and Ryan both want Daniels to get hurt or something. It seems like they don't care about the quarterback at all.
That's tough.
Fighting words.
800-636-1067
I'm not bitter about the running back thing.
Is the number. 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. What is your number 1 priority for the Commanders this offseason? That's the question on Grant and Danny. Hey guys, it's GP. I'm looking at the calendar here. It's mid-February. We're closing in on late February, which means college hoops are about to pick up pretty big time. You love college basketball this time of year, like the rest of us do, and you're going to love it even more with FanDuel. March is almost here. College basketball is reaching that stretch of the season where it becomes number 1 on the sports calendar. Right now, new customers on FanDuel get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 extra dollars to bet on everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets, all the way through who's going to cut down the net. So Get paid instantly when you win. Get on an app that's really easy to use. FanDuel Sportsbook, #1 in America for good reason. FanDuel.com/GP. FanDuel.com/GP. Got to be 21, Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable. Bonus bet expires in a week. Restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Alteser with your sports update on the Fan. The NFL released the salary cap number for this season. It's going to be between $277.5 million and $281.5 million. That's an increase of $22 to $26 million from last season. The Commanders will have an effective cap space of around $75 million. That, according to Over the Cap, they're third most in the NFL behind New England and Las Vegas. Other NFL news, the Eagles have promoted their passing game coordinator, Kevin Patullo, to their new offensive coordinator position, and the Chiefs are not expected to use the franchise tag or transition tag on their offensive guard, Trey Smith, and the Chargers will be the designated home team for the NFL game in Brazil this season. In baseball, Major League Baseball is testing out the automatic balls and strikes system in spring training this year, and the Nationals made official the signing of reliever Lucas Sims on a one-year deal worth $3 million. Mason Thompson goes to the 60-day injured list. Last season, in 58 appearances for both the Reds and the Red Sox, Lucas Sims pitched to a 4.38 ERA. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Alteser on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks to Toby for the update. We'll take you up to 6:30 this evening. In a half hour, we've got tickets to go see Joe Coy at Capital One Arena right at 4 ahead of the Blitz. And in 90 minutes at 5, Barry Svrluga of the Post stops by. He talked with Mark Lerner. We'll dive into that exclusive conversation he had. But when we do that, we're giving away Wizards tickets because it is a Wizards Wednesday. The question right now on Grant and Danny, what is the number one priority for the Commanders this offseason? The Score, a site, was going through every AFC team and ranking their top 3. We just gave you our top 3. I went with a game-changing defender on the edge who can get to the quarterback as a priority number 1 for me. Getting the O-line sorted out, strengthened, fortified, number 2. And then number 3, a speedy weapon. Don't really care if it's a back or a wide receiver, but I have kind of long wanted a home run hitting running back added to the fold for Jaden Daniels.
Number 1 for me, O-line upgrade. I want 2 new starters. That includes maybe a reshuffling with Brandon Coleman, maybe staying put, maybe moving to a different spot, etc. I think an upgrade, a massive one, is needed there to go from fine to and passable to really, really good. Number 2 is a wide receiver. Number 3 is that havoc-wreaking defensive end.
Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067 is the number. Paul called. He's in D.C. Be like Paul and give us a shout. What's up? How are you?
Hey, gentlemen, how you all doing?
Good, buddy.
I'm gonna do what Danny did, and I'm gonna start with my third one, Danny, so you won't be by yourself with that, man.
Thank you.
My third one, I'm gonna go with the O-line. The tackle, like you said, narrow it down will be a tackle. My second would, I agree. I want a wide receiver, and I want somebody that's gonna help out Terry. I want the Omni back, but I want another wide receiver. And my number 1. And this is why I agree with you, Grant, is that now that we started talking about Myles Garrett, now I just got that taste in my mouth that I want an edge. I want somebody that's going to be wreaking that havoc. So thanks, fellas.
Paul, I'll say this. We got used to not eating something that we weren't supposed to, and now we just got a little sample again. Like, I haven't eaten sweets in a while, and I just ate a chocolate chip cookie. You know what tasted really damn good? That
I was
cookie.
ready to say, and I like the way it tastes, man. So hey, man, I'm excited about this time of the year right now, fellas.
Yeah, they got the money, third most in free agency. They got a full allotment of picks and an actual front office that does a good job using draft picks. There's no reason, Danny, not to be excited about the coming offseason.
100%. And again, this isn't just because they exceeded expectations and won 7 or 8 games and beat their Vegas over-under. It's a 12-win team with a superstar quarterback. Let's go. Like, saddle up, right?
I still say if, and I know maybe people get annoyed by that, but I just think we're early enough that we could still use if. But if Jaden Daniels is what he looked like this past year, if he is an upper echelon, top-notch quarterback like he played as a rookie, then you should be elated as a fan of this team going into this offseason because they're close. Because the floor now every year is 9 or 10 wins because you got that guy on your roster. Let's go to Vinny in Seat Pleasant on Grant and Danny. What's up?
What's going on, guys? How y'all feeling today?
Good, buddy.
Grant, I don't know if you remember, but I met you at Tyler Hill. I was the one with the Sarahfield jersey on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, absolutely. Good to chat with you.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and go 3-2-1 like my man Danny. I'm gonna start with an offensive tackle. I think that we should go and grab Sanders, bring him over. I think Brandon Coleman does good on the back end, but having someone who can protect Jaden's front is definitely a need as well. I think I'm gonna go with, for number 2, a defensive back, someone to come in that can be a disruptor on that back end, grab some pass breakups, grab some interceptions. Have those receivers feeling real scared out there. I think Denzel Burks is great too, man. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about. Look him up. Ohio State, real lengthy, real rangy.
Who is this? You said
back and Denzel Burks.
Denzel Burks. I'll look him up.
Yeah, Ohio State.
Oh, Burks, singular. Okay, I got him here.
Yeah. And number 1, I'm gonna go with a defensive end. Like you said, Myles Garrett, get him here. Throw the house at him. Throw the book at him. Throw the world at him. I don't care what you do. Just get him here, man. We need somebody who can get there to the quarterback, can force those interceptions, man. It'd be great to get those sacks. And if we do keep Dante Fowler, that is definitely a great compliment on the opposite side.
Yeah, I feel great about that because now your Batman becomes your Robin.
Yeah, it's your third pass rusher, situational. You don't have to have him in there and get knocked around on 1st and 10, right?
And he would probably start on passing downs, right? Like he'd be your number 2.
Think, yeah. I mean, so Dorrance Armstrong on 1st down,
exactly.
Right?
Although you're right. I mean, Armstrong at the end of last year, I thought rushed really well.
Mm-hmm.
He played like the guy they paid him to down the stretch last season. So you could have Armstrong opposite. Again, this is a stupid hypothetical because they're probably not trading for Myles Garrett because the Browns probably aren't trading him. We can get into that in a second. But in this perfect world, in this multiverse we're living in, Garrett opposite Armstrong with Fowler, you're standing up and moving around is kind of your Micah Parsons chess piece, if you want to do it that way. Or you could honestly, it probably would move Garrett around. Like you could have Fowler and Armstrong like they had last year, and then Myles Garrett over top the center occasionally or over top a guard.
Yeah, when I got someone that good, I'm gonna do the thing where I go, which one of you guys wants to feel this?
That's
you know what
Dan
I mean?
Quinn's
yeah,
bit.
I would
too.
do that.
He did it with Micah. He's done it throughout his career. So I could definitely see him doing that with a Myles Garrett. That's one of the reasons why I really want to make the move and go get, if it's not Garrett, then another star type player.
Get
like
him
that.
his Parsons, yeah.
Just get Dan Quinn someone that he can, and we talked about it last week, basically use as his Swiss Army knife. He's done it a little bit in the linebacking room. You saw already with Frankie Louvu. He's done it a little bit in the secondary with Jeremy Chin. But they don't really have a guy like that on the D-line. It would be awesome to give him not only one more really good piece, but the piece on this defense.
Yeah, and giving him more to work with, not less, is the right way to do it. This is with any coach that's worth his bona fides. So in other words, if you go, well, if you get Garrett, then maybe you lose Dante Fowler. If you can get Fowler back on a reasonable deal as a, your rotational, situational pass rusher, which is kind of what he settled into. He and Armstrong both, quite frankly, over the last couple of years. Armstrong more of a starter this year now, more of an every down guy. But having more guys that can rush the passer is good. And you're always going to find on this show where it's like, we got 5, I guess we're good. No, what about 6? What if you just got a 7th person? Getting after the quarterback is the central objective of the defense to me. That, like, to boil it down to the most fundamental thing, you're going to give up some stuff here and there. The rules are set up for the offense to move the football. The rules are set up for points to be scored. The most important thing that you're going to do is to bother, harass, hit, disrupt that quarterback as often as possible.
How many sacks did Dorrance Armstrong have in the last 3 games last year?
2?
3.5.
3.5.
He had a sack against the Eagles in the playoff game. He had 2 sacks against the Lions. And he had a half sack against the Bucs.
How about that?
So just in the playoff 3 games, he had 3.5 sacks. And in fact, in the last 5 games he played in, he had 4.5 sacks. So he did come on pretty strong. I just don't think the Browns are going to trade Myles Garrett. Darius and I were in the kitchen like 20 minutes ago. And one of the guys who is a DJ at one of the other stations here in our cluster on the 200 level of our building was in the kitchen. And he's like, they're going to get Garrett. And I'm like, I just don't think so. He's like, they don't want him. I'm like, no, they want him. Why would the Browns trade him? I mean, unless you know internally he's not going to show up, he's going to hold out, he's going to be a gigantic pain in the butt. I'm sorry that you're not that happy. Truly, I'm going to try to make you happier. I mean this. I'm not doing a tough guy bit.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going anywhere. You're under contract. You're a great player. I'm keeping you. Now, if I'm the Browns and the Washington says, what if I gave you 2 1s and a 4? Okay, maybe that changes the discussion a little bit. But guys like Myles Garrett are Hall of Fame I know you hate this word, but this is actually real this time. Generational.
Well, he actually is.
Yeah, this is like a once in an era kind of guy for an organization. You don't trade that player. I just don't think they're going to deal him.
I don't either. And this is one of those where everybody's doing everything that they can. And here's what I mean. A player that is under contract, not one of those I'm coming up to the end or I've got a void year or some sort of weird, no guaranteed money left or something like that. I can kind of agitate for something. He's very much under contract. His number's his number. Sort of that's it. There's very limited things you can do. You can ask politely. You can write a stern letter. You can then do what Myles Garrett did, which is sort of, get his word out on his own in very nice terms, not running anyone down in the organization. Who knows what the backroom conversations were like, but basically say, I would like to leave. Love you, Cleveland fans. Love my teammates, but it's time for me to move on to a different chapter. No one's obligated to do anything about that. You see what I'm saying? That's all you can really do before you then start to kind of cost yourself. And he's in a good enough place where he'd be so much in demand that if he sat out and didn't do everything he was supposed to do, maybe somebody would still try to come get him. Not even maybe somebody would, but he's sort of pushing it as far as he can go. And the Browns have their own set of actions they can do. We are under no incentive to move on from you unless our socks are blown off. Unless this offer is so good that the best interest of the Cleveland Browns is to not have this Hall of Fame player who's still very much under contract at now a below market value as the cap has gone up. For them to move on, it's going to take something ridiculous. And I don't know if that's coming.
Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. I've got a Who's the Jerk for you, where
I love these.
Two people, wedding related, are involved. Who's the Jerk? We will play that next. We've got the Blitz at 4 when we give away the Joe Coy tickets. There's Svrluga at 5. We're giving away Wizards tickets. Taking you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thanks much for listening to the program. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Each and every day at this time, we give you a double play. It is brought to you by our friends over at your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. So I saw this on Barstool Sports, his Twitter account, I think it was, Danny. But I thought I could bring this to the air and we could play Who's the Jerk. Okay? They called it Who's the Letter?
Yeah.
I don't want to call it that. I want to call it Who's the Jerk?
Mm-hmm.
So a bride got triggered by a baby crying during a no kids wedding.
Mm-hmm.
This one's fun, right? So the gist of this is, okay, that the bride, I guess, made it very clear in advance, we don't want children at our wedding. But somebody came to the wedding and brought a baby. And they did that because they had to, right? I'm going to read this. This is off TikTok. When a guest refuses to take their screaming child out of your wedding ceremony because they drove 10 hours to see it, in quotes. And then they showed the bride kind of reacting as if she's annoyed and bothered and looking over like, really? Are you doing this right now? But it's a loud baby crying during a ceremony. And then the bride shoots this terrible look and the whole thing gets thrown off because I guess she like stops the ceremony and gets upset at the family. So I ask you, Danny, they're both jerks, but who's the bigger jerk? Is it the people that had the child crying at the wedding or the bride who reacted unfavorably?
People with the child. It's 100-0. It's very specific. We said for our wedding, please, no children. We love your children. We're very grateful that you've got them. We're excited to be part of their lives, but this is our special thing. We get to do this once. If you can't make it, can't find childcare, I'm sympathetic to that. Then don't come. Like the crying baby, the loud child that disrupts the thing, or with the video and all this other kind of stuff. Now, some people don't care. Some people don't mind it at all, and that's your proclivity. It wasn't like they got there and they said, oh, by the way, you can't have your kids. They were very clear. The clarity is the thing. You opt in and you made it, but they didn't. They opted in and said, yeah, but we're special. We're different.
They get there because it's a 10-hour drive. They don't have time to run to the hotel first to drop off the baby with the babysitter. So the baby's got to come in with them to see the ceremony.
Bummer. Pace outside. I mean, no. You ruined the thing. We didn't want it. Like, for example, if we told the DJ and the DJ screwed us with the one dumb song that you guys remember, but
Train.
Yeah. Hey, nope, don't play that. Like you ruined my night, and that's the only thing I think about. However many years later, having been married to my incredible wife, we're approaching year 15, I guess.
Hey,
that song is all I think about. That's the memory. So you ruined it. The person that shows up with an uninvited guest, you're ruining it. The whatever thing you said, please don't do this. We don't want the chicken dance. We don't want to do 2 step this time, 3 step this time, to the left. We don't want that. And you play that, you ruined it. Do the thing that the wedding people in the center asked for.
I could just see you doing the cha-cha slide at your wedding.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We said we don't want to do that.
Let me hear your cha-cha slide.
Cha-cha this time. Cha to the right. Too hard this time.
I want you guys to renew your vows so badly just so I could be at this ceremony to see how many rules you have.
Like the DJ's been paid, but then you walk over to the DJ also and like pay him like extra money, like play this.
$200 for train.
Such a troll job. But so that's my point is it's about the couple. We're celebrating the love of the couple. We've opted in. We know these people. We care about them. There is no exception to this. It's their thing. It's the couple's thing. You are there for them.
So I do categorically agree with you that whatever you do that day, you should ask yourself, does this enhance their day or not?
Mm-hmm.
Am I going to make their day better or worse by doing whatever it is? Sending that text message, asking that question, showing up 2 minutes early, 2 minutes late. I agree with you. It's all about them. It's their day. 100% I agree with you. Here is where we're going to part company, I believe, on this.
Mm-hmm.
While the worst jerks, so to speak, are the people that brought the kid that's making noise. Because you can also then just take the kid out while it's making the noise and make sure, like, let's say there wasn't a no kid policy. There should never be a situation where for a minute plus, there's just a crying, wailing child during a wedding ceremony. That should never happen. The second that a peep is made The second that
you scoop and
that
score.
First,
you scoop and score.
I do
Take it
this
to the
at
house.
church all the time.
Of course you do.
And my wife gets so upset. She's like, let them sit here. I'm like,
no,
I'm not inconveniencing everybody else because we chose to bring these children who would be terrible at a movie.
You know what?
To this place that is ultra.
This is for me to you.
And it's boring for a grown-up.
That's right.
What the heck do you think it's like for a 2-year-old?
There you go.
Of course they're going to be upset being here. So the moment that it starts to inconvenience and annoy everyone around us, we're scooping, we're scoring.
I love
we're
it.
out the way. We're out the 88 and out the gate.
I love it.
So yes, they're the bad guy. However, you said 100-0 and you're wrong about that. The bride needs to have a little bit of decorum here. I need the bride to say, am I really going to make a scene? The people that are here are either important to me or they're important to my now husband. And if they're important to my now husband, that means they're also important to me because we're in this thing together. We're a team. So I need you to grin and bear it, lady. Sorry about your luck.
Man.
Sorry about your luck. But if there's a crying baby in your ceremony, it's part of your ceremony now.
You know what? Actually,
suck it up a little bit and just be a pro. I need you to be a pro and get through it.
You do make a good point. 100-0 is probably not the right number. It should be like 500-0. This is so obvious. This is not a casual time. This isn't like a Wednesday. We're going to a coffee shop. She's been planning this thing for a year. And everything is stress. Everything is hard. Everything's a challenge. Probably hasn't eaten a whole food in 5 weeks to fit into the Vera Wang. Like, bro, you need to have grace, but for the bride. That's the person that deserves it. But if she's throwing a tantrum because someone's violating one of the ordinances, one of the rules, then yeah.
But figure this one out with me. Tell me this.
Yep.
So, again, I'm agreeing with Danny Rouillet. You're right. The baby people are the problem, okay? But now we've gotten to the point where they are a problem. The baby is crying. They're not acting quickly enough. We're here now. Can we acknowledge that she can't handle it the way that she did if she actually stopped the ceremony and made a scene about it to get the baby out of there? You don't get to do that. You just have to say, these people sucked today. Hopefully they're not that important to me. Maybe they are.
Maybe we'll just have a better wedding tomorrow.
No, definitely not.
It's it.
You get through it. The baby's gonna cry. The priest or nowadays, whoever it is, your friend,
whoever's up there. I did it for a buddy.
English class, is standing there because it's such a big event that you have some, goofball who got a $24 thing online do the ceremony for you. But whatever it is, Danny, you just get through it, and then you regroup on the back end, and you tell your husband quietly in private, can you believe Danny's baby sat there and cried the entire time? But you can't stop the thing, and you can't make a scene.
You can, and
have
you should.
A little dignity.
The dignity needs to, again.
We've covered that part,
but the cause is clear.
But we
just go, well, that guy committed a robbery, but who am I to stop him?
No, we've covered that. When you walk into the bank, Danny, and rob the bank, you're the bad guy.
Yeah, the offense has happened.
But my point is, what shouldn't then happen when the guy goes in to rob the bank and he is the bad guy is, you shouldn't then, as a result, turn around because he's robbing the bank and rob someone of their shoes that's walking out the door while you're just standing in there.
See, to me,
you're both wrong.
You forfeit your right to dignity and decorum when you cross the line so egregiously. And that's my point. You rob the bank, you end up with a wood shampoo. Sorry, don't rob banks. It's so easy not to rob banks. I'm amazing at it. Follow me around. It's easy not to bring the baby to the wedding. And it's easy to scoop and score. It's easy to do something about it. Selfishly sitting there, stewing in your own violation, just ruining the day for somebody who's thought about this since they were kids. Yeah, she overreacted probably. You know who underreacted? Baby people. Where are my ushers? Where are my people?
You are the most don't bring your kids to the wedding guy ever.
100%. Don't bring them on a plane either. First airline offer kid-free flights gets my business. Done and done.
I bet you didn't have dogs at your ceremony either.
Of course not.
Dog guy.
Of course not. Again, congrats on your dog.
Well, he really shouldn't have dogs at a ceremony.
I'll tell you, my sister had her dog, and you know what my job was to walk the dog down the aisle.
Well,
true story.
The fact that you had to walk a dog down an aisle at any point makes me very happy.
Yeah, well, it made her happy too. That's what she wanted. Happy to do it. You know what? Even though I thought it was absurd, it's her wedding. So you shut up and you do what the bride wants.
How Rick were you to walk that dog down the aisle?
It wasn't Rick at all. It was my sister's wedding. I'll do it. I'll do whatever she wants.
I mean, you were a little bit annoyed.
I thought it was absurd. But again,
what kind of dog?
Brown chocolate lab.
Okay.
Beautiful dog. Very, very sweet. I thought it was absurd. Not my call. That's what the bride wanted. She's my sister. It's her huge day. Where do you want me to walk him? You want me to pick up the droppings when he's done too? Whatever you want me to do. I had to scurry back inside and pick up some of the speeches from where the bridesmaids were getting ready. I'm just Johnny on the spot. You know why? Not my day, not my day. It's for someone else. Stop being selfish. 100% of the blame is on the violator.
I'm going to say 90% on the violator, 10% on the reaction of the bride.
Ooh.
I'm going to give her 10%. Beltway Blitz is next. We got those Joe Coy tickets. If you want them at Capital One Arena, we'll give those away right at the top of the hour here when we return on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Alteser with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the salary cap is set for this upcoming season. It's going to be $277.5 to $281.5 million. That's an increase of $22 to $26 million from last season. The Commanders have the third most effective cap space at around $75 million. It's the third most in the NFL behind New England and Las Vegas. Eagles have their new offensive coordinator. They're promoting their passing game coordinator from this past season, Kevin Patullo, to that position. The Chiefs are not expected to use their franchise or transition tag on offensive guard Trey Smith. Also, the Chargers are the designated home team for the NFL game in Brazil this upcoming season. That was made official today by the NFL. In baseball, Major League Baseball is testing out the automatic balls and strike system in spring training, and the Nationals have made official the signing of relief pitcher Lucas Sims on a one-year deal. It was worth $3 million. Mason Thompson goes to the 60-day injured list. He pitched last season in 58 appearances for the Reds and Red Sox to a 4.38 ERA. College hoops last night, Virginia Tech fell to Boston College 54-36, and a pair of upsets in the top 25, including a top 10 team going down. TCU beat number 9 Texas 69-66. BYU beat number 23 Kansas 91-57. It's the second straight loss for the Jayhawks, and the worst loss as a ranked team to an unranked team in program history. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Alteser on the Fan.
We've got tickets to see Joe Coy at Capital One Arena. As we welcome you back on Grant and Danny, let's give those away right now. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. You'll win 2 tickets to see Joe Coy. It's the Just Being Coy Tour, Saturday, February 22nd at Capital One Arena. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. The show is brought to you exclusively by our friends, the law firm Kandori and Moran. They will take care of your estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you for a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We're covering the NFL, the Commanders coming up in your Beltway Blitz. Let's start you off on the diamond. Mark Zuckerman, MASNsports.com to get it started. Mark, the Nats added a reliever today on the cheap. What'd they do?
Well, Lucas Sims, it's a $3 million deal for 1 year. He's a high strikeout guy, also a high walk guy, which is not ideal, but it does show there's some potential there if he can harness it. He's 30 years old, had some success with the Reds, struggled after he was traded to the Red Sox last year. Look, it can help them. This is a bullpen that needs as much help as it can get right now, especially experienced guys. They're still lacking a proven ninth inning reliever, and I keep thinking in my mind that that's a move that's going to be made at some point before spring training is over, but to this point it has not happened.
What do you think is going to happen there? Is there an internal solution? Are they going to be, match up Marty's, or is their ninth inning arm not in the organization right now, Mark?
Well, they're saying that if they had to go with it right now, that they're comfortable, always a shaky word, but comfortable with Jorge Lopez, who used to close for the Orioles for about half a season for them, and Jose Ferrer from the left side, and maybe you're playing matchups with those two. And maybe that works out, sure. To me, the problem is neither one's proven, of course. And you put them in that role, it's moving everybody up a notch. You go get somebody who can actually pitch the ninth, and now those guys are in setup roles. I think everybody else now slots in better, and I feel a lot better about the bullpen. The 2 names that are still out there who have been closers, David Robertson, he's 40 years old, but he's had a pretty good track record, was good last year. And, of course, Kyle Finnegan, who the Nats decided to non-tender. I think in both cases they're holding out for what they believe they're worth, and right now I'm guessing the Nats have not made them an offer that they think is suitable to what they believe they can do.
Mark, correct me if I'm wrong. Are they out of 40-man spots right now?
They are, but they made the Sims move today. They transferred Mason Thompson to the 60-day IL to clear that spot. So there are moves they can make. I don't think that's the hindrance right now. I think it's a money thing more than anything.
But I'm just curious, like, let's say they signed Finnegan in 3 days or something, and he came in to close for them. Like, who would you say is transferred at that point? Or is there a 60-day IL, or where do they go in terms of getting a roster spot?
Yeah, they could decide that Cade Cavalli's going to need more time before they want him pitching, so they could put him on the 60-day IL. I don't know if that's in the works yet or not. And then if not, you're looking at DFAing somebody like a Jackson Rutledge or a Cole Henry, prospects that they liked who haven't quite panned out for whatever reason so far. And given the extra pitching depth that they've acquired, especially starters, I think guys like that could be on the chopping block if it comes to needing to clear some spots.
Yeah, you touched on it there with the starting rotation. A lot of guys think they're starters. A lot of guys, maybe want to prove their bona fides as starters, whether it's to stay here or then maybe to move on somewhere else. After Gore and Irvin, I think Trevor Williams, you'd probably say too, given the success he's had, even despite the injury. Now you feel pretty good there. Is it Soroka, Ogasawara? Does he start in the bullpen? Parker, DJ Hers? How do you see it?
Yeah, there's a lot of options there, and that's a good thing. I mean, maybe they don't have the big frontline starters that you'd love to have, but they have more depth now, I think, than they've had in a long time, even maybe during some of their best years. I think Soroka, they gave him $9 million. That, to me, at least on this team, suggests that he's going to be a starter. Now, maybe if it doesn't work out, you can move him to the bullpen because he did have success there late last season with the White Sox. But I think to go into this, Soroka and Williams are pretty close to locks for the rotation with Gore and Irvin, and that leaves one spot left. And you're either giving it to the Japanese player they just signed, Ogasawara, or DJ Hers or Mitchell Parker. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. They all have options, so any of them could end up at AAA. Any of them could end up in the bullpen as well. And that's always an interesting dilemma with a young guy. Do you want to keep him stretched out to be a starter? Would you take a look at him as a long reliever? I think that's legitimately what they're going to be looking at over the next 5 weeks. And I don't think they go into it necessarily knowing that they plan to do one thing. I think they're going to let the performances dictate it.
Mark, a couple of health things. We've talked about Cade Cavalli on this call. I mean, it's getting kind of ridiculous at this point. It's been 2 years since he pitched. Now, I know you're not suggesting he's definitely going to be on the 60-day IL, but the fact that that's even a possibility, which makes sense to me, is infuriating. They weren't really forthright with everything that was going on with him last year anyway. So where are we at there? I mean, are we now in like anything you get out of him is a plus territory, or is that overstated? And then what's going on with James Wood's quad?
Yeah, I think it might be a little overstated with Cavalli. The way they're putting it is this. He's totally healthy after everything that he went through.
They said
really,
that last year, too, in fairness.
Yeah. You're right. And but they are specifically holding him back this spring. And the reason they're giving, at least, is that they say when he's ready to go, they know he's on a limit of how much he can pitch because he's barely pitched the last 2 years. And so they want to know that once he does start to pitch, he can go through the rest of the season. So
Gotcha.
they're pushing everything back, and that's why I'm saying maybe a 60-day IL could be a thing. But he's got a long way to go. This is not a sure thing anymore. He's got to show, number one, that he's healthy, number two, that he can pitch every fifth day at whatever level that is, and then number three, that he can be successful doing it. So that's a lot of steps to get to before we even talk about it being part of the Nats rotation. As far as Wood goes, he's got quad tendonitis, and they're holding him out of defensive drills right now, but he is hitting. It doesn't bother him for that. I watched him take BP today. He looks fine doing that. I think this is one of those cases where, like, if it was the regular season, they wouldn't say anything about it, but because it's the first week or 2 weeks of spring training, there's no reason to push that. But something to keep an eye on if it is affecting him in the field. And he did say that he noticed it first during the offseason, and it was enough to at least take an MRI of it. It showed no structural damage, but just a tiny bit of a red flag there. It's something to watch for.
Ooh. What's the temp in West Palm today?
It was like 85, guys.
Oh, is that right? That's great. That's so cool.
I don't complain. I'm not going to complain. That's not appropriate for everyone back home suffering. So I will not.
But it was a little warm. You didn't like how warm it was, right?
It was a little warmer than ideal. Right?
4 times what we have right now. Mark, thank you.
You had to apply the sunscreen twice.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Those are my favorite kind of injuries, by the way, the ones where it's like, I can't run or field skip, but I can hit. I used to love those. Let's talk football, please. Our buddy Nate Davis, USA Today, to go around the NFL. Nate, do you think Cleveland ultimately trades Myles Garrett, or do they hold on to him?
Well, I think we'll know more probably after the combine, and maybe when they've had some more conversations with other teams and can maybe get a better handle on what Myles Garrett's return would be. I mean, obviously he's an expensive player, but obviously he's also in his prime, and they're in a spot where they could probably essentially replace him with Abdul Carter at the top of the draft if Tennessee doesn't take him number one. So, they've got a lot to think about there, a lot to sort through, obviously, cap-wise and everything else. But, it sounds like they're not inclined to do it, but, we certainly heard general managers change their tune pretty quickly, when they find something that they like.
You mentioned the cap. The growth that we got info on today, about what was expected by teams, more cap space. What did we learn?
Yeah, I think it's about 10, 15 million more than the team thought that they would get. So it's another little bump. It's helped some teams that had some cap gymnastics to do down at the bottom of the scale, giving them a little breathing room. And teams like the Commanders now projected to have more than $80 million to spend. So yeah, the checkbook got a little bit bigger for everybody today.
Nate, every few years or so, San Francisco has one of those years like they just had, where everybody's hurt all the time, nobody gets right, and they just kind of sort of careen off into space and lose everything. And then the following year, they go right back to kicking everybody's butt again. Do you think history repeats itself here? Are they going to be good, or is this kind of the beginning of the end of this regime?
I think this regime is pretty good, Danny. I mean, there's a wild stat going back, I think, to kind of the beginning of the century that either they don't make the playoffs or they get at least as far as the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
So it has been like all or nothing for them for basically a quarter of a century. But it's been mostly that NFC Championship game. For the last 6 years at least for the Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch regime. So they've got some things to do. Obviously it seems like Brock Purdy is probably going to get the extension, and they're not going to switch gears at quarterback, but that is going to cause some adjustments there. Deebo Samuel, if he does get traded, will bring some cap relief. Trent Williams is in the final year of his contract, so that eventually that will bring some relief as well. But I think this management team and the talent is too good for here. This team, in my opinion, is not going to go off a cliff anytime soon. And probably, I think with the way that John Lynch has evaluated talent, that they should be able to reload on the fly without bottoming out at any point.
Nate Davis, USA Today, with us. I keep hearing that the Bengals are going to tag T. Higgins for a second straight year, $26 million. But I haven't heard a lot about Jamar Chase. I mean, is it just a foregone conclusion that he's getting an LTD, or where are we headed there?
I mean, I think he's going to get his money. I mean, I think the Bengals, have learned they should have gotten that done last year, because now they're only have to pay him more going forward. But I mean, I think T. Higgins will probably get tagged. I don't think that necessarily means he may not get traded at the end of the day. But I think the Bengals are also want to do what they can to keep Joe Burrow happy, and that's keeping this little band of guys together. So I definitely don't expect Chase to go anywhere. I think he'll get his money. We'll see what happens with T. Higgins and Trey Henderson at the end of the day.
Nate, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great rest of your week.
Thank you.
We'll see you, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder, Dares. By God, that's Chris Russell's music, doing his live podcast on HD2 down the hall, The Chris Russell Show. He joins us now live in studio here in Crystal Clear FM. We ranked our big needs in the offseason.
I'm in the big leagues.
Well, no, football-wise here, Russell, not like sort of life stuff. Great night, a similar list, although different order. 3 biggest needs this offseason for Washington are?
Well, edge pass rusher is number one, or edge setter, right? Whatever you want to call it.
You and I are in lockstep so far.
To me, I think people are probably not going to like this, but left guard, I think they need an improvement from
I
Nick
said
Allegretti.
fortifying the O-line second.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that is a little more specific. And then third, I would say, assuming that you're going to bring back Bobby Wagner and Zach Ertz, I would then say corner. But if you're going to not bring back one or the other of those two guys that I just mentioned, it becomes that guy. Does that make sense?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, I said third, a weapon. And ideally, I need speed on offense. So Danny's obsessed with a wide receiver. I get that. I want a receiver too. I'm fine with a running back. I want a home run hitting running back or receiver.
Right. So this is what we did on my podcast.
Nice.
Starting at 1:00.
Nice.
On what is it? The Deuce?
HD2.
HD2.
The Deuce, yeah.
Frankly, Russell, we don't talk about podcasts on this show.
I hear.
So there's way too much talk about that.
A game-changing running back or a top-end wide receiver. And here's part of my problem. First of all, I'm not paying T. Higgins $30 million or whatever, even if he doesn't get the tag, because I got to pay Terry McLaurin a contract extension. He's got 1 year left. People forget about this. He's got 1 year left. I got to pay Terry before I add from the outside of significant cap money, resources, what have you. Not to mention if you got to trade for him, which they would never do. So I think you're looking for a little bit less at wide receiver. I would be looking more game-changing running back, a Trevion Henderson in the draft, and Omarion Hampton from North Carolina. Listen, if Ashton Genty is still there somehow at 29 or whatever, maybe him. That's where I'm looking, because I don't think that guy comes from free agency like it did last year for Saquon or Derrick Henry. So I think the game-changing running back is going to have to come from the draft, and I think that's more important. Somebody with juice and power, I think that's more important than the big-time addition at wide receiver.
So for me, I would love a star at wide receiver. Like, I'd love a star everywhere. I mean, that's obvious, but it's a salary cap league. You can't pay everybody. To me, it's more about maybe a threat. More about like what obviously Deshaun Jackson was great at this, but the threat of him was almost as good as him. Mm-hmm. Where defenses and defensive backs had to account for the fact that he might take the top off. Yeah. I need a little bit more of that. Whether it's a guy that's going to catch 8 to 10 balls a game, I don't need Puka Nacua opposite Terry McLaurin. I'd love it, but I understand that that's not possible. But your point that I want to get to real quick, though, that I actually think is a really good one, is some of these spots, these premium positions, the league is telling us what they think is premium in terms of the salary cap or salary allocation and who's available in free agency when. Wide receiver and tackle are and defensive end are kind of those 3 out of the 4. The fourth is quarterback. Premium spots in the league right now. It's really hard to come by one unless you're willing to give up an enormous amount in trade, or you got to draft one high. I think that's where they have to go for this receiver that I want.
Yeah, I mean, listen, all of that is absolutely true. I also just kind of compound it by looking at what's available in terms of these classes, right? And I look at the wide receiver group, and obviously T. Higgins is at the top of it. And everybody knows if he was truly a free agent, and we'll see if that report was all true, and it sort of makes sense. If he was truly free, he'd have a very robust market. I would guess $30+ million, maybe as high as $33 million. Yeah, I don't think he gets 35, but there is no doubt that he would be the belle of the ball. The problem is okay, if he's not available or if he's restricted or whatever, the rest of the group is kind of for me. Like, I'm not doing Stephon Diggs. Right. No thanks. Even Godwin down in Tampa Bay, better inside than outside, can play both, but coming off of a pretty significant injury, but I would be interested in him. I'm not doing Keenan Allen as a big-time addition and therefore big-time money. I'm not paying those guys $20 million a year. You want to come here and make $10 million a year on a 1-year prove-it-to-me deal? We can maybe talk. It's a weak crop at the position, which speaks to your point that the really good guys are getting locked up and they're not available.
I mean, they're not making $20 million a year, so you don't have to worry about that.
I hope not.
Ain't making $20 million.
I hope not.
After this past season. Do you think they get an international game?
Yes.
Are they going to Madrid or are they going to Brazil?
You know, this is one thing I meant to talk about today, and I joked about on Twitter. The NFL, with their surging popularity, is probably going to put them in Brazil against the Chargers
on Friday night
on the Lifetime app. Hallmark app, on the Hallmark app, just so that they can make more money.
Good zing, Rainey.
Yeah, sorry.
Why'd you correct from
Lifetime is a network.
No,
Lifetime is Hallmark. Yeah, whatever. I mean,
he's just trying to do a zing about wanting another app game.
But why did he correct himself?
You
see what I'm saying? Like, it was like Lifetime. No, excuse me, I meant Hallmark.
I got it confused in my feeble brain. Either way, the point is the NFL is going to want to make more money here somehow, some way, right? I guess they're already doing it by continually expanding the game globally. I don't give a rat's ass about London, Germany, Spain, Portugal, Rio de Janeiro. Screw them all. I hate it. Can't stand it.
Wow.
And I know you love 9:30 games, right?
the worst. The
right?
worst.
You love the 9:30 games. I hate
Global
them.
Rini
I
over
hate
here.
them on Friday night.
Friend
I
of
hate
the
them on
people.
Thursday night. I hate them on Saturday. Shut up. Play the games
Well, you know who
where
I-
they're supposed to be played.
You know who I know you love? It was probably close to 15 years ago now that when the United States played Canada's hockey team and lost, you came in wearing a jacket for the Canadian Hockey Federation. Got a big one on Thursday night. Your Canucks against my
Your
Americans.
Canucks.
Are you steamed up for your Canadians to take on the United States of America?
I mean, the tough and feisty Canadians have a lot to prove. They got bamboozled
Will you be
the
wearing
other
your
night.
jacket, your big Canada jacket?
I don't have that jacket, thank the Lord, anymore. I've lost semi-significant amount of weight since that point.
Attaboy.
I don't know where that jacket is. I probably threw it out, which is probably where it belongs. That was a more controversial me. That was hey, I really want to poke the bear every day of my life kind of me. Now
To
I'm
be
just kind of
clear-
I'm just going to sort of hang low unless I need to.
Allow me to elucidate here for a second.
Hallucinate,
if you
yes.
don't mind.
Yeah.
Chris Russell,
Yes.
the day after the United States of America lost to Canada, came into the studio wearing a Canadian hockey jacket, screaming about how American hockey was overrated.
I'll give you a hot take, though. I really don't care if Team USA wins. It means nothing to me at all.
That's perfect.
It means nothing to me at
He
all.
just got done talking about how this was an old me and I don't do crazy
No, I'm
things.
just saying. I mean, I can just speak for myself. I'm
Yep.
not saying it doesn't mean anything for everyone. I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything to the players. It means nothing to me. I care about the Stanley Cup. I care about Olympic gold medals. I do not care about the Four Nations face.
When somebody asks me what kind of guy is Chris Russell, I'll use that story to explain it. That's it. That is an encapsulation right there.
Sorry, I'm just telling you how I feel.
Yeah.
It just doesn't move the needle for
But
me.
you won't wear the jacket.
No.
Good boy.
No. I'll watch the game. I'll watch the game.
Are you angry that more people are going to watch it than the Stanley Cup?
Do you want to come over to my house and watch it?
No. Hey, listen, how do we know this? Because television ratings are arbitrary.
Oh,
made
that's
up,
I
right?
forgot about that part.
Right.
10 million people watched U.S. versus Canada the
Supposedly.
first time.
I'm sure they went to 10 million households and
This guy. You can't.
tapped
I-
into their Nielsen
No,
box.
they knock on the little peeping Tom looks in and sees what's on the TV.
Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post at 5 o'clock and 35 minutes. We're giving away Wizards tickets at that time. He talked to Mark Lerner. We want to ask him about that conversation. But John Madden's grandson has been hired by the Commanders. Let's talk cool grandpas next on The Fan. What's up, friends? It's GP. Your boy just felt and looks terrible. Needed to drop LBs. EMP 180 helped me before. They'll help me again. There's a new name, but same company, CoPair. So I went on over, talked to them. I said, let me get going on a program here. Got with a coach, Kurt, out in Tyson's. Started to formulate a plan for myself. I got on the GLP-1 meds to help me cut down on some cravings, but a lot of their new additions to their programs, listeners of The Fan, 59% of them aren't even using those meds. They're just doing the old-fashioned program. But I'm down 20 pounds.
It's awesome, dude. So happy for you. I'm in my mid-40s now. Not a joke anymore, right? It's not like something in the future. It's right now. I got to take care of it. So a bunch of measurements in my last physical that weren't particularly good, certain levels in my body, different things that a lot of people are experiencing. CoPair is going to help me get those back in line as I lose the weight on my schedule, dealing with my challenges. That's what makes them so good.
Do what Danny's doing and I'm doing. Call 855-888-0180, 855-888-0180, or go to coparehealth.com. That's coparehealth.com.
I'm Toby Alteser with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the salary cap is set for this upcoming season, going to be $277.5 to $281.5 million. That's an increase of $22 to $26 million. The Commanders come in with an effective cap space of around $75 million. According to Over the Cap, that's third most in the National Football League behind the Patriots and the Raiders. Other NFL news, the Chiefs have promoted their passing game coordinator, Kevin Patullo, to their offensive coordinator position, and the Chiefs are not expected to use the franchise tag or transition tag on offensive guard Trey Smith. Also, the Chargers will be the designated home team for their NFL game this season in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The Commanders could still possibly play in Brazil against the Chargers or in Spain against the Dolphins. In baseball, Major League Baseball is testing out the automatic balls and strike system in spring training this season, and the Nationals made official the signing of reliever Lucas Sims today on a one-year deal worth $3 million. Mason Thompson goes to the 60-day injured list. Last season, Sims pitched to a 4.38 ERA in 58 appearances for the Reds and Red Sox. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Alteser on the Fan.
In 30 minutes, we've got those Wizards tickets on a Wizards Wednesday. Barry Svrluga is going to stop by. Svrluga from the Post. We'll talk about his conversation with Mark Lerner. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to The Fan. Yesterday, the big headline for Washington's football outfit was that the Commanders are bringing John Madden's grandson in to be an offensive quality control coach, which could mean one of any million things that they have him do. But just a low-ranking job to get the kid started in football, coming off of a playing career at the University of Michigan. He's John Madden's grandson. It's pretty cool.
That's really neat, man. I love stuff like that. And I know some people bristle at it. It doesn't bother me because, again, it's not like he's been named the I don't know, some sort of senior director of this or that. And the other thing is, he's on the grind. He's doing stuff that's probably not terribly sexy. He's labeling tapes and he's making sure the coffee's hot and printing off a bunch of different scouting reports and loading things onto Microsoft Surfaces for guys to look at, this, that, and the other. So it's neat, man. It's like that kind of legacy.
All right, so I want to go around the room here. I will task each of you with this question, okay? But the question I've got is, John Madden being your grandpa is pretty damn cool, right? Who would be a cooler grandpa to have than John Madden? Like, if we're talking cool grandpa score, that one's pretty high on the list.
That's up there.
Whether it's lifestyle, whether it's something you get to do, who would be an awesome grandpa to have on just the cool grandpa list? John Madden's like a 97 score out of 100. That one's tough to top.
It is.
Who's in that pantheon? So, Danny, we start with you. I want a cool grandpa that's on par with John Madden.
So here's where my mind went on this, okay? I thought of would it be cool to have a rich and powerful grandpa, like an influential figure? But then it's well, everyone knows who that person is and everyone hates them, or half the people hate them at best.
Okay.
Right? So now I'm inherently part of a team. I can't really be my own person. So I went away from that. Who's universally beloved? Who's somebody that everybody likes, that no one's got a bad word to say? Here was the person that jumped into mind. Morgan Freeman. What if Morgan Freeman was your grandpa? Incredibly accomplished actor.
Pretty sick.
A voice that brings people so much joy. One of these universal, Morgan Freeman. Everybody's happy when they see Morgan Freeman. Wait, you're Morgan Freeman's grandson? Yeah, what's he like? He's the best. That would be pretty cool.
So I like that one. My issue with that one is, what are my perks? My perks are that occasionally I might get to go to a red carpet event before a premiere. Okay, that's pretty neat. But what are my perks? This is about me being a kid that gets to spoil myself and maybe bring a couple of friends from class. It'd be badass if we're going to a Hollywood premiere on a red carpet.
In the limo.
Walking with grandpa. But that's a once every year or two kind of deal, maybe. Tops.
Yeah.
And he's slowed down with how many projects he's in anyway. Now, this is going to be hyper in my box. I'm sitting in Johnny Cakes Allville's seat. So I'm just going to stay in my lane.
Wait,
here.
is it Cakes? Is that your answer?
Cakes is my grandpa. No, an owner of a team. Josh Harris. Grandpa Josh.
Oh.
As a kid, what's the coolest thing in the world? getting to go to games, getting access to the players you love. I'm in the locker room. I'm on the field. How about Mark Lerner? Again, owner of a team. Where's my birthday? We're going to go play at Nats Park. We're just going to go over and play a little sandlot
You guys want to have some home run derby?
Pick up.
Yeah.
Let's see who can hit. We'll set the L screen up in the outfield. We'll set up the cage right behind second base. We're going to see who can hit tanks into the red porch. The owner of a sports team locally for
Great
one of the
one.
teams I care about.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having my birthday there. I'm down the field for BP. Hey, Grandpa, is there any chance I can run down to the clubhouse to meet all the guys? Oh, yeah, come on down. Are you kidding me? Like, to me, that's what would, if you have money, be a minority owner in sports.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to worry about the hard stuff. You just get the access for your kids and their kids.
And the value goes up.
To go
Yeah.
do cool less. I'm saying sports owner's grandson.
Hey, Jaden, I want you to meet my grandson, Grant. He's real excited about you.
Grandpa, can I go get Jaden's autograph and a picture?
Not only that, you can sign his check.
I'd love to do that,
That'd be
Grandpa.
amazing.
That one's good. I've got others, but I'll save them. Let's go round the horn here. All right, Dad, we'll start with you.
Look at that.
So you're the dad. So this would be your
dad. Your dad's dad.
but somebody's grandpa.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So I was the sports owner one is obviously fantastic.
All it is
It's
great.
hard to beat that. I was thinking more along the same lines as Danny, where I was thinking of somebody who's not hated and somebody that is just universally beloved by everybody.
Such a good point, because if your grandpa is a celebrity, like there's a politician, someone powerful, 50% of people despise them.
Exactly.
It's
Right.
just as bad as it is good.
Yeah. So the first name that came to my mind was being the grandson of Denzel Washington. Everybody loves Denzel Washington.
Everyone loves Denzel
how
Washington.
cool would that be to be Denzel Washington's grandson?
Denzel's better than Morgan Freeman in this game, I think, too. Because Denzel's got more projects, more red carpets. More
Stays a little
events.
busier, yeah.
He's at the Academy Awards. You're walking the red carpet before the Golden Globes. He's at everything. I haven't seen Morgan Freeman at much lately. You know what I mean?
You haven't been paying attention, though. Morgan's around.
He's around, but not like Denzel's around. Denzel's kind of bell of the ball at these events.
I would say so.
Yeah, and Denzel's got a son who's also a famous actor. So
Then
you
my
get
dad
opportunities then too.
And my dad played in the National Football League.
Yeah.
Remember that? His
Wait.
son, one of his kids was like on the Rams at one point.
Oh wow, that's actually news to me.
You don't remember that?
I didn't know that.
I had no idea.
Is that true?
Maybe I'm making it up. Google it. Denzel Washington's
Okay.
son, LA Rams. There's a 47% chance I'm right about this.
That'd be pretty awesome too. So yeah, Denzel's my answer. I think that
Okay.
plays.
I could dig that. Let's go to Brian, who's in Maryland, home of the Terrapins. What's
Hey,
up, Brian?
Brian.
How are you?
How you doing?
Good, man.
My
Cool
vote-
grandpa.
My vote was Joe Gibbs, goddess in D.C. God in D.C., not goddess.
Goddess is a different thing.
He can be whatever he wants.
Yeah, he can be the god and the goddess. Joe Gibbs. So here's why this one's good. And by the way, he's got so many grandkids
Mhm.
that I've seen walking around. He's taking you to Commanders games.
Mhm.
You're on the sideline. You're getting the treatment. If Joe Gibbs calls up the Wizards or the Caps or the Nats, you're getting great seats.
You're getting the seats.
walking the field.
Mhm.
You're getting some of that owner access anyway. Then you go to the Daytona 500.
Yeah.
And you sit in the pit box. And you're on pit lane. And you want to go sit in the car? You want to go ask Denny Hamlin to get out of the seat so you could sit down before the race? Okay, no problem. Let's do it. That's a cool grandpa.
John David Washington, the actor and the football player. I didn't know this. I did not know he played football before he started movies like Tenet, The Creator. Great, really accomplished
That's
actor.
Denzel's son.
Denzel's son.
Did he play for the Rams?
Played for the St. Louis Rams.
Let's go.
Undrafted free agent for the St. Louis Rams.
Deep cut.
I did not know that at all.
I will accept that. Toby season. Ladies and gentlemen, the co-host of the most popular Nationals podcast in America, Boston Loose Baseball, Toby Alteser.
Yeah, new episode just dropped the other day, so you can check that out wherever you get your podcasts. I'm a big golf mark, and I don't have the money to pay for golf. So having a grandpa, I'm debating between two guys. It'd be either Jack Nicklaus or Arnold Palmer, but I'm leaning Arnold Palmer, and the reason is Nicklaus was the better golfer, arguably the greatest of all time with Tiger Woods, but Arnold Palmer was more beloved. And so I can get into any golf tournament because I'm going to be hanging out with my grandpa. Matter of fact, one of his grandsons is on the PGA Tour, so I get to work out in the best facilities. I get to play all the best golf courses. I'm not having to pay $600+ to go play Pebble Beach because I'm Arnold Palmer's grandson. So sign me up for that.
I love that one.
That's a great one.
Toby's sneaky golf mark.
Yeah, big golf guy.
A little bit. And he's got a good swing. I've seen Toby. I remember the first time he showed me a video. I'm like, Toby can flat out rip it a little bit. I see you, Tobes. Are you good at golf?
I could be better if I played more often. I'd say I'm decent. Probably my best sport.
What would you shoot if you shot today?
If I played today, I'd break 100. I'd probably
Okay.
shoot, I would hope low 90s. If I played more often, I could probably sit in the 80s.
Do you remember when we went to Top Golf when we were in West Palm Beach last year?
Toby was
Toby
hitting
was awesome.
bolts. Danny was not there, I don't think.
No, Danny didn't go.
Because you stayed at the hotel.
What was going on?
I'm telling you, you stayed at the hotel.
Yeah, I drove Danny home after we had a great.
Yeah, but we
great
had an
dinner.
Airbnb. We didn't have a hotel.
Okay, well, you stayed at the
place.
house.
Yeah,
we
but
all
what was
went out to
happening?
play golf. Nothing. You just wanted to
We had dinner first, and I was like, yeah, that's enough.
Right.
And you guys were like, no, more. And I was like, no.
What was happening was we were all having fun.
Yeah.
And then
That's
you
what it was.
you
That's what it was.
decided
Yeah.
you didn't want to be there for it.
That's exactly
so
what
we ate
happened.
chocolate lava cakes and golfed because that's awful.
Mhm.
And you were like, that's all for me, thanks.
That's so
that was
much
right
later.
after Ryan dropped the bag with, what was that gorgeous chick's name? Summer? Rachel?
I mean, she
You remember it,
was
Toby. What was her
flirting
name?
with
Shelby.
Shelby.
Tobes remembered. All right.
She wasn't
Clary.
flirting with Darius, Grant, or me, or Toby. She was flirting with one person. If only.
Ryan was the Dumb and Dumber scene when like Harry and Lloyd get asked like, we're looking for people to oil us up for the competition. These like hot models, and they're like, you'll find some guys 15 miles that way.
Do you realize what you've done?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Clary, you tell us. Cool Grandpa. Who is it?
My mind, like, this is a tough one for me. I love Super Bowls. I have not yet to witness a Super Bowl, but I do know an owner that has witnessed 6 in our lifetime. That's Robert Kraft. I think I would want Robert Kraft to be my grandfather. I get to meet Tom Brady, the greatest quarterback ever. I get to witness 6 Super Bowl parades. I get all the perks of being Robert Kraft's grandson, and I think that would be a great time.
Just don't Google my name and massages, son. Grandson. That'd be a little
Can
bit.
we block Google on Ryan's phone?
How do we make sure my grandson doesn't work the Google machine? Robert Kraft. Again, sports owner, can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, ain't bad. Pretty good seats. Pretty good backstage pass right there.
John Madden's grandson. You hit the grandkid lottery.
Yeah, like when you buy Madden, it's your family's.
Grandpa's game.
Yeah, it's Grandpa's game.
Damn, man.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Barry Svrluga in 15 minutes when we give away Wizards tickets. NFL games on Sundays could be headed off of linear TV and digitally to one of your apps. We'll explain.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my pals at Ted Britt Ford. I'm a Ted Britt guy. They won my business. That's what happened. My wife and I were car shopping a few years ago when our oldest son was I think probably like 5-6 months old, and we needed something a little bit bigger, right? You have to haul a million things, the pack and play, and an overnight bag to go like 100 yards, and so we needed something with a little bit more size. And so we test drove the Explorer, test drove an Escape, settled on the Edge. That was like 10, 11 years ago now. And that experience was so great, I said, this is where we go. We are now Ted Britt people in our house. And I suggest you guys give them a try. They'll win your business. They've been doing it for close to 60, in fact, more than 60 years. How about some great deals? I got a couple for you. $11,000 off the MSRP on a new F-150 Lightning, or up to $7,445 off the MSRP on a new 2024 Mustang Mach-E, just like I got, with available 0% APR for 72 months and the Ford Promise, including a new home charger with installation covered by my crew over at Ted Britt Ford. Can't beat that. Go see him in Fairfax, Chantilly. Click away at tedbritt.com, and please tell him Danny sent you.
There's like a 150-foot Ethernet cable, like cord.
Yeah.
That's wrapped all around my chair underneath of me. And I just
You've been fighting with this thing all day.
I mean, all day. I need 10 minutes at the end of the show where I can just lift the chair up and start kind of rewiring. But I bring this up just to say I keep thinking of it as like a cartoon where if you just pulled it really fast, I would just spin 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Because the wire is just wrapped over and over and over again.
So annoying. I am, as you know, I'm not a neat freak in general. Like I can sort of deal with almost anything. I cannot stand improperly wrapped cords. So like when my wife's like, we have to clean the house, and she'll find me like by the PlayStation 5, like making sure that the wire's wrapped around the controller just so. Like it has to be right.
I don't like clutter on counters.
That's true.
And cords, especially, like everything needs to go in drawers. I don't care how messy things are, how I don't know where anything is ever, but I can't see it. I need to not see it while not knowing where it is.
I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, to me, when you put it in a drawer, it means it's now lost to me, and I probably have to get a new one, whatever it is.
Well, get ready to lose NFL games on some of your networks potentially. How about this? Netflix, has expressed interest in Sunday afternoon NFL games. So remember, on Christmas last year, we had Netflix dabble into the NFL and air football for the first time. The NFL can opt out of its current rights deal after the 2029 season. So even though they've got these deals with Fox and CBS that go for years, they can get out of those deals and go back to the negotiating table if they want to then. Netflix has a 3-year deal leading up to that where they're going to show the games on Christmas Day. But Netflix really wants to get into live programming. We've talked about that.
Yep.
It started with some live comedic performances from like Chris Rock in Baltimore, some others. There was the Tom Brady roast that was live. They've now had, among other things, a big boxing match with one of the YouTube people and the NFL. They're going to get UFC. They've got, I think, WWE Wrestling. Monday Night Raw has now gone to Netflix.
That's right, yeah.
As well. It's like they're in this game. They now want the Sunday afternoon games too. They're not done yet. We have Fox and CBS games that exclusively, those are the two 1 o'clock, 4 o'clock window networks that you're going to get during an NFL season. I am really leery about the games going to Netflix on Sunday because of the clicking back and forth ability.
It's that.
So like, how do we fix that? Because we are going 1,000 miles an hour toward there's a game on Prime. At the same time, there's a game on Netflix. At the same time, there's a game on Apple TV. At the same time, you're watching this other thing. The big problem right now, when I'm flipping back and forth between, let's just say, the Caps on ESPN Plus and the Wizards on Monumental on cable, is I can't just go channel up, channel down.
Exactly.
I've got to go out of the app, into another app, spinning circle load, get it open, click 3 times to get to the... Is there a fix to that? I mean, there's got to inevitably a way to go app to app.
Maybe, but that's not. They're not incentivized to do that. Let's say I'm Netflix Net over here, same as Amazon Allen. The thing you just described is what I want. I don't want you leaving. When you leave, that's bad for me. I want you staying. The reason why they're so steamed up, it's twofold. One, to get eyeballs on their thing. I mean, Amazon Prime spent whatever they spent. I can't remember the exact numbers, and they got a bunch of new subscribers out of it. I don't know who was not on Amazon Prime, but I guess a couple of people weren't, and now they got more.
You had to get it for football, and then either you forget to cancel it or you realize this is actually worth it. I'm going to keep it.
Precisely. So that was worth it to them. Netflix, it's the same thing. So that's point number one. But point number two is they'll be able to charge for ads because you're stuck. Everybody knows right now that when the game is on, say Fox Local, talking about Washington's game, the instant it goes to commercial, you're on red zone. Or, you forget you get up and go to the bathroom. But during commercial breaks, you're leaving. That hurts the networks. They don't want you to leave. They want you to be landlocked. They want you to be there to see the thing for the truck, for the beer, for the, the gambling ad, whatever. That's what they're hoping for. That's part of the huge package for them, that they can incentivize advertisers to make their money back and then some.
I don't have a problem like most people do with these apps getting these standalone games. I like standalone games because you get to watch more overall percentage of the football when you're not competing head-to-head with a bunch of games at 1 o'clock. Also, I've got the apps anyway. I mean, most of us now have 6, 7, 8 apps. I might have to occasionally, like I had to add Peacock, I think, for something, but that's fine, whatever. I could deal with that. what is going to be a nuisance to the point where it becomes now problematic is when I'm having, like, at no point ever, as of right now, have two things been on different apps at the same time.
And it's going there.
Or, in the case of Sundays, have there ever been games on cable while there's also a game on an app? That has never happened. That is a deal breaker. You can't ask me to toggle back and forth. Now, a lot of us sports marks have multi-TV setups and we can figure it out that way, but that should not be the expectation.
Correct.
There's got to be a seamless way for me to go Netflix to Fox to CBS to Netflix if you're going to do this. And until there is, if I was the league, they're not going to prioritize me and my happiness over money. But I would say we got to fix
Let's
that.
slow our roll, yeah.
Or else you can't be involved here because we need people to be able to go Red Zone, Fox, CBS, Fox, Red Zone, Fox, CBS, Fox. Netflix, you're missing a minute of a game just going back and forth between the two.
100% agree. Now, the thing that I object to is if it's a mainstay streaming service, like one of the big ones, I don't have an issue with that. It's when there was a game on Yahoo a couple of years ago, like that was a big push. It was a 9 a.m. game somewhere, and it was only on this weird online thing. I can't have it go on Tubi or something that that's random, which is eventually going to start selling off piece by piece. It's like, I'm an upstart app. I'll spend all of my cash, my $5 billion up front to have one standalone game a month on name your made up app, whatever sounds fancy. Can't do that. Like, if it's one of the mainstays, to your point, that everybody already has, I guess I can get down with that, but it's where we're headed, by the way. That a la carte, they're going to parse up these individual pieces to make an incredible amount of money. It's coming.
Won't be long. He's Danny. I'm Grant. I got a text from a buddy of mine saying Phil Knight would be high on the cool grandpa board.
That ain't bad.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
I also think Bezos, just one of the richest people on the planet.
Sure.
That's not a bad grandpa to have.
Where do you want to go today? I got a jet.
Hey, can I have the PJ? Me and the boys want to go to this country. Oh, cool. I got a place there. You can stay there on the water.
Wait, which country? I think I own that one.
Yeah. Barry Svrluga of The Post had an exclusive interview with Mark Lerner about not spending this offseason. We'll ask Barry about that next. We've also got Wizards tickets to give away as soon as we return on a Wizards Wednesday.
I'm Toby Alteser with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the salary cap has been set for this upcoming season. It's going to be between $277.5 million and $281.5 million, an increase of around $22 to $26 million from last season. The Commanders are going to have an effective cap space of around $75 million, according to Over the Cap. That's third most in the National Football League behind New England and Las Vegas. Also in the National Football League, the Eagles are promoting their passing game coordinator from last season to their offensive coordinator position. That's Kevin Patullo after Kellen Moore left for the New Orleans Saints job. The Chiefs are not expected to use the franchise tag or the transition tag on their offensive guard, Trey Smith. And the Chargers are going to be designated as the home team for the NFL game this year in Sao Paulo, Brazil. That was made official by the NFL today. The Commanders play a road game against the Chargers this season, so the Commanders could play in Brazil against LA, or they could play in Spain against the Dolphins. In baseball, the Nationals are signing relief pitcher Lucas Sims to a one-year deal worth $3 million. Mason Thompson goes to the 60-day injured list. Last year in 58 appearances for the Reds and the Red Sox, Lucas Sims pitched to a 4.38 ERA. Also in Major League Baseball, they're testing out the automatic balls and strike system in spring training. College hoops last night, Virginia Tech fell to Boston College 54-36. A couple of upsets in the top 25. TCU beat number 9 Texas 69-66, and BYU beat number 23 Kansas 91-57. Second straight loss for the Jayhawks, and the worst loss as a ranked team to an unranked team in Kansas history. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Alteser on the Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30 this evening. It is a Wizards Wednesday, which means we're giving away a pair of Wizards tickets right here on G&D. So let's do that. We do it every single Wednesday at this time. Congrats to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're going to win a pair of tickets to see the Wizards Wednesday, February 26th against the Portland Trailblazers. Tickets and more event information available at thefandc.com/contests.
Us, Grant and Danny, we're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
And let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, because Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post is waiting for us. And we wanted to talk to him about his exclusive conversation with Mark Lerner that he wrote about in the Post. So, Barry, thanks for a few minutes. So let's just start with kind of how long the conversation was and what kind of ground you got to cover.
I mean, I'm not going to tell you it was a, 60 minute long, winding, everything covered interview, because it wasn't. There's, a lot of negotiation just to get him to agree to talk, which he really hadn't done publicly, except for brief remarks to our Andrew Golden from the Post last year, saying they were taking the team off the market. And even when I broke the story in April 2022 that they were going to put the team on the market, those exchanges were by email. He didn't answer questions verbally. He really has not faced questions from a reporter in years, literally. So he did agree to do this. We had a pleasant chat. It was 10, 12 minutes long. And then, we chatted about other stuff going on in DC, whatever, that doesn't matter to this conversation. But, he's a pleasant person. He's always been a very nice man. But that family has spent the entirety of their now 19 years in a very public position, owning a company that people care about in ways that they don't care about a mall or an office building, not really being very forward-facing people. That's just their nature. But I think it was important to at least have him say, here's why we changed our thinking on selling the team, and here's what we envision going forward, even if those answers don't, provide 100% clarity that a lot of people would like.
So, Barry, that's one of the two huge takeaway conversation pieces I want to have with you. But let's do the first one first that you just referenced. The Yeah, we just wanted to see what was out there. I thought that was an amazing quote that he had. I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but when the team was for sale, bids were coming in, and then they went off the market. They just wanted to see what was out there. I don't know that that's how just want to see what was out there looks to me. But anyway, your thoughts on that?
The translation there is we didn't get our price.
Yeah.
And that's it's just simple as that. And he's not going to say that, and he doesn't have to say that. But if they were going to be blown out of the water by an offer, they would have accepted that offer. I'll go to my grave believing that. I think they still have a price in mind. If somebody came in tomorrow and offered them that price plus $1, I think the team would be back on the market. But that's just not the way things unfolded. And they did say at the beginning of the process that, look, this doesn't mean we're going to completely sell the team 100%. Maybe we could find people who would inject some cash in but not have any influence, more minority partners. You could try to do that. I've never understood the reasons other than ego. Somebody would want to be a minority partner in a sports team because you have the right to put in money that and have no decision-making power. That doesn't sound like a lot of fun to me. So maybe they were looking for that kind of thing. Sure, that's fine. But that didn't happen. None of that happened. And here we are with, another reason to get him to try to talk or try to get him to talk is, you go through this kind of public, not fiasco, but public process and end up in the same place that you started off. It's fair to wonder, well, if you weren't 100% in to the point where you were going to sell off pieces or whatever, it's fair to question, are you 100% in now that you've gotten to the other side of this? And there's been, frankly, more losing than any team in baseball in the last 5 years, and flagging attendance and flagging enthusiasm about the team from the fan base.
And the inability to spend real money, which I want to get into. Barry Svrluga of the Washington Post is with us on Grant and Danny. So I know you asked that question. I want to give you some insight, give us some insight on that. What is the explanation for an offseason where, people will point out, well, here's X amount of millions of dollars they spent. No, Corbin came off the books, and they basically dollar for dollar replaced that with a couple million extra dollars maybe added to payroll. They essentially did not add after a year of Cruz graduating and Wood graduating and being closer and theoretically turning the corner in the rebuild. They had an offseason where they could have gone out and been aggressive, and they were the opposite of that. What is the explanation for that?
It's not one that's particularly satisfying, and on a couple levels, I would say. One, when I asked that, like, you've spent on payroll, you've spent on big contracts in the past. Max Scherzer, $210 million. Jason Worth, $126 million. Patrick Corbin, $160 million. Extensions for Strasburg and Zimmerman, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Would you do that in the future? And he said, if Mike Rizzo and the baseball operations department came to us and said, we think that this would be a good move, we would talk about it. That is not, we would do it. So I put in this piece that these words are going to be parsed, and they're going to be parsed because there are so few of them from him, not just in this piece, because there's plenty in the piece, but so few of them over time, year over year. You just don't have a lot of glimpses into their thinking. I mean, I was thinking about this in particular. I was working on trying to get Mark Lerner as I was sitting down in Ashburn for Josh Harris's season-ending press conference. Ted Leonsis does nothing but, get on the airwaves and talk about his teams. So it's a very, very, very different approach. So back to the contracts, he said, we would listen, we would talk about whether it was the right thing for a big contract, a Worth type contract. That's different than saying we would do it. And then secondly, he alluded to the Jason Worth contract, which was the first big free agent signing in 2011. Your good buddy, Jason Worth. I know you guys like to hang out together.
We're pals now.
That's a great zing, Barry.
We're pals now.
He said, the timing was perfect there. He's the guy that got us over the hump. Well, if you look at it, this is exactly the time when they signed Wirtz. It's an analogous time. It's not a year from now. They signed him coming off of a couple of 100-loss seasons, and then they went 80 and 81 and then won the division in 2012. Like, this was the time, and they did not do that. And I don't have a better answer as to why. And, it's a kind of revelatory about the interview. It wasn't one of those ones where I felt like I had infinite time to follow up and drill down and grill and all that kind of stuff. It was going to be like, bing, 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 get in and get out. And so I don't have a really satisfying answer as to why did that not happen this season, because this season is analogous to the worst season signing.
Barry's Svrluga with us here on G&D. And it sounds like I'm shooting the messenger here, Barry. You're delivering it. And your point is, of course, correct. It's the big disconnect. That's why so many fans, myself included, you're pulling their hair out and screaming. You look at the parallels. This team is better than that team. The team that just finished playing in 2024, more WAR, one positive WAR in that 2010 pitching staff. Levon Hernandez is 110 years old. Half the team's offensive WAR was Ryan Zimmerman. You look at this group now, more everywhere, more young players, a better core. This was the time. Do you really think that this was a baseball decision or something else? And if it's something else, obviously part of a much larger conversation.
Well, I mean, I think it's not a baseball decision. And that's not to say, Danny, that, okay, so you take Soto out of the equation because they weren't going to spend $765 million. And I think you can defend that, even though I'm an enormous, Juan Soto, beat the drum for Juan Soto. But I think you can pick apart, like, why did Pete Alonso not get more than 2 years from the Mets? Like, Alex Bregman, it took a long time to get the deal he got from Boston. Like, if you go around and look at the offensive free agents, you can pick holes and say those weren't the guys that are going to be difference makers for us in 6 or 7 years. I know that they wanted to go after Christian Walker and they were prevented from doing that. You can also argue, is he really a game changer as an aging first baseman? Excellent defensively, can hit for power, but maybe you could argue that Nathaniel Lowe is a okay version of what you would have gotten out of an aging Christian Walker. So you can parse the baseball stuff. But I think the answer to your question is, if there had been somebody on the market that Mike Rizzo and his staff said, this is the one, my sense is the answer would have been, we're not doing it now. And again, we did not address this very specific thing in our interview, but my strong sense from around the organization is what I would consider to be a little bit backwards thinking, that we need more people to buy tickets so that we have revenue coming in to pay players. I think is backwards from, we need to pay players so that people have reason to buy tickets. That's how I would phrase it. And then, further complicating all of this is, of course, Masson, the 20-year shadow over the entire operation. They're not getting the money from the Orioles right now for the latest 5-year installment of Masson TV rights. That's a legitimate hindrance. Like, if they don't get that money, that's $320 million from 2022 to 26 that they could turn into, mid-level free agents or whatever they wanted to turn it into. I would give them the right to say, and they can't, Mark couldn't talk about this because it is in the courts, but like, that is pretty legitimate that they're getting right now zero in that revenue stream when they should be getting, an average of about, I guess it would be $60 or $70 million a year.
That's well said. Barry Svrluga's with us on G&D. So I guess I have a two-parter. One of them is just a reaction to what you were just saying, or at least a rebuttal, and I'm kind of arguing with someone who's not here who you're explaining the thoughts of. But you would think that they would get the if you build it, they will come thing, right? Like, in that they've had 6 years where their attendance was well over 30,000 a game, and they were the 2013 to 2019 years. It was when the team was good at baseball. And I don't think it's like that much of a science experiment to figure out that when you're winning 94 games, more people are coming to your ballpark. So I guess that's thought number one. But then the second thing is, I went into this offseason thinking, if they don't spend a little bit, I'm going to assume that this group's not going to spend again. And they didn't. And that's kind of now my assumption. Am I wrong for thinking that way?
I think you're not wrong. I think we don't know. And I think I would say just a couple things. One about attendance. Like, if you look at attendance highs are generally not the year in which the team is successful. It's the following year, because you get excitement about, hey, we just won the division title, and I'm thinking about a partial season ticket plan, and maybe my buddies and I will go in on one, and I'll do 20 games a year, whatever it is. So that's why 2013, which it was a disappointing year, that was the World Series or bust, Davey Johnson's second year. It didn't work out. They did not win the division title, coming off the 2012 season when they broke through and Bryce was a rookie and all of that stuff.
Still their highest attended per game rate ever was that 2013 season.
2005. The inaugural season.
Yeah, that's true.
Was
but at
better.
Nats Park is what I'm talking about. But that's
correct.
true.
Correct, for sure. So you're right about that. Like, they should draw some lessons from attendances in the past. I also would say the unknowable here, and again, showing the limitations of my conversation with Mark, and I'm not sure whether he would even address this, but all of that stuff is pre-COVID, and all of that stuff is pre-COVID really laid waste to a lot of commercial real estate companies and really had a huge impact on businesses that have a large stake in like office buildings and things like that. And that is Lerner Enterprises. Now they're diversified. They're not, I don't profess to be an expert on their business, but the question, it's a long-winded way of saying, like, did the impact of the pandemic have such a profound impact on your business that is in turn having an impact on how you run your side business, which is the Nationals? Steve Cohen in New York, it is a bad example because you don't expect, we don't have to expect the Lerners to spend $370 million on payroll, but he is very clear that, look, I made all my money in this hedge fund stuff. That is my primary business. This is my side business. I can spend money, my own personal money, on this business, on the baseball team, because I want to, and I want to be kind of a hero to Mets fans. That's a very different take than the Lerners have on their team. And I just always wonder what's the relationship between the core business that the Lerner family, grew up with, that Ted Lerner made them billionaires, and their running of the baseball team.
Brady, let me sneak one in super quick. We're up against it, but I want to know this one. If they were in the bidding for certain guys, then they said, you know what, that's probably too rich for our blood to overpay for Anthony Santander or, name that player, I think I'd feel a lot better about it. The fact that they weren't linked to anybody, I think, is the part that I find most distressing. Your reaction?
Yeah, I think that's fair, Danny. I also think there's a reality, and if you go back to the Worth example, because I think it's so analogous, like, they're in a position right now where they have to overpay to break any sort of tie, because they're on an island, they're young, and if you believe in them, up and coming, but that might not be really easily seen from the outside. So they're not going to beat the Red Sox on an equal offer for Alex Bregman. They're not going to beat the Blue Jays on an equal offer for Anthony Santander. It's a hard position to be in until they show the rest of the sport that, oh my, your good core is really, really good, and I want to be a part of that, kind of in the way the Commanders are. They're going to have to overpay to break all those ties.
Which makes sense. I don't need Alex Bregman. Christian Walker would be nice, right? I just like to walk before I could run. But it's a great piece, and really just getting to talk to Mark Lerner is an accomplishment. So well done. Barry Svrluga of The Post here on Grant and Danny. Thanks for the time. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate it, guys. Anytime.
Yeah, go check it out in The Post. It's a worthwhile story on the Nats and Lerner. But this is an opportunity to get a temperature from the fan base going into the season. How do you guys feel? What's your level of excitement about this Nats team? How do you feel about the offseason that was had in terms of spending from ownership? And are you at a point where some of your frustrations about the club that gets fielded, the money that doesn't get spent, where that is affecting your fandom, or it's changing the way that you plan on going about operating as a Nats fan this spring and summer? We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for you guys at 800-636-1037. 1067. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Alteser with your sports update on the Fan. Major League Baseball, the Nationals signed Lucas Sims to a one-year deal worth $3 million. The reliever is pitched to a 4.38 ERA last season and 58 appearances for the Reds and the Red Sox. Mason Thompson was moved to the 60-day injured list to make room for him on the 40-man roster. Major League Baseball is testing out the automatic balls and strikes system in spring training. In the NFL, the salary cap has been set. It's roughly $277.5 million to $281.5 million. That's an increase of $22 to $26 million from last season. Other NFL news, the Eagles promoted their passing game coordinator to their offensive coordinator. That's Kevin Patullo. The Chiefs are not expected to use the franchise tag or transition tag on offensive guard Trey Smith, and the Chargers are going to be the designated home team for the NFL game this season in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The Commanders will play a road game against the Chargers this season, so there's a chance the Commanders could play in either Brazil or Spain this season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Alteser on the Fan.
It's not one that's particularly satisfying and on a couple levels, I would say. One, when I asked that, like, you've spent on payroll, you've spent on big contracts in the past. Max Scherzer, $210 million. Jason Worth, $126 million. Patrick Corbin, $160 million. Extensions for Strasburg and Zimmerman, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Would you do that in the future? And he said, if Mike Rizzo and the baseball operations department came to us and said, we think that this would be a good move, we would talk about it. That is not, we would do it. So I put in this piece that these words are going to be parsed, and they're going to be parsed because there are so few of them from him, not just in this piece, because there's plenty in the piece, but so few of them over time, year over year. You just don't have a lot of glimpses into their thinking. I mean, I was thinking about this in particular. I was working on trying to get Mark Lerner as I was sitting down in Ashburn for Josh Harris's season-ending press conference. Ted Leonsis does nothing but...
This is Barry Svrluga, as we just caught up with him last segment on Grant and Danny, talking about his conversation with Mark Lerner. Leads to our poll of the day, which we give you every single day on the show, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage, local, long-distance, residential, or commercial, 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. Did this offseason make you more excited for Nationals baseball this coming spring or not? And I would even add, we could do a secondary poll, which would be to poll you guys on your feelings toward the lack of spending and ownership. Are you at a point where it's going to affect your fandom in any way? For the years before this, Danny, there was good reason not to spend as they were building this thing up. This offseason, that was no longer the case. Everybody kind of understood the really good prospects are here. The graduations have happened. It's time to supplement and add veteran talent. And then they didn't do that. They did not go out and add payroll. They basically replaced the money that came off the books with Patrick Corbin not being around. That's where we are now.
Yeah, their payroll and tax calculations are deceptive. They're 24th in baseball. You go, well, that's not ridiculous. Well, it is when you count $35 million for Steven Strasburg. The players that are going to play for them,
probably some other deferred money for guys like Gallo and Scherzer,
among others.
A bunch of dudes that aren't on the team anymore.
Yeah, so when you actually talk about guys that are playing, they're down in the dregs. And it's inexcusable, quite frankly. There's no way around that. There is no reason for this. The idea that they're not ready yet is wrong. It's palpably false. In 2010 was a worse team, objectively, with more aging veterans that didn't really have a future here. Ryan Zimmerman was half of the offensive WAR of their Major League Baseball group. Only one starting pitcher had a positive WAR for them. Every national starter last year for this group had a positive WAR. Same with the position players. This is a much better team that is ready right now to start competing with a younger core that's already solidified. Bryce Harper was on the way. Steven Strasburg was on the way when this 2010, 2011 thing happened. It's here. Right. The guys were called up and they're here.
You've already got the guys now biting into the years they'll be Nationals, because we know they almost certainly won't be at the end of this contract that they're on, because they're both advised by Boris in terms of Wood and Cruz. So you got to add and supplement right here and right now. It's like we talk about with Jaden Daniels. It'd be the offseason that the Commanders are going into where they just kind of sit pat. When you have the gift of the youth and not spending money on some of your top talent, inexcusable is the right word. It's frankly infuriating. But I will tell you, it does not affect my fandom. And this won't surprise, I don't think, our listeners. I grew up being a fan in DC sports of the Nats didn't exist during my childhood, so it was the Orioles who were terrible and had a bad owner. But the Redskins always were terrible and had a bad owner. Like, this is the norm for me. This is what I knew. So does it affect my fandom? No. I'm kind of groomed and developed as a fan. I'm built different, I guess. I came up with bad teams and just being excited when my favorite guy got a sack on a 5-win Redskins team, or when my favorite Oriole hit 25 home runs as part of a 98-loss team. So I can deal. I'm going to be at Nats Park a ton. I'm going to buy the tickets. It does not change my excitement to take my kids out there. I think I'm probably in the minority on that. But am I jacked up for a baseball season? Of course. I love baseball. You can't make me not get giddy about this. I go to 40 games a year probably. But I will say that, Danny, and also tell you, of course I'm livid, and this is utterly unacceptable. And I find it to be an affront against the people that spend money to go out there. By the way, one of the more expensive days to spend in baseball is at Nats Park among the 30 ballparks. And yet you continue to trot out a roster that you refuse to add to with real quality Major League talent. That's not okay.
And I made this point to Barry, and I know we got a bunch of calls. I want to get to him. If they had been in on the bidding for several of these big-time free agents, or even kind of the upper middle class, and said, you know what, that's probably not a prudent contract for us, I'm just making up a name, to sign Gleyber Torres to a 3-year, $40 million deal. I go, okay, they're not linked, they're not interested, they're not out there, they're not, in the running. It just makes you feel like they said, we're all set. You guys have the offseason. We'll be here with our below-the-radar bargain basement signings. And listen, I think Daniel Lowe's a good signing. That was a nice trade that made sense. I'd make that move 100 times out of 100.
Ops people do a pretty good job.
And that's my point.
With the little money that they get or the trades that they make, and it's what keeps the whole thing afloat.
Right.
But they're doing it on a shoestring budget.
And I'm not saying you've got to go get Juan Soto, Willie Adames, Corbin Burns, and now let's go have a season. I'd love that, but it's not realistic. I understand that. There is a happy medium here that they didn't seem interested in.
It should be 100% realistic that they could sign Max Fried or Corbin Burns.
Sure.
Or Pete Alonso.
Right.
Like, that should not be. It is unrealistic based on the world we're living in. It shouldn't be. This is not Tampa Bay, where they're going to move because they need a new ballpark and everyone there stops going to games. This is Washington, D.C. Like, there is no reason for this. Let's go to Jason in Woodbridge on Grant and Danny. What's up, Jason?
Oh, watching a girls' basketball game. Hey, I'm definitely sad they're not spending any money on the players. I'm dying for us to be good again. I just wish they would. But, hey, right now we're still in the World Series contention. Let's go, boys.
You're ready for opening day. We'll see you in West Palm. Let's go to Mike in Falls Church.
Hey,
Mike, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
What's going on, guys? I appreciate it. Grant, I'm with you. I don't know. I mean, growing up in Falls Church and growing up in the DMV area, being in the minority, I love baseball, and that's it. Before the Nats came here, I was 12 years old, and I was a Phillies fan growing up because my dad loved Mike Schmidt, and that was kind of thing. He wanted to stay in the NL, and that was it. But I just love baseball so much, and it's sad because I don't really expect them to spend any money, any of the Lerners to spend any kind of money. But I'm okay with that because I like the core group that we're building right now. And I get it. We need some veteran presence there. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, I like what we're building. We have a number 1 overall pick coming up in the draft. And I know that takes a little bit of time to go ahead and develop, but you never know. And I said it before. I actually responded to an Instagram post on Barstool DMV last night, and it showed our projection in our lineup. And I was like, this group can compete with anyone. We're scrappy, the scrappy Nats.
But not really. I mean, they night in and night out, Mike, I agree with you, and I'm not hanging up. I'll let you finish. But over 162, they're not going to win as many games as the Mets or the Braves or the Phillies. It's just not going to happen. You've locked yourself into pretty legitimately like the 4th spot in the division. It was only a few years ago. I remember having Rizzo on at spring training when he talked to the pride he took in saying, there's teams all over the sport that don't try. In this division, that's not the East. That's not us. We're trying. We're out there. Yeah, they used to. And right now, like, come on, you really think they can win as many games as those other teams in the division?
Oh, no. I don't think we can win as many games. Absolutely not. But I'm just saying, like, you've never, and here's my, I guess, naivete of the whole thing. You never really know. Yeah, 29 is an anomaly.
True.
And I get that because we did have a bunch of good talent on that team. Obviously, we had Trey, we had Anthony when he was, actually playing baseball.
Appreciate the call, buddy.
Thank you, buddy.
I mean, that was the number 6 payroll in baseball that won that 2019 World Series. That was not the little engine who could. It just so happens they started terribly and they went on a heater after 19 and 31. But that was one of the most star-studded, high-paid operations in the entire sport at that time. I don't take issue with the call. I love the call. He's at Nats Park like I'm at Nats Park, and I'll high-five him when I get there. But when he says, look, we've got a pretty good collection of young players.
That's the point.
We've got the number 1 overall pick. The system is much improved. And none of that has to do with spending. None of that has to do, frankly, with ownership. That is something fortuitously that buoys this outfit because of the baseball operation having done a pretty good job over the last couple of years. But the spending part is, what trades am I allowed to make to go bring in veterans? They haven't done it. What trades am I allowed to make to go bring in a star? They haven't done it. What free agents am I bringing in to supplement them? So to me, it's almost like, a restaurant, okay? And we're talking about, you're going, yeah, but look, I like the ambiance. The seats are comfortable. I kind of like the lighting. The music they play is awesome. And I'm going, yes, but I'm just talking about the chef making the food. You have not acknowledged that the food, which we could make well, we are choosing not to make well. Yes, there's a lot of things to like about the organization. None of them have to do with money being spent from the top right now. Nothing.
I think it's well said. I mean, that's the distinction. So the arguments or the line, and I'm not ripping the call at all. It's a good one. They got a lot of nice young pieces. They got a bunch of things going for them. That to me is the next logical step from that is that's why it was time. Not 2 years ago when these guys are pipe dreams, when Dylan Cruz is still at LSU winning the Golden Spikes and James Woods in a different organization and you're rebuilding. That's happening. Totally fine. I get not overspending at that point. You're gonna increase your payroll by $50 million for 4 wins? That doesn't make any sense. This was it. The timing couldn't have been more perfect to start jumping up and competing with people. Maybe not a playoff team, but be in it for a while to get scrappy to give these kids some of that experience. You just said, now we're good.
The Rude guest hotline is available for you to be our guest right now at 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny. We're asking you guys, did this offseason make you more or less excited about what lies ahead for the Nationals? You're listening to The Fan.
if there had been somebody on the market that Mike Rizzo and his staff said, this is the one, my sense is the answer would have been, we're not doing it now. And and again, we did not address this very specific thing in our interview, but my strong sense from around the organization is what I would consider to be a little bit backwards thinking, that we need more people to buy tickets so that we have revenue coming in to pay players. I think is backwards from we need to pay players so that people have reason to buy tickets. That's how I would phrase it.
That's Barry Svrluga, who was on the show with us earlier this hour. Welcome back, G&D on the Fan. Barry talked to Mark Lerner. We talked to him about that discussion. Lerner saying didn't feel like the team was close enough to spend big this offseason. Well, okay. They haven't spent in years. I don't know why anyone would feel confident that they would after it was kind of the time to move the needle forward from a talent standpoint. They didn't do that. Poll of the day that we've got for you right now. Simple question for Nats fans. How has this offseason affected your fandom over at Funny Danny? About 95% of people are saying either they're less or equally as excited as they were previously, or their excitement has not changed, which coming off of an offseason is not what you want.
Right.
6% are saying they're more excited, but they have, as an ownership group, just not spent on high-end talent. Luckily, with the Juan Soto trade and some of the moves that the baseball ops crew has made in terms of trades, they've added some really good young pieces to this team. And then they're supplementing with, a one-year deal for Josh Bell for $6 million and bringing him back. They did make a decent little trade for Nathaniel Lowe. But in terms of free agency, it's a lot of 1- and 2-year deals for a couple million apiece, taking flyers on guys like Mike Soroka in hopes that you're right and the industry's wrong on him. And so the question we're asking you guys is this affecting your fandom in any way at this point? Let's go to Kevin in Arlington. What's up, Kev?
Hey, Kev.
Hey, folks. It absolutely is. Let me just put it this way. Yes, I'm sorry about COVID and that they didn't get their victory lap in 2020. I'm sorry, about Masson. Now, but they chose to own a Major League Baseball team. And remember, I'm one of the old timers who had the Senators taken away from me. Had to go up to Baltimore for years. Thank God my brother-in-law was from there and, kind of indoctrinated me into Orioles baseball. But my point being, it's a privilege on the team. And I just feel like Mark, if what he said to Barry, to me, it insults our intelligence. He made it sound like, Mike didn't really come to me and say, let's spend. He made it sound like, there's so many guys, we don't want to block a cent from the minors. Or, I just don't see that.
They don't have those guys coming anymore either, Kev. Thanks for the call, buddy.
Thanks, buddy.
We're loaded, so I'll keep it moving. But, last year you could have said, we don't want to sign outfielders because we got Cruz and Wood. Well, they're in the big leagues
sense.
now.
Yeah.
We don't want to sign a third baseman maybe because Brady House is close. He's kind of the one still in the system. But, okay, maybe I'll give you that one. It's not like you can't go get help at other positions. It's not like you can't move Dylan Cruz to center and get a big bopper and right. What's the excuse for starting pitching? Why aren't you in on Burns or Fried or some Scherzer-like franchise-altering talent? Again, if you don't win the bidding, fine, but why aren't you in on that?
This is my distinction, right? You go, we value Blake Snell for the sake of argument at 5 years, X number of dollars. And if someone exceeds that, you go, all right, we'll pivot to something else. There's no pivot.
They're not even a player. They don't even get to sit at the table because they walk by at MGM and it's a $50 minimum. They're waiting for $5 tables. They don't exist.
They don't exist.
Or they do exist and you win 71 games.
That's right.
Let's go to Tony in Springfield. What's up, Tone?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
Hey buddy.
So long time. I've been season ticket holder since the start. So 20 years.
Wow.
I'm completely fed up this year. I am a partial season ticket holder for the year coming up, but Lerner's words can't ring more hollow to me. His actions speak louder than words, and I think that's all we need to see. Right? They've done nothing for half a decade now. They're not going to do anything. They wanted to sell the team 2 years ago. Now, allegedly, they're all in. He's
That's
just
a great
saying words.
point we haven't brought up, Tony, is that can't be forgotten either, and we're forgetting it.
Right.
It's not like that didn't happen a couple years ago where they looked to sell the team. It's almost like there's evidence maybe that they're not completely in, you know?
Yeah, no doubt. There is the evidence is overwhelming that they're not in, right? And that the total, BS line where, well, if the fans come, we'll spend the money. That's not how it works. You need to show us what you're doing, and we will gladly come because we have shown a pattern as fans. We will come when you give us something.
This is such a pivotal point. I appreciate you raising the call. Yeah,
You remember the movie line, the famous line, if they come, you will build it, right? That's
right.
how it went.
Yeah, if they attend your cornfield, then you can build the field and no baseball. No, of course, it's the most essential point. It's not my job. I'm opting into something. You give me a reason. I'm not giving you reasons. I'm not here to fill your coffers to make sure that your bottom line is better. So then, in the hopes that you might turn around and spend on the product I love. No. You entice me. I got other ways to spend my entertainment dollar.
Bill's in North Kakalaki, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up?
Hey, fellas, great show as always. I really appreciate it. But I, too, grew up with the Senators, so I've seen a lot of bad. But last year, I'm coming up through all the traffic and all the rest of it, and I'm thinking to myself, well, I'm coming up to see Nick Senzel and Joey Gallo, and I'm thinking, this is the year they got to do it. I mean, I still like to be enthusiastic. I'm a good fan. But they just didn't, and it was disappointing. The team kind of lacks a personality. I need, even with the prospects coming up and all the rest of it. I'm kind of looking at this year. I'm coming up through traffic, and I'm thinking, well, I'm coming up to see a lot of utility players still, and it's just disappointing.
It was time. I mean, we all kind of penciled in for a couple of years. Hey, if it goes well and Woods up and Cruz is up, and you've got talent, they're a 70-ish win team. You're talking about maybe being 3 legitimate transactions away, a front of the rotation type arm, a bopper in the middle of your lineup. Yep. Now you're an 80+ win team. Now you're a week where you don't lose and your opponent loses a couple more games than they're supposed to away from being a wild card type team. Like, that's what we're talking about. And there was just no pushing the chips in whatsoever. And it's not like you have to mortgage the future to do it, but it's one more year closer to Wood and Cruz and free agency, where now you're just kind of biding time. And my question is why?
Your time is not infinite there. That is the essential point.
A lot of people want to weigh in. We'll continue to take calls, 800-636-1067. Plus, plenty of leftovers still to hit as well. I wanted to talk about a story I saw on Deion Sanders not wanting to leave to do any recruiting. Also, Tom Brady and how he signs his autograph amazed me. And Danny's got some personal news. We'll get to all of that next as we take you up to 6:30 on The Fan.
I'm Toby Alteser with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the salary cap is going to be roughly $277.5 million to $281.5 million. That's an increase of $22 to $26 million from last season. The Commanders have the third most effective cap space in the league at $75 million. They trail only New England and Las Vegas. Other NFL news: Eagles promoted their passing game coordinator Kevin Patullo to their offensive coordinator position, open after Kellen Moore went to the Saints job. The Chiefs are not expected to use the franchise tag or the transition tag on offensive guard Trey Smith, and the Chargers are going to be the designated home team for the NFL game this season in Sao Paulo, Brazil. The NFL made that official today. The Commanders play a road game against the Chargers this season, so the Commanders could still potentially go overseas and play in either Brazil or in Spain. Major League Baseball, they're testing out the automatic balls and strikes system in spring training this year. Also, the Nationals signed relief pitcher Lucas Sims to a one-year deal worth $3 million. Mason Thompson goes to the 60-day injured list to make room on the 40-man roster. This past season, Sims pitched to a 4.38 ERA and 58 appearances for the Reds and the Red Sox. College hoops last night, Virginia Tech fell to Boston College 54-36, and one more night, USA-Canada in the championship of the Four Nations. This month only, get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and a 10% off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Midcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Alteser on the Fan.
If you go back to the Worth example, because I think it's so analogous, like, they're in a position right now where they have to overpay to break any sort of tie because they're on an island, they're young, and if you believe in them, up and coming, but that might not be really easily seen from the outside. So they're not going to beat the Red Sox on an equal offer for Alex Bregman. They're not going to beat the Blue Jays on an equal offer for Anthony Santander. It's a hard position to be in until they show the rest of the sport that, oh my, your good core is really, really good, and I want to be a part of that, kind of in the way the Commanders are. They're going to have to overpay to break all those ties.
Barry Svrluga, as heard right here on Grant and Danny. The show's brought to you by our friends, the law firm, Kondori and Murat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We'll take you up to 6:30 on Grant and Danny. If you've enjoyed the Nats combo, should let everybody know there's a brand new Bust and Loose baseball that dropped. Our Nats pod, myself, Toby Alteser, producer Darius. Go grab that tonight after the show if you want to hear an hour of content previewing the Nats season. But, Danny, you've got an announcement worth making.
I think this is pretty cool. So I've had to be really patient and keep a secret for a while. You knew, and a bunch of other folks knew. And it's not that my wife and I had a baby. That was a few weeks ago.
You kept that secret.
Kept that very secret. A few internet sleuths have already deduced the news and what is true. If you recall, if you're an avid listener to the show, you may remember a day in December where I was unavailable and was not here. I posted on the old Instagrams at Humorous Danny from a mansion in Atlanta. I'll be posting a couple pictures from that now that I've gotten the go-ahead to talk about it. But if you're watching the Worldwide Leader, you're watching some basketball content, you will see another commercial for FanDuel for old Rainy Douye as the voice of Charles Barkley, opposite Charles Barkley. Series of ads features Chuck, who is, by the way, incredible. Dude is so awesome. And I play his head, a.k.a. Chuck GPT. So he's got a little, like a robot head that's on a table, and he's asking it questions, and I'm, of course, responding. The process of shooting it took the entire day down in Atlanta on location. He had a hard out because he had to go do television, TNT, the show that he does. So we were there from 8 in the morning until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, just doing so much Charles Barkley. So I have recorded.
Were you in the room with him?
I was right down the hall. So he was on set, like full cameras, and there was a direct IFB line from my mic into his ear. So in other words, part of it is him reacting to me in real time. Does that make sense? So I could hear him based on the mics, right, with my headphones on. They set up kind of a makeshift studio at this house. It was right down the hallway so that it wouldn't carry into the audio they were recording. You follow that? So in other words, like they had to have a quiet, closed set so that Chuck could record his lines clean, and then the audio couldn't have me echoing into that part of the sound
And
pickup.
so in the commercial, he's going back and forth with AI Chuck.
Yes. He's like, what do you think of this parlay? And I'm like, it's good, Chuck. You should use me something you really appreciate. Or whatever. So I'm going back and
Did you
forth.
get to do his voice this time, or did you have to do a variation of it?
100% him. So it's me doing Chuck to Chuck. And it was wild.
Danny Routier?
Danny Routier. So it was me and Chuck doing it together. So,
because 2 years ago, for people that don't remember, you did a commercial with Barkley, but you were young Chuck. You did not go to Atlanta. You just recorded it in the studio here.
Yeah. So
and like sent them audio. But basically, as young Chuck, you had to do a younger version sounding. You didn't really get to do your Barkley impression.
Right. So I had to modify it. So for the first one I did, as you said, like I think it was last year, totally different casting agency, totally different group. And it was FanDuel again. And they found me through like some other kind of process. It would have been nice if they were just like, who's the guy that did it last year? Can we just get him? And I would have been available and would have happened to do it. But I had to go through a whole casting, and it's like, we thought you were really good. I was like, what you should check out is FanDuel commercials from last year where I did it. Anyway, so the one for last time is they'd already recorded everything. They had an actor sitting next to Chuck, and they couldn't get the voice right. So they sent me all this audio, all this video and stuff of Chuck when he was with the Sixers, first got to the Suns. And so the Chuck that's right now, it's up here like this, Kenny. But the younger Chuck was a little bit higher. So like the younger one was a little bit higher in pitch. So I had to do that, kind of hone the voice and whatever. And we worked on it in like a sound studio for a couple hours and finally got it. And, I had to fit all my lines into audio that had already been recorded. This was now kind of wide open and wild. No restrictions. Obviously like language stuff, but you know what I mean? Just in terms of like how long something took, I could do it quicker, shorter, as all scripted. Yeah. So then at the after several hours, they were basically like, we want you to mess with him to try to get some fun reactions, not just for the TV commercial stuff, but like for digital, for like a YouTube campaign or something that might be a little bit longer. So there's a spot in the commercial, for example, where he gets fed up with Chuck GPT and he's going to shoot Chuck GPT into the trash. And so I tried to time it a certain way. I'm going, you're going to miss, like stuff like that to mess with them, try to get him to crack a smile. Like he raises up to shoot. That's a brick. Like just stuff like that to mess with him, but it was really fun. When I got down there to Atlanta, I got to the hotel, checked in, whatever, went downstairs to the hotel bar for a quick bite to eat. Something small. And he was sitting there. He was holding court at this little hotel restaurant. And he's surrounded by a couple of people who are like business folks that he's working with or whatever for this ad or whatever. And I was going to go introduce myself. He made so many people. I'm sure he didn't remember me. And that's totally fine. But I never got the chance to. He couldn't even take a bite of food. Like everybody sees him and immediately approaches him.
Sure.
And he's so gracious and he's so kind and so nice to everybody. Like the number of dudes are like, dude, I remember you from the 93 finals, bro. Like when you were dunking on fools, like, hey, can I get a picture? Like everybody's doing that. And I was like, I can't just be another person.
Such a part of the Atlanta community now, I bet. You know what I mean? Because I think he went to Auburn. He's like from the South, but he's there year, I'm sure most of the year. Certainly all season. So people know they expect to see him out and about in Atlanta.
Totally.
It's like, oh, there's Charles. And he's just one of the guys.
And he's so gracious. They on set, they had security kind of like escort Chuck to and from so he could catch his breath. Not because he was in danger, but so like they wouldn't get the shoot done. Because even like people in the crew, people like, hey man, I'm here to do craft services, but I want to get your autograph. I want to tell you about that time where you hit a step back three in whoever Dominic Wilkins'
Isn't
face.
it amazing though when you take part in something like that with TV, how much money is wasted? I mean, just generally on like certain things about the project, or like how much more efficiently you
talent
can do
like
it.
Danny Rouillet.
No, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like you were there for how many hours?
From 8 till 7,
like, But there's like scheduled breaks, and you're driving him around on a golf cart, and it's just always amazing to me, like how much different it could be and cheaper it could be.
The level of production.
That's what I always think about.
Yeah, the level of production is insane. And this was like, I see why movies cost as much as they do, right? Because like that was one day to set up 4 different camera angles, different amounts of audio, acting by Chuck. But so I actually haven't seen any of the ads yet.
Toby told us he saw it.
Yeah, several people have told me, and Toby's texted us that
I've not seen it yet either.
I haven't seen it.
Where did you see it?
I've seen it multiple times. I was watching TGL, the Indoor Golf League, and I've seen it twice now, the last 2 nights.
See, that's what we're missing.
Yeah.
We haven't been watching the golf tourney. So right away you knew it was Danny's commercial, or did you just notice Danny's voice, or what?
I remember him mentioning it to us.
Okay.
And
would you have been able to play, like, if you didn't know Danny was on this campaign, would you have heard it and thought, Was that Danny doing Barkley or no?
I think you can tell it's Danny, but because we hear Danny's impression a lot.
Right.
Yeah. So a few people have tweeted me about it, like over the last 3-4 days.
Well, you posted the video from Atlanta. We talked about it on air for like 10 minutes about how you got flown out first class to do something. So, I mean, if you're a P1, like
a couple sleuths put it together.
There's some context clues there.
Yeah, for sure. So, I have a couple great pictures with Chuck that I'm going to post, but yeah, it's out. I think it's going to be a series. I think there's a few different ones that are coming. I'm in the dark about it, but I finally got the go ahead that I can mention it and talk about it. And it was awesome, dude.
Danny
Routier. The whole process
so cool.
was so great. In fact, I went last week and did 2 hours worth more of recorded lines for different parts, either expanded parts or even different scripts or
So
things.
Atlanta?
No, I was just in a studio in DC.
Okay.
So I have done a lot of Charles Barkley over the last couple of months.
Yeah, no kidding. Dude, if that well wants to keep giving water,
more than
you
happy
should
to
drink
do
it.
More than happy to do it. I'm very thirsty all the time.
It's the
Let's do
best
it.
Barkley on the planet.
Thank you, dude.
It's paying off.
Oh, thanks, audience.
Well done.
Thanks to you guys.
So be on the lookout. ESPN is where we've seen it, but it could be all over.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to go everywhere because that would be good for me, obviously.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a ramp up before.
Do you get paid per number of times it airs?
It's not per time it airs, but it's like ad buys. So in other words, like
so, like ESPN might have like a 20 something. You know, there'll be a buy for 20 of those.
exactly, like or a 7-week run, and then I get a little teeny tiny percentage of that. I mean, it's a microscopic compared to I'm sure what Chuck gets and deserves.
Yeah.
But just old the pudgy zilch behind the scenes doing a voice into a microphone gets a little tiny bit of it.
That's awesome.
But it's nice, dude. It's really cool. So I appreciate everybody that's already figured it out, and them for having me. It was awesome.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah.
The Grant and Danny poll today presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Let Metropolitan Moving and Storage do your heavy lifting and take it to the house. More at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. Asking you if your level of excitement for the Nats season benefited from their offseason or not. Chris is in Oxon Hill. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Definitely appreciate y'all taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
I'm going to be honest with you. You know, I'm always going to be a Nats fan, win, lose, or draw. But I'm going to be honest. I'm a little bit disappointed because I was expecting them to do something a little bit more to get the fans back into the stadium. I haven't been to the stadium besides going to, like, other events for the to the Nats stadium. It's been about 2 or 3 years. I always take it back to wrestling. The thing is, they could have easily picked up similar to AEW. How you have your Chris Jericho, your Adam Copelands out there to try to help work with the younger guys out there. They easily could have had a veteran come in this offseason to help them out. And so hopefully we'll be able to get better in due time, but it's still a tough time for me. Definitely appreciate y'all taking my call. Have a good one.
Thanks, bud. Yeah, I mean, you just wish they'd gone out and gotten one guy that you put on the billboard outside of the ballpark going into the season. And they'll do that with Nathaniel Lowe, their 29-year-old left-handed hitting first baseman who they acquired via trade from the Rangers. And I loved the trade. But you got your everyday first baseman for a non-closing reliever who was, probably the third or fourth reliever on the team last year, which is pretty telling, I would say. The Rangers were looking to cut some costs.
Mm-hmm.
The faces of the franchise have to be Abrams, who's 24, will bat leadoff. Cruz, who they're hoping can win Rookie of the Year. James Wood, who at 22 years old, a big left-handed bat, hopefully can play like a star. But Bell on a year contract a couple years after they said no thanks and moved on from him, and the Soto deal. You're hoping Luis Garcia can continue to develop after he took a step forward last year, but how much is really left in the tank? The bottom third of the order is Keibert Ruiz off of a bad season. Jose Tena, who they got in a trade, who's kind of a spare part piece that isn't expected to be a first division
Should be a
starter.
fifth infielder utility player.
And Jacob Young, who's a sterling defensive player and needs to prove that he can hit a little more. Ian's in Vienna. What's up, Ian? How are you?
Grant, we've gone back and forth hundreds of times on this. The Lerners have quit on Washington baseball since 2021. I will not back off that position. It's not just the payroll. Do you realize they are the only MLB team without a stadium rights deal? They're the only MLB team without a patch deal on their uniform. They have put in zero effort into this organization, and it's criminal. You and I have gone back and forth on Twitter talking about oh, they're going to spend down the road and this is a rebuild and this, that, the other. No, it's not. They have no desire to put any effort into this team, and it shows. And guys like you are finally seeing what many of us have been saying.
Well, no. This isn't that you're a Galileo guy here, Ian. I mean, that you saw something no one else could. What we've disagreed on all along was there was no reason for them to spend 2 off seasons ago and off season 3 ago. My point was always, when it's time to spend, if they don't spend, I'll get upset. But you don't believe in the rebuild that they were doing for some reason. I don't understand what you would call it then when they sell off their veterans.
I would call it quitting on the team.
Well, incorrectly, you could call it that. But when you trade Juan Soto...
Well, what are the facts now?
But I'm not... You're talking about two different things. You're talking about two different things. I'm saying that the rebuild that they were doing for 3 years, when they traded Soto to reboot their system, and they traded 8 players for 16 guys or whatever it was, going back 4 years ago, that's what a rebuild is. They reloaded their system. They went from one of the worst minor league systems to a top 10 minor league system. They rebuilt their farm system. They rebuilt their organization. This offseason was time to spend, and they didn't do it. And we've been taking them to task on this show more than any media outlet in this town, as far as I'm concerned. So that was the only place we disagree is you didn't acknowledge they were rebuilding, which they were, and that's fine. You can call it whatever you want, but they were rebuilding, and the first time that they really should have spent was this offseason, in my opinion, and they didn't do it.
Yeah. Can I rebut that last point?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think so let's not debate the point where we just agree to disagree. I think the next level of quitting... It's a fact that
they were rebuilding. You can't disagree with facts.
It's not. No, okay. They cut payroll and they disguised it as a rebuild. But let's not debate that. You nor anyone can defend how they approach the team. Why do they not have a stadium rights deal? That's free money. Why do they not have a patch deal? That's free money.
I agree.
And yet they continue to have one of the higher, not the highest, but one of the higher stadium like cost of living, if you will, or cost of attendance projections. And this is what I think is so maddening about them is all of this while they're one of the richest owners in the sports landscape. We keep on talking about Steve Cohen as if he's the only billionaire. These guys are billionaires.
They are. I don't know where they would rank, and I appreciate the call. I don't know where they would rank among the 30 MLB owners. Yes, we agree that there should be naming rights on the stadium or a patch on the sleeve. I have no issue with any of that.
Yeah, but I don't call it cost of attendance. I have a totally different name for it, and we can argue about that.
That's a good
tip of the cap. So, yeah, I mean, if you didn't like the rebuild, that's fine. That's what it was. They cut Major League payroll because they were going to be bad, and the whole point was to be bad, but on their terms. The Wizards are doing it too.
And it worked really well. The rebuild went very well thanks to Mike Rizzo and the baseball department.
You can dislike the rebuild. You can get irritated at it when the Wizards are going to win 12 games this year, but that's your right to do so.
So by that point, the Wizards are not rebuilding. They've just quit, right? That's his point.
If that's the idea. Now, if you're pointing to other elements where you go, they're disinterested and they're not as invested as they should be, we agree there. That's a yes. But the point is, you trade away veterans, you acquire young players. That's a rebuild. By definition, that is a rebuild. They did that.
Right.
It also coincided with them putting the team up for sale and then not maybe getting what they wanted and maybe pulling back in a bunch of other areas that should have been accentuated or even emphasized. Totally fair.
By the way, they did this before they won the World Series last time. If you go back to when they picked number 1 overall because they lost 100 games back-to-back years. That was a rebuild. And then they built the foundation and built the thing up. Let's go to Brian in La Plata. What's up, buddy? How are you?
Brian.
What's up, guys? Yeah, I think this is a double-edged sword of having one of the best GMs in baseball. Mike Rizzo's drafting and trade record is worthy of the Hall of Fame. And I think what the Lerners are probably saying is Rizzo can make a sculpture out of cow dung. And why do we need to spend money on big name free agents? And I think they're just putting too much on Rizzo's plate. So I just think that's probably one of their backdoor excuses that they're having in meetings,
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's a complacency where it's like, he'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Where it's like you force him to MacGyver stuff all the time. Where it's like, okay, you're in an escape room and you've got 17 seconds left, and I've got some chewing gum, a shoelace, and a paper clip. Build me a bomb to open up the door. Like, you're making him do that all the time. That's not sustainable. He's made shrewd moves around the edges. But when you're saying, hey, man, shop in the Nick Senzel tier forever, you're not winning. You're just not.
Great calls, great feedback, good conversations on that. A lot of different opinions, and we appreciate all the Nats fans hopping in as we get closer to the baseball season. I wanted to talk about this earlier. We only have a couple of minutes here at the end of the show, but I do want to crowbar it in. I saw a story last night, and I just have to assume this is true. It was on a fairly reputable place, and they had pictures. Tom Brady is apparently signing his autograph already, currently, as Tom Brady Hall of Fame 2028, because he's a lock to get in as a first ballot Hall of Famer, obviously. I know that this is just one of these, like, it's a Tom Brady thing, so it's going to grind my gears a little bit.
Yeah.
I'll be laughed at at court as you can't be a witness on Tom Brady. Admit that this sucks. Admit that this is a
objection, Your Honor, bias.
Admit that this is a pretentious, really ridiculous thing to do. It is 2025, and he is signing autographs already as Tom Brady Hall of Fame 2028. Admit that makes you a little bit of a tool.
So the answer is yes, by the way. This is this is our time, though. This is what we're in. This is like manifesting 101. Like you just declare yourself these things.
You think he's manifesting?
Yes, he believes all this stuff. Like I don't eat I don't know, anything that has ever been near the ground. Or I don't eat tomatoes, anything with seeds, or I can't have any inflammatories. He just lives this way all the time. Where he's like, I visualize these things, and that makes it true. You know, he's one of these dudes that like, and he's better than everybody. And so he gets it because he outworks him and he's relentless. He's a bit of a crazy person. But like when you live like this, you don't turn it off. And that's kind of my point here.
I need him to sign Tom Brady, Hall of Fame 2028, after he gets inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Hear me out.
In 2028.
Hear me out. Don't put Hall of Fame at all. Anywhere.
No. I mean, people do that all the time after they're a Hall of Famer. I think people...
I think that's absurd, by the way.
Do you really?
Sign your name.
Oh, I don't think that's absurd at all. I would
put that name right down.
If Darryl Green signed a jersey for me, I would want it to say Darryl Green 28 or whatever, and then HOF class of, I forget what it was, 2006 or whatever. Mm-hmm. I would want Darryl Green 100% to sign my jersey with HOF. That's so normal. It's just to do it before you're in the Hall of Fame, to assume, to presume, to lock in that you're a first ballot. And he is a first ballot Hall of Fame.
He's getting in.
I get it. He's going to be there. You can't sign Hall of Fame class of 2028 in 2025, Tom Brady. You can't just do that 3 years early. It's messed up. And it tells me a lot about you. That's all.
Come
That's all
on.
I'm going to say.
It's your window into Tom.
Yes, it is.
What does it tell you?
I know Peyton Manning's not doing that. The actual GOAT is not signing autographs.
Here we go.
Class of what would he be? He's probably already in the Hall of Fame.
He's a few years before Brady, retired.
Should be coming up. Are we allowed to play it? We're good. All right. We've got the Chuck GPT commercial.
Oh, nice! My first time hearing it.
Yes, let's listen to it.
I love betting on the NBA with FanDuel, especially when I've got the world's greatest basketball mind on my side. What's up, Chuck GPT?
What's up, Chuck IRL?
What do you think about this parlay?
It's great. But why don't you use me for something you really need help with?
What does Charles Barkley really need help with?
Hundreds of results found.
Uh-oh.
Fashion sense, basic math,
what?
Being on time, portion control, conflict resolution, enunciating, free throw percentage, eating vegetables.
I love it.
Not bad.
Very good.
They let me go nuts with stuff.
I was gonna say, did you get to add anything into there?
They gave me a couple suggestions and they were like, okay, go to 10, man.
Oh, that's cool.
I did all sorts of stuff that they didn't put in there. I think the
Is
long
he
ones
shooting baskets? What's the clink?
He's taking Chuck GPT and shooting in the basket because he's mad.
Well, look for it.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Good job, Danny.
Check it out. Wait. That's great.
Danny Routier?
That's me, Chuck.
Good job, Danny.
Thanks.
I will also say that.
Thanks.
Big thanks.
Oh, audience, that's so nice.
To Garris, Toby, Ryan behind the scenes. G&D saying so long. Remember, Bustin' Loose Baseball. You want more Nats content dropped and available for you wherever you get your audio. We're back at 2 o'clock tomorrow right here on The Fan. Overtime with Linnell comes your way next.
Thank you for coming.